Hachette Audio presents Lone Survivor, the eyewitness account of Operation Red Wing and the lost heroes of SEAL Team 10. Written by Marcus Lüttrëll and Patrick Robinson. And read by Kevin T. Collins.
Prologue. Would this ever become easier? House to house, freeway to freeway, state to state? Not so far. And here I was again, behind the wheel of a hired SUV, driving along another main street past the shops and the gas station, this time in a windswept little town on Long Island, New York, South Shore, down by the long Atlantic beaches. Winter was coming. The skies were platinum. The whitecaps rolled in beneath dark, lowering clouds. So utterly appropriate, because this time was going to be worse than the others. A whole lot worse. We all stepped out of the vehicle into a chill November day, the remains of the fall leaves swirling around our feet. No one wanted to lead the way. None of the 5 guys who accompanied me, and for a few moments we just stood there, like a group of mailmen on their break. The house was just a few yards down the street, and in a sense I'd been there before, in Southern California, Northern California, and Nevada. In the next few days I still had to visit Washington and Virginia Beach, and so many things would always be precisely the same. There would be the familiar, devastated sadness, the kind of pain that wells up when young men are cut down in their prime. The same hollow feeling in each of the homes, the same uncontrollable tears, the same feeling of desolation, of brave people trying to be brave, lives which had uniformly been shot to pieces, inconsolable, sorrowful. As before, I was the bearer of the terrible news, as if no one knew the truth until I arrived, so many weeks and months after so many funerals. And for me, this small gathering in Patchogue, Long Island, was gonna be the worst. I tried to get a hold of myself, but again in my mind I heard that terrible, terrible scream, the same one that awakens me, bullying its way into my solitary dreams night after night, the confirmation of guilt, the endless guilt of the survivor. "Help me, Marcus! Please help me!" It was a desperate appeal in the mountains of a foreign land. It was a scream cried out in the echoing high canyons of one of the loneliest places on earth. It was the nearly unrecognizable cry of a mortally wounded creature, and it was a plea I could not answer. I can't forget it, because it was made by one of the finest people I ever met, a man who happened to be my best friend. All the visits had been bad. Dan's sister and wife propping each other up, Eric's father, an admiral, alone with his grief, James's fiancé and father, Axe's wife and family friends, Shane's shattered mother in Las Vegas. They were all terrible, but this one would be worse. I finally led the way through the blowing leaves out into the cold, strange street, and along to the little house with its tiny garden, the grass uncut these days. But the lights of an illuminated American flag were still right there in the front window. They were the lights of a patriot, and they still shone defiantly, just as if he were still here. Mikey would have liked that. We all stopped for a few moments, and then we climbed the little flight of steps and knocked on the door. She was pretty, the lady who answered the door, long dark hair, her eyes already brimming with tears. His mother. She knew I'd been the last person to see him alive, and she stared up at me with a look of such profound sadness it damn near broke me in half, and said quietly, "Thank you for coming." I somehow replied, "It's because of your son that I'm standing here." As we all walked inside, I looked straight at the hall table, and on it was a large framed photograph of a man looking straight at me, half grinning. And there was Mikey all over again, and I could hear his mom saying, "He didn't suffer, did he? Please tell me he didn't suffer." I had to wipe the sleeve of my jacket across my eyes before I answered that, but I did answer. "No, Maureen, he didn't. He died instantly." I had told her what she'd asked me to tell her. That kind of tactical response was turning out to be essential equipment for the lone survivor. I tried to tell her of her son's unbending courage, his will, his iron control, and as I'd come to expect, she seemed as if she had not yet accepted anything, not until I related it. I was the essential bearer of the final bad news. In the course of the next hour, we tried to talk like adults, but it was too difficult. There was so much that could have been said, and so much that would never be said, and no amount of backup from my 3 buddies, plus the New York City firemen and policemen who accompanied us, made much difference. But this was a journey I had to complete. I had promised myself I would do it, no matter what it took, because I knew what it would mean to each and every one of them. The sharing of personal anguish with someone who was there, house to house, grief to grief. I considered it my sworn duty, but that did not make it any easier. Maureen hugged us all as we left. I nodded formally to the photograph of my best friend, and we walked down that sad little path to the street. By any standards, it was an expensive, long, and melancholy journey across the United States of America, paid for by the organization for which I work. Like me, like all of us, they understand. And as with many big corporations which have a dedicated workforce, you can tell a lot about them by their corporate philosophy, their written constitution, if you like. It's the piece of writing which defines their employees and their standards. I have for several years tried to base my life on the opening paragraph. In times of uncertainty, there is a special breed of warrior ready to answer our nation's call, a common man with uncommon desire to succeed. Forged by adversity, he stands alongside America's finest special operations forces to serve his country and the American people, and to protect their way of life. I am that man. My name is Marcus Lüttrëll. I'm a United States Navy SEAL, team leader, SDV Team 1, Alpha Platoon. Like every other SEAL, I'm trained in weapons, demolition, and unarmed combat. I'm a sniper, and I'm the platoon medic. But most of all, I'm an American. And when the bell sounds, I will come out fighting for my country and for my teammates, if necessary, to the death. And that's not just because the SEALs trained me to do so. It's because I'm willing to do so. I'm a patriot, and I fight with the Lone Star of Texas on my right arm and another Texas flag over my heart. For me, defeat is unthinkable. Mikey died in the summer of 2005, fighting shoulder to shoulder with me in the high country of northeast Afghanistan. He was the best officer I ever knew, an iron-souled warrior of colossal, almost unbelievable courage in the face of the enemy. 2 who would believe it were my other buddies who also fought and died up there. That's Danny and Axe, 2 American heroes, 2 towering figures in a fighting force where valor is a common virtue. Their lives stand as a testimony to the central paragraph of the philosophy of the U.S. Navy SEALs. I will never quit. I persevere and thrive on adversity. My nation expects me to be physically harder and mentally stronger than my enemies. If knocked down, I will get back up every time. I will draw on every remaining ounce of strength to protect my teammates and to accomplish our mission. I am never out of the fight. I'm telling this story because of my three buddies, Mikey, Danny, and Axe. If I don't tell it, no one will ever understand the indomitable courage under fire of those three Americans. And that would be the biggest tragedy of all. To Afghanistan, in a flying warehouse. This was payback time for the World Trade Center. We were coming after the guys who did it. If not the actual guys, then their blood brothers. The lunatics who still wished us dead and might try it again. Goodbyes tend to be curt among Navy SEALs. A quick back slap, friendly bear hug, no one uttering what we're all thinking. Here we go again, guys, going to war, to another trouble spot, another half-assed enemy willing to try their luck against us. They must be out of their minds. It's a SEAL thing, our unspoken invincibility, the silent code of the elite warriors of the U.S. Armed Forces. Big, fast, highly trained guys, armed to the teeth, expert in unarmed combat, so stealthy, no one ever hears us coming. SEALs are masters of strategy, professional marksmen with rifles, artists with machine guns, and if necessary, pretty handy with knives. In general terms, we believe there are very few of the world's problems we could not solve with high explosive or a well-aimed bullet. We operate on sea, air, and land. That's where we got our name. U.S. Navy SEALs, underwater, on the water, or out of the water. And where we were going, it was likely to be strictly out of the water. Way out of the water. 10,000 feet up some treeless moonscape of a mountain range in one of the loneliest and sometimes most lawless places in the world, Afghanistan. I remember it like it was yesterday, someone pulling open the door to our barracks room, the light spilling out into the warm, dark night of Bahrain, this strange desert kingdom. The six of us dressed in our light combat gear, flat desert khakis with Oakley assault boots, stepped outside into a light, warm breeze. It was March 2005, not yet hotter than hell, but still unusually warm. Bahrain stands on the 26-degree north line of latitude. That's more than 400 miles to the south of Baghdad, and that's hot. Our particular unit was situated on the south side of the capital city of Manama, way up in the northeast corner of the island. This meant we had to be transported right through the middle of town to the U.S. Air Base on Muharraq Island for all flights to and from Bahrain. That little journey, maybe 5 miles, took us through a city that felt much as we did. The locals didn't love us either. There was a kind of sullen look to them, as if they were sick to death of having the American military around them. In fact, there were districts in Manama known as black flag areas, where tradesmen, shopkeepers, and private citizens hung black flags outside their properties to signify Americans are not welcome. There are undercurrents of hatred all over the Arab world, and we knew there were many sympathizers with the Muslim extremist fanatics of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. The black flags worked. We stayed well clear of those places. Awaiting us at the U.S. Air Base was the huge C-130 Hercules, a giant turboprop freighter. It's one of the noisiest aircraft in the stratosphere, a big, echoing steel cave specifically designed to carry heavy-duty freight, not sensitive, delicate, poetic conversationalists such as ourselves. We loaded and stowed our essential equipment, heavy weps, machine guns, M4 rifles, Sig Sauer 9mm pistols, pig stickers, combat knives, ammunition belts, grenades, medical and communication gear. A couple of the guys slung up hammocks made of thick netting. Business class this wasn't, but frogs don't travel light, and they don't expect comfort. The flight crew checked we were all strapped in, and then those thunderous Boeing engines roared. Jesus, the noise was unbelievable. The whole aircraft shook and rumbled as we charged down the runway, taken off to the southwest, directly into the desert wind which gusted out of the mainland Arabian Peninsula. There were no other passengers on board, just the flight crew and, in the rear, us, headed out to do God's work on behalf of the U.S. government and our Commander-in-Chief, President George W. Bush. We stayed south, flying high over the friendly coastal deserts of the United Arab Emirates, north of the burning sands of the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter. Astern of us lay the fevered cauldrons of loathing in Iraq and nearby Kuwait, places where I had previously served. Below us were the more friendly, enlightened desert kingdoms of the world's coming natural gas capital, Qatar, the oil-sodden emirate of Abu Dhabi, the gleaming modern high-rises of Dubai, and then farther east, the craggy coastline of Oman. None of us were especially sad to leave Bahrain. We never felt at home there. And somehow as we climbed into the dark skies, we felt we were leaving behind all that was god-awful in the northern reaches of the Gulf and embarking on a brand new mission, one that we understood. In Baghdad we were up against an enemy we often could not see and were obliged to get out there and find. And when we found him, we scarcely knew who he was, Al-Qaeda or Taliban, Shiite or Sunni, Iraqi or foreign, a freedom fighter for Saddam or an insurgent fighting for some kind of a different god from our own. A god who somehow sanctioned murder of innocent civilians. A god who'd effectively booted the Ten Commandments over the touchline and out of play. We were leaving behind a place which was systematically tearing itself apart and heading for a place full of wild mountain men who were hell-bent on tearing us apart. Afghanistan. Those mountains up in the northeast, the western end of the mighty range of the Hindu Kush, were the very same mountains where the Taliban had sheltered the lunatics of Al-Qaeda, shielded the crazed followers of Osama bin Laden while they plotted the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York on 9/11. They may not have been the precise same guys who planned 9/11, but they were most certainly their descendants, their heirs, their followers, and our coming task was to stop them, right there in those mountains, by whatever means necessary. The guys who traveled from Bahrain with me were remarkably diverse, even by SEAL standards. There was Sergeant Matthew Gene Axelson, not yet 30, a petty officer from California. Axe, as I called him, was a quiet man, 6'4", with piercing blue eyes and curly hair. He was smart and the best Trivial Pursuit player I ever saw. In the teams he was always professional. In combat he was a supreme athlete, swift, violent, brutal if necessary. His family never knew that side of him. They saw only the calm, cheerful Navy man who could undoubtedly have been a professional golfer, a guy who loved a laugh and a cold beer. Then there was my best friend, Lieutenant Michael Patrick Murphy, also not yet 30, an honors graduate from Penn State, a hockey player, accepted by several law schools before he turned the rudder hard over and changed course for the United States Navy. Mikey was an inveterate reader. His favorite book was Stephen Pressfield's Gates of Fire, the story of the immortal stand of the Spartans at Thermopylae. We started our careers as SEALs at the same time, and we were probably flung together by a shared devotion to the smart-ass remark. He was also the finest officer I ever met, a natural leader, a really terrific SEAL who never, ever bossed anyone around. And he simply would not tolerate any other high-ranking officer, commissioned or non-commissioned, reaming out one of his guys. He insisted the buck stopped with him. He always took the hit himself. If a reprimand was due, he accepted the blame. Sitting opposite me in the Hercules was Senior Chief Daniel Richard Healy, another awesome Navy SEAL, 6'3", 37, married to Norminda, father of 7 children. He was born in New Hampshire and joined the Navy in 1990, advancing to serve in the SEAL teams and learning near-fluent Russian. Danny and I served in the same team, SDV Team 1, for 3 years. He was a little older than most of us and referred to us as his kids, as if he didn't have enough. He guarded his flock assiduously, researched every mission with complete thoroughness, gathered the intel, checked the maps, charts, photographs, all reconnaissance. Also, he paid attention to the upcoming missions and made sure his kids were always in the front line. That's the place we were trained for, the place we liked to go. Somewhere up above us, rock and roll blasting in his headset, was Petty Officer Second Class Shane Patton, 22-year-old surfer and skateboarder originally from Las Vegas, Nevada, my protege. As the primary communications operator, I had Shane as my number 2. I once walked into the comm center and he was trying to order a leopard skin coat on the internet. "What the hell do you want that for?" I asked. "It's just so cool, man," he replied, terminating further discussion. Shane, like a lot of those beach gods, was hugely laid back. In a comms operator, that quality is damn near priceless. If there's a firefight going on and Shane's back at HQ manning the radio, you're listening to one ultra-calm, very measured SEAL communicator. The 6th member of our group was James Sue, a 28-year-old native of Chicago who was raised in South Florida. James had been with SDV Team 1 for 3 years before we left for Afghanistan, and during that time he became one of the best-liked guys on the base. In our platoon, James was right up there with Axe and Shane as a SEAL of high intelligence and supreme reliability under fire. It took us almost 3 hours to reach the Gulf of Oman. We'd cut south of the Strait of Hormuz, staying well away from the superhighway of world oil and gas tankers moving to and from the massive loading docks of the Gulf of Iran. As we headed out toward the open ocean, it really was goodbye. For me, at least, to the Arabian Peninsula and the seething Islamic states at the north end of the Gulf, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, and Iran, that had dominated my life and thoughts for the past couple of years, especially Iraq. I'd first arrived there to join Team 5 back on April 14th, 2003. It was 1 week after the U.S. forces launched their opening bombardment against the city, trying to nail Saddam before the war really started. The Brits had just taken Basra. On the same day I arrived, U.S. Marines took Tikrit, Saddam's hometown, and a few hours later the Pentagon announced that major combat had concluded, none of which had the slightest bearing on our mission, which was to help root out and, if necessary, destroy what little opposition was left, and then help with the search for weapons of mass destruction. 48 hours later, on April 17th, U.S. forces captured Saddam's half-brother, the infamous Barjan Ibrahim al-Tikriti. I was one of 146,000 American and coalition troops in there, under the command of General Tommy Franks. It was my first experience of close-quarter combat. It was the place where I learned the finer points of my trade. We worked usually in a very small unit of 4 SEALs, out on our own. This kind of close-quarter recon is the most dangerous job of all. It's lonely and often dull, and fraught with peril should we be discovered. Sometimes with a particularly valuable terrorist leader, we might go in and get him, trying to yank him out of there alive. Brutal. No mercy. We'd go in fast, driving into the most dangerous districts in the city, screaming through the streets in Humvees, or even fast-roping in from helicopters if necessary. We'd advance, city block by city block, moving carefully through the dark, ready for someone to open fire on us from a window, a building, somewhere on the opposite side of the street, even a tower. It happened all the time. Sometimes we returned fire, always to much more deadly effect than our enemy could manage. And when we reached our objective, we either go in with sledgehammers and a hoolie, that's a kind of crowbar that will rip a door right off its hinges, or we'd wrap the demo around the lock and blast that sucker straight in. We always made certain the blast was aimed inward, just in case someone was waiting behind the door with an AK-47. It's hard to survive when the door comes straight at you at 100 miles an hour from point-blank range. Occasionally, if we had an element of doubt about the strength of the opposition behind that door, We would throw in a few flash crashes, which do not explode and knock down walls or anything, but do unleash a series of very loud, almost deafening bangs accompanied by searing white flashes. Very disorienting for our enemy. Right then our lead men would head the charge inside the building, which was always a shock for the residents. Even if we had not used the flash crashes, they'd wake up real quick to face a group of big, masked men, their machine guns leveled, shouting, daring anyone to make a move. Although these city houses were mostly two-story, Iraqis tend to sleep downstairs, all of them crowded together in the living room. We'd look for the ringleader, the guy who knew where the explosives were stored, the guy who had access to the bomb-making kit or the weapons that would be aimed straight at American soldiers. We'd get some light in there and march him directly to the window so the guys outside with the intel could compare his face with photographs. Identification was usually swift, and interrogation would begin. We would question the ringleader, demanding he inform us where his terrorist cell was operating. Fired on from the rooftops, watching for car bombs, we learned to fight like terrorists, night after night, moving like wild animals through the streets and villages. There's no other way to beat a terrorist. You must fight like him, or he will surely kill you. On May 1st, 2003, President Bush announced the military phase of the war was over. 4 days later, it was revealed Saddam and his son had heisted $1 billion in cash from the central bank. Around that time, with the search for weapons of mass destruction still underway, we were detailed to the gigantic Lake Buhayrat al-Thathar, where supposedly a large cache had been hidden by Saddam. And this was a major stretch of water, nearly 50 miles long and in some places 30 miles wide, set on a flat, verdant plain between the Euphrates and the Tigris, south of Tikrit. There's a huge dam at one end, and we were stationed just to the south at a place named Hit. Seemed fitting. So we jocked up and combed the deep, clear waters of that lake for about a week, every inch of it. We found nothing except for a bicycle tire and an old ladder. As the weeks went by, the weather grew hotter, sometimes hitting 115 degrees Fahrenheit. We kept going, working away through the nights. There were times when it all seemed to grow calmer, and then on July 4th, a taped voice, which Al Jazeera television said was Saddam, urged everyone to join the resistance and fight the U.S. occupation to the death. We thought that was kind of stupid, because we weren't trying to occupy anything. We were just trying to stop these crazy pricks from blowing up and wiping out the civilian population of the country we had just liberated from one of the biggest bastards in history. Didn't much matter what we thought. The very next day, a serious bomb went off at a graduation ceremony for the new Iraqi police class, trained by the United States. 7 new cops were killed and 70 more were wounded. We continued our operations, looking for the key insurgents, forcing or bribing the information out of them. But it already seemed their recruiting numbers were limitless. No matter how many we ran to ground, there were always more. Al-Qaeda received a severe blow to its morale on July 22nd, when Saddam's sons, Uday and Qusay, who were at least as evil as their dad, were finally nailed at a house in Mosul. I'm not allowed to speak of this highly classified operation, save to mention the pair of them were killed when U.S. Special Forces flattened the entire building. Their deaths were entirely due to the fact that a couple of their devoted, loyal comrades, full of pride in their fight for freedom, betrayed them. For money. Just as they would later betray Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Despite all our efforts, the suicide bombers just continued. On August 29th, a massive car bomb exploded outside a Shiite mosque in Najaf and killed 80 people, including the revered and greatly loved Shiite leader Ayatollah Muhammad Baqir al-Hakim. In our opinion, this was rapidly getting out of hand. It seemed no matter how many of these nuts we rounded up, there were always more young men quite happy to take that shortcut into the arms of Allah. By now, late August, the question of the missing WMDs was growing more urgent. Hans Blix, the United Nations Chief Weapons Inspector, had retired from public life, and the U.S. Armed Forces were now keeping a careful watch. In our view, the question of whether Saddam Hussein had biological and chemical weapons was answered. Of course he did. He used them in Halabja, right? I guess by now the issue in the minds of the American public was, did he have a nuclear weapon, an atom bomb? But of course that is not the most significant question. The one that counts is, did he have a nuclear program? We knew the American intelligence agencies believed he had such a program, that somewhere in this vast country, it's bigger than Germany, nearly as big as Texas, there were centrifuges trying to manufacture the world's most dangerous substance. That was all the information we had, but we knew what to look for, and we would most certainly have recognized it if we had found it. Did Saddam actually own the completed article, a finely tuned atomic bomb or missile? Probably not. No one ever thought he did. But as former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld once remarked, what do you want to do? Leave him there till he does? Looking back during our long journey in the C-130 to Afghanistan, I was more acutely aware of a growing problem which faces U.S. forces on active duty in theaters of war all over the world. For me, it began in Iraq. The first murmurings from the liberal part of the USA that we were somehow in the wrong, brutal killers bullying other countries, that we who put our lives on the line for our nation at the behest of our government should somehow be charged with murder for shooting our enemy. It's been an insidious progression. The criticisms of the U.S. Armed Forces from politicians, from the liberal media, which knows nothing of combat, nothing of our training, and nothing of the mortal dangers we face out there on the front line. Each of the 6 of us in that aircraft en route to Afghanistan had constantly in the back of our minds the ever-intrusive rules of engagement. These are drawn up for us to follow by some politician sitting in some distant committee room in Washington, D.C., and that's a very long way from the battlefield, where a sniper's bullet can blast your head, where the slightest mistake can cost your life, where you need to kill your enemy before he kills you. And those ROE are very specific. We may not open fire until we're fired upon or have positively identified our enemy and have proof of his intentions. Now that's all very gallant. But how about a group of U.S. soldiers who've been on patrol for several days, have been fired upon, have dodged rocket-propelled grenades and homemade bombs, have sustained casualties, and who are very nearly exhausted and maybe slightly scared? How about when a bunch of guys wearing colored towels around their heads and brandishing AK-47s come charging over the horizon straight toward you? Do you wait for them to start killing your team, or do you mow the bastards down before they get a chance to do so? From the standpoint of the U.S. combat soldier, Ranger, SEAL, Green Beret, or whatever, those rules of engagement represent a very serious conundrum. We understand we must obey them because they happen to come under the laws of the country we are sworn to serve, but they represent a danger to us. They undermine our confidence on the battlefield in the fight against world terror. Worse yet, they make us concerned, disheartened, and sometimes hesitant. I can say from first-hand experience that those rules of engagement cost the lives of 3 of the finest U.S. Navy SEALs who have ever served. I'm not saying that given the serious situation, those elite American warriors might not have died a little later, but they would not have died right then. And in my view would almost certainly have been alive today. I'm hopeful that one day soon the U.S. government will learn that we can be trusted. We know about bad guys, what they do, and often who they are. The politicians have chosen to send us into battle, and that's our trade. We do what's necessary. And in my view, once those politicians have elected to send us out to do what 99.9% of the country would be terrified to undertake, they should get the hell out of the way and stay there. I'm not a political person, and as a Navy SEAL, I'm sworn to defend my country and carry out the wishes of my Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, whoever he may be, Republican or Democrat. I am a patriot. I fight for the USA and for my home state of Texas. I simply do not want to see some of the best young men in the country hesitating to join the elite branches of the U.S. Armed Services because they're afraid they might be accused of war crimes by their own side just for attacking the enemy. Baby seals and big old gators. The C-130 roared on, heading slightly more northerly now up toward the coast of Baluchistan, which stretches 470 miles along the northern shoreline of the Arabian Sea and commands strategically the inward and outward oil lanes to the Persian Gulf. No nation, not the Turks, the Tatars, the Persians, the Arabs, the Hindus, or the Brits has ever completely conquered Baluchistan, which is part of Pakistan. Those tribesmen even held off Genghis Khan, and his guys were the Navy SEALs of the 13th century. Baluchistan, its endless mountains a safe haven for so many fleeing al-Qaeda recruits and exiled Taliban fighters, currently provides shelter for up to 6,000 of these potential terrorists. I was pleased when the air crew finally told us we were in Afghanistan airspace. I fell asleep somewhere over the Registan desert. I cannot remember my dreams, but I expect they were of home. A home for us is a small ranch out in the piney woods of East Texas, near Sam Houston National Forest. We live down a long red dirt road in a lonely part of the country, close by another 2 or 3 ranches, one of which, our adjoining neighbor, is about 4,000 times bigger than ours, and sometimes makes us seem a whole lot bigger than we are. I have a similar effect on my identical twin brother, Morgan. He's about 7 minutes older than I am, around the same size, 6 feet 5 inches, 230 pounds. Somehow I've always been regarded as the baby of the family. Morgan's a Navy SEAL as well, a little behind me in rank because I joined first, but he still assumes a loose command whenever we're together. Anyway, there's 2 or 3 houses on our Texas property, the main one being a single-story stone ranch surrounded by a large country garden, which contains one little plantation for corn and another couple for vegetables. All around us, just about as far as you can see in any direction, there's pasture, studded with huge oak trees and grazing animals. It's a peaceful place for a God-fearing family. Right from kids, Morgan and I were brought up to believe in the Lord. We weren't compelled to go to church or anything, and to this day the family are not churchgoers. In fact, I'm the only one who does go to church on a somewhat regular basis. On Sunday mornings when I'm home, I drive over to the Catholic church where people know me. I was not baptized a Catholic, but it suits me. Its beliefs and doctrines sit easily with me. Since I was young, I've always been able to recite the 23rd Psalm and several others from beginning to end. Down home in our quiet backwoods area, it looks like an untroubled life. There are a few minor irritants, most of those being snakes. However, Dad taught us to deal with them long ago, especially the coral snakes and those copperhead vipers. There's also rattlesnakes, eastern diamondbacks, and king snakes, which eat the others. In the local lake, you can find the occasional water moccasin, and he is one mean little son of a bitch. He'll chase you, and while I don't much like him, I'm not scared of him. Morgan goes after them as a sport, likes to hustle them up, keep them alert. A mile or so up the road from us, there's a mighty herd of Texas longhorns. Beyond the house, there's a half-dozen paddocks for my mom's horses, some of them belonging to her, others boarders from other people. People send horses to her for her near mystical power to bring sick or weak animals back to full fighting form. No one knows how she does it. She's plainly a horse whisperer, but she has some special ways of feeding them, including, for a certain type of ailing racehorse, some kind of seaweed concoction she swears to God can turn a cow pony into Secretariat. My mom's a 7th-generation Texan, although she did once immigrate to New York City. Around here, that's like moving to Shanghai. But Mom has always been a rather glamorous blonde, and she wanted to make a career as an air stewardess. Didn't last long, though. She was back in the big country of East Texas real quick, raising horses. Like all of us, she feels Texas is a part of her spirit. I will come back to live here when I'm finished in the military, and I intend, sometime, to die here. So how does a farm boy from the backwoods of East Texas come to be made a petty officer first class and a team leader in the U.S. Navy SEALs? The short explanation is probably talent, but I don't have any more of that than the next guy. In fact, my natural-born assets are very average. I'm pretty big, which was an accident at birth. I'm pretty strong, because a lot of other people took a lot of trouble training me. And I'm unbelievably determined, because when you're as naturally ungifted as I am, you have to keep driving forward, right? I'll outwork anyone. I'll just go on until the dust clears. Then I'm usually the only one left standing. I was born in Houston, but raised up near the Oklahoma border. My parents, David and Holly Lüttrëll, owned a fair-sized horse farm, about 1,200 acres at one time. We had 125 head up there, mostly thoroughbreds and quarter horses. My mom ran the breeding programs, and Dad took charge of the racing and sales operation. Morgan and I were brought up with horses, feeding, watering, cleaning out the barns, riding. We worked the ranch, mended fences, swinging sledgehammers when we were about 9 years old. We loaded the bales into the loft, worked like adults from a young age. Dad insisted on that. At the time, Texas itself was in a boom-time hog heaven. Out in West Texas, where the oil drillers and everyone surrounding them were becoming multi-millionaires, the price of oil went up 800% between 1973 and 1981. I was born in 1975, before that wave even started to crest, and I have to say the Lüttrëll family was riding high. It was nothing for my dad to breed a good-looking horse from a $5,000 stallion and sell the yearling for $40,000. He did it all the time. And my mom was a pure genius at improving a horse, buying it cheap and devoting months of tender loving care and brilliant feeding to produce a young runner worth 8 times what she paid. And breeding horses was precisely the right line to be in. Horses were right up there with Rolex watches, Rolls Royces, Learjets, Gulfstream Ones, palaces rather than regular houses, and boats. Damn great boats. Office space was at a premium all over the state, and massive new high-rise blocks were under construction. Retail spending was at an all-time high. Racehorses? Beautiful. Give me 6 fast ones, Mr. Lüttrëll. That way I'll win some races. That oil money just washed right off, and people were making fortunes in anything that smacked of luxury. Anything to feed the egos of the oil guys who were spending and borrowing money at a rate never seen before or since. There wasn't anything for banks to make loans of more than $100 million to oil explorers and producers. At one time, there were 4,500 oil rigs running in the USA, most of them in Texas. Credit? That was easy. Banks would lend you $1 million without batting an eye. The crash, when it came, was caused by the oil embargo and the Iranian Revolution, when the Ayatollah took over from the Shah. The key to it was geopolitical, and Texas could only stand and watch helplessly as the oil glut manifested itself and the price per barrel began to slide downward to an ultimate low of around $9. That was in 1986, when I was not quite 10. In the meantime, the giant First National Bank of Midland, Texas, collapsed, judged insolvent by government financial inspectors. That was one huge bank to go belly up, and the ripple effect was statewide. An era of reckless spending and investing was over. Guys building palaces were forced to sell at a loss. You couldn't give away a luxury boat, and Rolls-Royce dealers darn near went out of business. Along with the commercial giants felled by the oil crash went the horse farm of David and Holly Lüttrëll. Hard-running colts and mares, which Dad had valued at $35,000 to $40,000, were suddenly worth $5,000, less than they cost to raise. My family lost everything, including our house. I cannot describe how poor we were during the time Morgan and I were trying to get through college. I had 4 jobs to pay tuition and board and make my truck payment. I was the lifeguard in the college pool, and I worked with Morgan on construction, landscaping, cutting grass, and yard work. In the evening, I was a bouncer in a rough local bar full of redneck cowboys. And I was still starving, trying to feed myself on about $20 a week. One time, I guess we were around 21, Morgan snapped his leg playing baseball, sliding into second. When they got him to the hospital, Morgan just told them we didn't have any money. Eventually, the surgeon agreed to operate and set the leg on some kind of long-term credit. But the anesthetist would not administer anything to Morgan without payment. No one's tougher than my brother. And he eventually said, "Fine, I don't need anesthetic. Set the leg without it. I can take the pain." The surgeon was aghast and told Morgan he could not possibly have such an operation without anesthesia. But Morgan stuck to his guns. "Doc, I don't have any money. Fix my leg and I'll handle the pain." No one was crazy about that, especially the surgeon. But then Jason Miller, a college buddy of Morgan's, turned up, saw that he was in absolute agony, and gave him every last dollar of his savings to pay the anesthetist. At which point, they put Morgan back together. When we were young, working the horses, my dad was very, very tough on us. He considered that good grades were everything, bad ones were simply unacceptable. I once got a C in conduct, and he beat me with a saddle girth. I know he was doing it for our own good, trying to instill discipline in his sons, which would serve them well in later life. He insisted on politeness and hard work, and he didn't let up even when we were all broke. Dad was the son of an Arkansas woodsman, another amazingly tough character, and he brought that stand-on-your-own-feet ruggedness into our lives at the earliest opportunity. We were always out in the woods, in rough country, in the East Texas pines, the red oaks, and the sweet gum trees. Dad taught us to shoot straight at the age of 7, bought us a .22 rifle and nylon 66. We could hit a moving Miller High Life beer can from 150 yards. He taught us what you could eat and what you couldn't. He showed us how to build a shelter, taught us how to fish. He even taught us how to rope and kill a wild boar. At home on any of the ranches, Dad showed us how to plant and grow corn and potatoes, vegetables and carrots. A lot of times when we were really poor, we just about lived on that. But perhaps most important of all, he taught us to swim. Dad himself was an all-American swimmer, and this really mattered to him. He was superb in the water, and he made me that good. In almost everything, Morgan is naturally better than I am. He's very gifted as a runner, a fighter, a marksman, a navigator on land or water. He always sails through his exams, whereas I have to slog it out, studying, practicing, trying to be the first man in and last man out. Morgan does not have to strive. He was honor man after his SEAL Bud S class, voted for by his peers. I knew he would be before he even started. There's only one discipline at which he can't beat me. I'm faster in the water, and I have the edge underwater. He knows it, though he might not admit it. There was a huge lake near where we lived, and that's where Dad trained us. All through the long Texas summers, we were out there swimming, racing, diving, practicing. We were just like fish, the way Dad wanted it. He spent months teaching us to dive deep, first on our own, then with our scuba gear on. We were good, and people would pay us to try and retrieve keys and valuables thrown into deep water. During this time, we had the occasional brush with passing alligators, but one of my great Texas friends, Trey Baker, showed us how to deal with them. I wrestled with one once and was pretty glad when that sucker decided he'd had enough and took off for calmer waters. But to this day, my brother loves to wrestle alligators, just for fun. He is, of course, crazy. But we sometimes take an old flat-bottom boat fishing in the lake, and one of those big old gators will come sliding up alongside the boat. Morgan makes a quick assessment. Nostrils about 8 or 9 inches from his eyes, so he's 8 or 9 feet long. Morgan executes a ramrod straight, low-angle dive right on top of the gator, clamping its jaws shut with his fists. Then he twists it and turns it, gets on its back, all the while holding those huge jaws tight shut and laughing at the panic-stricken beast of the deep. After a few minutes, they both get fed up with it, and Morgan lets it go. I always think this is the most dangerous part, but I never saw a gator who felt like having another go at Morgan. They always just turn around and swim away from the area. He only misjudged it once, and his hand bears a line of alligator teeth scars. You know, I think Dad always wanted us to be Navy SEALs. He was forever telling us about those elite warriors, the stuff they did and what they stood for. In his opinion, they were all that is best in the American male. Courage, patriotism, strength, determination, refusal to accept defeat, brains, expertise in all that they did. I was about 12 when I realized beyond doubt that I was going to become a Navy SEAL. I understood the brutality of the training, the level of fitness required, and the need for super skills in the water. Dad had told us of the importance of marksmanship. SEALs need to be at home in rough country, able to survive, live in the jungle if necessary. We were already good at that. By the age of 12, Morgan and I were like a couple of wild animals, easily able to live off the land. But deep down I knew there was something more required to make it into the world's top combat teams. And that was a level of fitness and strength that could only be attained by those who actively sought it. You always have to strive. In our part of East Texas, there are a lot of past and present Special Forces guys. Quiet, understated Iron Men. Most of them unsung heroes except among their families. But they don't serve in the U.S. Armed Forces for personal recognition or glory. They do it because deep in their granite souls they feel a slight shiver when they see Old Glory fluttering above them on the parade square. The hairs on the back of their necks stand up when these men hear the national anthem of the United States. When the President walks out to the strains of a U.S. military band's Hail to the Chief, there's a moment of solemnity for each and every one of them, for our President, our country, and what our country has meant to the world and the many people who never had a chance without America. And many such men way down there in East Texas were willing to give up their time for absolutely no reward to show kids what it takes to become a SEAL, a Ranger, or a Green Beret. The one we all knew about was a former Green Beret sergeant who lived close by. His name was Billy Shelton. Billy had a glittering Army career in combat with the Green Berets in Vietnam and later serving on a government SWAT team. He was one of the toughest men I ever met, and one afternoon just before my 15th birthday I plucked up my courage and went to his house to ask if he could train me to become a Navy SEAL. He was eating his lunch at the time, came to the door still chewing. He was a bull of a man, rippling muscles, fair skin, not carrying 1 ounce of fat. To my eyes, he looked like he could have choke-slammed a rhino. I made my hesitant request, and he just looked me up and down and said, "Right here, 4 tomorrow afternoon." Then he shut the door in my face. Billy did not hold an exercise class. He operated a full pre-SEAL training program for teenagers. Over the years, he had us in the gym pumping iron, hauling the torture machine, the ergometer, pounding the roads, driving our bodies, sweating and straining. "I'm gonna break you down mentally and physically," he yelled at us. "Break you down, hear me? Then I'm gonna build you right back up as one fighting unit so your mind and body are one. Understand me? I'm gonna put you through more pain than you've ever been in." Right about then, half the class ran for their lives rather than face this bulldog, this ex-Texas Tech tailback who could run like a Mack truck going downhill. He had the support of a local high school, which allowed him to use their gym free of charge to train future special forces from our part of the world. "I'm not your friend," he'd shout. "Not right here in this gym. I'm here to get you right. Fit, trained, and ready for the SEALs, or the Berets, or the Rangers. I'm not getting 1 dime from anyone to do this, and that's why you're gonna do it right, just so you don't waste my time. Because if any one of you fails to make the grade in the Special Forces, it will not be because you were too weak. Because that would mean I'd failed. And I'm gonna make sure that cannot happen, because right here, failure's not an option. I'm gonna get you right, all of you. Understand?" He'd take us on 12-mile runs, hauling concrete blocks till we nearly collapsed. Guys would have blood on the backs of their heads from the chafing of the blocks, and he never took his eyes off us, never tolerated idleness or lack of concentration. He just made us grind it out, taking it to the limit, every time. and he asked only for undying devotion to the cause, the discipline of a samurai warrior, and lungs like a pair of bagpipes. He was absolutely relentless, and he really loved Morgan and me, 2 of only 6 survivors in the class. Once when I came back from a tour of duty in Iraq, I went to see him after a couple of weeks easy living and Mom's cooking, and he threw me out of the gym. "You're a goddamn fat, pitiful excuse for a SEAL, and I can't stand to look at you," he yelled. "Get out of my sight." Holy shit. I was out of there, ran down the stairs, and didn't dare go back until I'd dropped 8 pounds. No one around here argues with Billy Shelton. No Navy SEAL can operate without a high level of expertise in unarmed combat. Billy told me I'd need to take martial arts classes as soon as possible. And so all through grade school and college, I studied and learned that strange, rather mystical Asian skill. I worked at it for many years instead of becoming involved in other sports, and I attained all of my goals. Morgan says the real truth is I don't know my own strength, and should be avoided at all times. By any standards, I had a head start in becoming a Navy SEAL. I was made aware of the task at a young age, and I had 2 strong engines driving me forward, my dad and Billy Shelton. Everything I learned beyond the schoolroom down from my early years seems to have directed me to Coronado. Back in the C-130, the 7-hour journey from Bahrain to the colossal peaks and canyons of the northern Hindu Kush seemed endless. In the weeks before our arrival, there had been widespread incidents of violence, confirming everyone's dread that the generally hated Taliban was once more on the rise and a serious threat to the new government of Afghanistan. Even with the support of 30,000 U.S. and NATO troops, President Hamid Karzai struggled to control the country anywhere outside of Kabul. The Taliban had been in prominence since 1994. Their original leader was a village clergyman named Mullah Muhammad Omar, a tough guy who lost his right eye fighting the occupying forces of the Soviet Union in the 1980s. By the mid-90s, the Taliban's prime targets in Afghanistan, before I showed up, were the feuding warlords who A, formed the Mujahideen, and B, threw the Soviets out of the country. The Taliban made 2 major promises which they would carry out once in power: to restore peace and security, and to enforce Sharia, or Islamic law. Afghans, weary of the Mujahideen's excesses and infighting, welcomed the Taliban, which enjoyed much early success, stamping out corruption, curbing lawlessness, and making the roads safe for commerce to flourish. By 1998, they were in control of almost 90% of the country and showed their true colors. They set up one of the most authoritarian administrations on earth, one that tolerated no opposition to their hardline policies. Ancient Islamic punishments like public executions for convicted murderers and amputations at the wrist for those charged with theft were immediately introduced. I cannot even think about the penalty a rapist or an adulterer might anticipate. Television, music, sports, and cinema were banned, judged by the Taliban leaders to be frivolities. Girls aged 10 and above were forbidden to go to school. Working women were ordered to stay at home. Men were required to grow beards. Women had to wear the burqa. These religious policies earned universal notoriety as the Taliban strived to restore the Middle Ages in a nation longing to join the 21st century. But there was another issue which would bring about their destruction, and that was their role in playing host to Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda movement. In August 1998, Islamic fanatics bombed the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing more than 225 people. Washington immediately presented the Taliban leaders with a difficult choice: either expel bin Laden, who was held responsible for the bombings by the U.S. government, or face the consequences. The Taliban flatly refused to hand over their Saudi-born guest, who was providing them with heavy funding. President Bill Clinton ordered a missile attack on the main bin Laden training camp in southern Afghanistan, which failed to kill its leader. Then in 1999, the United States persuaded the UN Security Council to impose sanctions on Taliban-ruled Afghanistan. 2 years later, even harsher sanctions were put in place in another attempt to force the Taliban to hand over bin Laden. Nothing worked. Not sanctions nor the denial of Afghanistan's UN seat. The Taliban were still in power, and they were still hiding Osama bin Laden, but their isolation, political and diplomatic, was becoming total. But the Taliban would not budge. The poor Afghan people realized too late what they had done, handed over the entire country to a group of bearded lunatics who were trying to inflict upon them nothing but stark human misery and who controlled every move they made under their brutal, repressive, draconian rule. The Taliban were so busy trying to enslave the citizens, they forgot about the necessity for food, and there was mass starvation. 1 million Afghans fled the country as refugees. All of this was understood by the West. Almost. But it took horrific shock delivered in March 2001 to cause genuine international outrage. That was when the Taliban blasted sky-high the 2 monumental 6th-century statues of the Bamiyan Buddhas, one of them 180 feet high, the other 120 feet, carved out of a mountain in central Afghanistan. This was tantamount to blowing up the pyramids of Giza. The statues were hewn directly from sandstone cliffs right in Bamiyan, which is situated on the ancient Silk Road, the caravan route which linked the markets of China and Central Asia with those of Europe, the Middle East, and South Asia. It was also one of the revered Buddhist religious sites, dating back to the 2nd century and once home to hundreds of monks and many monasteries. The 2 statues were the largest standing Buddha carvings on earth, and their summary destruction by the Taliban rulers of Afghanistan caused museum directors and curators all over the world to have about 4 hemorrhages apiece. The Taliban effectively told the whole lot of them to shove it. They were planning to destroy all the statues in Afghanistan on the grounds they were un-Islamic. The Bamiyan Buddhas were destroyed in accordance with Sharia law. Only Allah the Almighty deserves to be worshipped, not anyone or anything else. Wraps that up then, right? Praise Allah and pass the high explosive. But it took another explosion to provoke savage action against them. That took place on September 11th, the same year, and was the beginning of the end for the Taliban and bin Laden's Al-Qaeda. Before the dust had settled on lower Manhattan, the United States demanded the Taliban hand over bin Laden for masterminding the attack on U.S. soil. Again, the Taliban refused, perhaps not realizing that the new-ish U.S. President George W. Bush was a very different character from Bill Clinton. Less than 1 month later, on October 7th, the Americans, leading a small coalition force, unleashed an onslaught against Afghanistan that shook that area of the world to its foundations. U.S. military intelligence located all of the Al-Qaeda camps in the mountains of the northeast part of the country, and the military let fly with one of the biggest aerial bombardments in modern warfare. It began with 50 cruise missiles, launched from U.S. warships and Royal Navy submarines. At the same time, long after dark in Afghanistan, 25 carrier-based aircraft and 15 land-based bombers took off and destroyed Taliban air defenses, communications infrastructure, and the airports at Kabul, Jalalabad, Kandahar, and Herat. The U.S. bombs blasted the big radar installations and obliterated the control tower in Kandahar. This was the city where Mullah Omar lived, and a Navy bomber managed to drop one dead in the middle of his backyard. That one-eyed old bastard escaped, though. The Taliban, its military headquarters now on fire, did own a somewhat insignificant airstrike capacity, just a few aircraft and helicopters, and the U.S. Air Force wiped that right out with smart bombs as a matter of routine. Navy bombers taken off from the carriers targeted the Taliban's other military hardware, heavy vehicles, tanks, fuel dumps. Land-based B-1, B-2, and B-52 bombers were also in the air, the B-52s dropping dozens of 500-pound gravity bombs on Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps in eastern Afghanistan, way up in the border mountains where we soon would be visiting. One of the prime U.S. objectives was the small inventory of surface-to-air missiles and shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles, stolen from either the Russians or the old Mujahideen. These were hard to locate, and various caches were removed by the tribesmen and hidden in the mountains. Hidden, sadly, for use another day. 1 hour after that nighttime bombardment began, the Northern Alliance opened fire with a battery of rockets from an airbase 25 miles north of Kabul. They aimed them straight at Taliban forces in the city. There were 5 thunderous explosions, and all electric power was knocked out throughout the capital. But the United States never took its eye off the ball. The true objective was the total destruction of al-Qaeda and the leader who had engineered the infamous attack on the Twin Towers, the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century, as the president described it. And that meant a massive strike on the sinister network of caves and underground tunnels up in the mountains where bin Laden made his headquarters. The cruise missiles had softened up the area, but that was only the start. The real heavyweight punch from the world's only superpower would come in the form of a gigantic bomb, the Blue 82B C-130, known as Commando Vault in Vietnam and now nicknamed Daisy Cutter. This is a high-altitude, 15,000-pound conventional bomb that needs to be delivered from the huge MC-130 aircraft because it's far too heavy for the bomb racks on any other attack aircraft. This thing is awesome. It was originally designed to create instant clearings for helicopter landings in the jungle. Its purpose in Afghanistan was as an anti-personnel weapon up in those caves. Its lethal radius is colossal, probably 900 feet. Its flash and sound is obvious from literally miles away. We can only imagine the crushing effect such a blast would have inside the caves where the al-Qaeda high command and senior leadership operated. Wouldn't have been too good even if you were standing in the middle of a field. But a cave? Jesus, that's brutal. That thing wiped out hundreds of the enemy at a time. In the fall of 2001, the Taliban and al-Qaeda were mostly fleeing the U.S. offensive or surrendering. In the subsequent years, they drifted together on the other side of the Pakistani border, reformed, and began their counteroffensive to retake Afghanistan. Somehow these hickory-tough tribesmen not only survived the onslaught of American bombing and escaped from the advancing Northern Alliance, but they also evaded one of the biggest manhunts in the history of warfare, as an increasingly frustrated United States moved heaven and earth to capture bin Laden, Mullah Omar, and the rest. While they undoubtedly lost many of their followers after a front-row view of what the American military could and would do, they began recruiting and training a brand new generation of supporters. And now they were back as an effective fighting army, launching guerrilla operations against the U.S.-led coalition forces only 4 years after they had nearly been annihilated. As we prepared for our final approach to Bagram, the Taliban were once again out there, killing aid workers and kidnapping foreign construction workers. Parts of eastern and southern Afghanistan have been officially designated unsafe due to increasingly daring Taliban attacks. I ought to mention the Pashtuns, the world's oldest living tribal group. There are about 42 million of them. 28 million live in Pakistan, and 12.5 million of them live in Afghanistan. That's 42% of the entire population. There are about 88,000 living in Britain and 44,000 in the USA. In Afghanistan, they live primarily in the mountains of the northeast, and they also have heavily populated areas in the east and south. They are proud people who adhere to Islam and live by a strict code of honor and culture, observing rules and laws known as Pashtunwali, which has kept them straight for 2,000 years. They're also the quintessential supporters of the Taliban. Their warriors form the backbone of the Taliban forces, and their families grant those forces shelter in high mountain villages, protecting them and providing refuge in places that would appear almost inaccessible to the Western eye. That, by the way, does not include U.S. Navy SEALs, who do have Western eyes, but who don't do inaccessible. We can get in anywhere. It's easy to see why the Pashtuns and the Taliban get along just fine. The Pashtuns were the tribe who refused to buckle under the army of the Soviet Union. They just kept fighting. In the 19th century, they fought the British to the verge of surrender and then drove them back into Pakistan. 300 years before that, they wiped out the army of Akbar the Great, the most fearsome of India's Mughal rulers. Those Pashtuns are proud of their stern military heritage, and it's worth remembering that in all the centuries of bitter, savage warfare in Baluchistan, during which time they were never subdued, half the population was always Pashtun. The concept of tribal heritage is very rigid. It involves bloodlines, amazing lineages that stretch back through the centuries, generation after generation. You can't join a tribe in the way you can become an American citizen. Tribes don't hand out green cards or passports. You either are or you aren't. The people are organized strictly by relationships, male relationships, that is. The tribal lineage descends from the father's side, the male ancestors. I understand they don't give a damn for mom or her ancestors. Inheritances are strictly for the boys, and land rights go directly to sons. They have a proverb that says a lot. I against my brothers and I against my cousins, my brothers, my cousins, and I against the world. That's how they do it. The tight military formation has again and again allowed them to knock 8 bells out of more sophisticated invaders. The tribal code, Pashtunwalai, has heavy demands: hospitality, generosity, and the duty to avenge even the slightest insult. Life among the Pashtuns is demanding. It demands on the respect of your peers, relatives, and allies, and that can be dangerous. Only the tribe's principles of honor stand in the way of anarchy. A tribesman will fight or even kill in order to avoid dishonor to himself and his family. And killing throws the whole system into confusion, because death must be avenged. Killers and their families are under permanent threat, which puts a big air brake on violence. According to the learned Charles Lindhorn, a professor of anthropology at Boston University, homicide rates among the Pashtun tribes are way lower than homicide rates in urban areas of the United States. The Pashtun tradition of generous hospitality, perhaps their finest virtue, includes the concept of loke warkawal. It means giving of a pot. It implies protection for an individual, particularly in a situation where the tribe might be weaker than its enemies. When a tribe accepts loke, it undertakes to safeguard and protect that individual from an enemy at all costs. I, perhaps above all other Western visitors, have reason to be eternally grateful for it. We were on our final approach to the enormous U.S. base at Bagram. Everyone was awake now, 7 hours after we left Bahrain. It was daylight, and down below we could see at last the mountains we had heard so much about and among which we would be operational in the coming weeks. There was still snow on the high peaks, glittering white in the rising sun. Here we were at last, in the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, a country the size of Texas, landlocked on all sides, protected by the granite walls of mountains, war-torn for years and years, and still at it. Just like always, warlords were trying to drive out the usurpers. Us. And we weren't even usurping. Just trying to stop another bloody tribal upheaval and another regime change from the elected to the dictators. It seemed like a hell of a task, but we were excited. This was what we joined for. Danny, Shane, James, Axe, Mikey, and I. We were here on business, trained to the minute, armed to the teeth, all set to drive the armies of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda right back to where they came from, seize the leaders, and get rid of anyone too dangerous to live, and restore order to the mountains. A school for warriors. Only men who've gone through what we SEALs went through can understand the difference between us and the rest. In the military, even the rest understand what it takes to scale the heights of combat excellence. And in my case, it started inauspiciously. Way down on the ranch, with Mom in tears, refusing to leave the house to see me go. March 7th, 1999. I was 23. I decided to get out of town and join the U.S. Navy SEALs. Naturally, I told the recruiters there was no need for me to attend boot camp. I was already way too advanced for that. Yes, sir, I'll go straight to Coronado where the big dogs eat. That's what I'm all about. I'm a half-trained SEAL already. They sent me directly to boot camp. I signed the papers and prepared to report for duty in a few days. My destination was more than 1,000 miles to the north, Navy Recruit Training Command, RTC, in Great Lakes, Illinois. And I can truthfully say it was where I spent the most miserable 8 weeks of my entire life. I had never even seen snow, and I arrived in the middle of the worst blizzard that boot camp had seen in 11 years. It was like sending a Zulu to the North Pole. That wind and snow came howling in across Lake Michigan, blasting its way onto the western shore where we were situated, 35 miles north of Chicago, right on the water. I could not believe the sheer misery of that freezing weather. The camp was a gigantic place, with hundreds of recruits trying to make that miraculous transformation from civilian to U.S. Navy sailor. It was a drastic metamorphosis, both mental and physical, and it would have been difficult enough in fine weather. But in that ice, snow, and wind, Jesus, words fail me. In that first week, while we were trying to avoid freezing to death, they instilled in us 3 words which have been with me ever since. Honor, courage, commitment, the motto of the United States Navy, the core values that immediately became the ideals we all lived by. I can remember to this day an instructor telling us, "What you make of this experience here at Great Lakes is what will make you as a person." He was right, I hope. In the second week, they put us through the confidence course. This is designed to simulate emergency conditions in a U.S. Navy warship. They taught us to be sharp, self-reliant, and above all, to make key decisions on which our lives and those of our shipmates might depend. That word, teamwork. It dominates and infiltrates every single aspect of life in the Navy. Week 3. They put us on board a land-bound training ship. Everything was hands-on training. We learned the name of nearly every working part of that ship. They taught us first aid techniques, signaling ship to ship with flags, semaphore. We spent a lot of time in the classroom where we focused on Navy customs and courtesies, the laws of armed conflict, shipboard communication, ship and aircraft identification, and basic seamanship. All this was interspersed with physical training tests, sit-ups, sit-reaches, and push-ups. I was fine with all those, but the 1.5-mile run in that weather would have tested the stamina of a polar bear. They told us anyone who failed could come back and take it again. I decided I would rather run barefoot across the Arctic than take it again. Gave it my all. Passed, thank God. During week 4, we got our hands on some weaponry for the first time, the M16 rifle. I was pretty quick with that part of the course, especially on the live fire range. The firefighting and shipboard damage control course came next, and we all learned how to extinguish fires, escape smoke-filled compartments, open and close watertight doors, operate the oxygen breathing apparatus, and move fire hoses around. The last part was the worst. The confidence chamber. You get in there with your class and put on a gas mask. Then someone unleashes a tear gas tablet, and you have to take off your mask, throw it in a trash can, and recite your full name and social security number. Every single recruit who joins the Navy has to endure that exercise. At the end, the instructors make it clear. You have what it takes. There's a place in the Navy for you. The final task is called battle stations. Teams are presented with 12 situations, all of which have been addressed during the previous weeks. This is where they grade the recruits individually and as teams. When you've completed this, the trainers present you with a U.S. Navy ball cap, and that tells the world you are now a sailor. You've proved you belong, proved you have the right stuff. The following week, I graduated in my brand new dress uniform. I remember passing the mirror and hardly recognizing myself. There's something about graduating from boot camp. I guess it's mostly pride in yourself, but you also know a lot of people couldn't have done it. Makes you feel pretty good. Especially someone like me, whose major accomplishment thus far had involved hurling some half-drunk cowboy out of an East Texas bar and into the street on his ear. After I graduated, I flew immediately to San Diego, headed to Coronado Island and the Navy Amphibious Base. We went for runs along the beach, trying to get in shape for the first week of indoctrination. That's the 2-week course known as INDOC, where the SEALs prepare you for the fabled Bud S course, Basic Underwater Demolition SEALs. The SEAL programs make no distinction between commissioned officers coming in from the fleet and the rest of us. We're all in it together, and the first thing they instill in you at INDOC is that you will live and train as a class, as a team. Sorry, did I say instill in you? I meant ram home with a jackhammer. Teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. This is also where you first understand the concept of a swim buddy, which in SEAL ethos is an absolutely gigantic deal. You work with your buddy as a team. You never separate, not even to go to the John. In IBS, that stands for Inflatable Boat Small training. If one of you falls over the side into the freezing ocean, the other joins him. Immediately. In the pool, you're never more than an arm's length away. Later on, in the Bud S course proper, you can be failed out of hand, thrown out, for not staying close enough to your swim buddy. And this all comes back to that ironclad SEAL folklore. We never leave a man behind on the battlefield, dead or alive. No man is ever alone. Whatever the risk to the living, however deadly the opposing fire, SEALs will fight through the jaws of death to recover the remains of a fallen comrade. It's a maxim that has survived since the SEALs were first formed in 1962, and it still applies today. I suffered a minor setback in the early part of that summer when I was in Class 226. I managed to fall from about 50 feet up a climbing rope and really hurt my thigh. The instructor rushed up to me and demanded, "You want to quit?" "Negative," I responded. "Then get right back up there," he said. I climbed again, fell again. Somehow I kept going. The leg hurt like hell, but I kept training for another couple of weeks before the medics diagnosed a cracked femur. I was immediately on crutches, but still hobbling along the beach and into the surf with the rest of them. Eventually, when the leg healed, I was put back and then joined Bud S Class 228 in December for Phase 2. We lived in a small barracks right behind the Bud S grinder. That's the blacktop square where a succession of SEAL instructors have laid waste to thousands of hopes and dreams and driven men to within an inch of their lives. It was only the first day of INDOC, and my little room was positioned right next to the showers. Showers, by the way, is a word so polite it's damn near a euphemism. They were a whole lot closer to a goddamn car wash and were known as the decontamination unit. Someone cranked them up at around 0400 and the howl of compressed air and freezing cold pressurized water forcing its way through those pipes sounded like someone was trying to strangle a steam engine. Jesus. First time I heard it, I thought we were under attack. But I knew the drill. Get into my canvas UDT swim trunks and then get under those ice-cold water jets. The shock was unbelievable. The damn thing was actually designed to power wash our sand-covered gear when we returned from the beach. The shock was reduced somewhat then because everyone had just been in the Pacific Ocean. But right out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning? Wow. That was beyond reason. And I can still hear the sound of those screaming, hissing water pipes. Freezing cold and wet, we reported to the training pool to roll and stow the covers. Then shortly before 0500, in the pitch dark, we lined up on the grinder and sat in rows, chest to back, very close to conserve body heat. We had a class leader by now, Lieutenant David Ismay, a Naval Academy man and former Rhodes Scholar who had had 2 years at sea and was now a qualified surface warfare officer. David was desperate to achieve his lifelong dream of becoming a SEAL. He had to do this right. Officers only got one shot at Bud S. The man we all awaited was our proctor. That's the instructor assigned to guide us, teach us, torture us, observe us, and get rid of us if necessary. He was Instructor Reno Alberto, a 5'6" man mountain of fitness, discipline, and intelligence. He was a ruthless, cruel, unrelenting taskmaster. He arrived at 0500 sharp, and we'd have a ritual which was never broken. This was how it went. "Feet!" shouted the class leader. "Feet!" An echoing roar ripped into the still night air as nearly 164 of us responded and jumped to our feet, attempting to move into ranks. "Instructor Reno!" called the class leader. "Hoo-yah, Instructor Reno!" we bellowed as one voice. Hoo-yah is a Bud S thing, and its origins are lost in antiquity. It was pitch dark, and Reno was wearing sunglasses, wraparound, shiny black. Seemed he never took them off, night or day. Actually, one time I did catch him without them, and as soon as he saw me, he reached into his pocket and immediately put them on again. I think it was because he never wanted us to see the expression in his eyes, which might reveal the amusement he must have felt about the Attila the Hun act he put on for us. "Drop!" Reno said without expression. "Drop!" we roared back, as we all struggled down to the concrete and assumed a position for push-ups, arms extended, bodies outstretched, rigid. "Push 'em out!" said Reno. "Push-ups!" snapped the class leader. "Push-ups!" we responded. "Down! 1! Down! 2!" We counted out every one of the 20 push-ups in the set, then returned to the rest position, arms outstretched. Class leader called out, "Instructor Reno! Hoo-yah, Instructor Reno!" we roared. He ignored us, and said quietly, "Push 'em out," as he did twice more, at which point he left us with muscles on fire in the straight arm, outstretched rest position. He actually left us there for almost 5 minutes, and everyone's arms were throbbing. 80 push-ups, and now this new kind of agony, which ended only when he said very slowly, very quietly, "Recover." Reno surveyed his kingdom and then spoke flatly. "Most of you aren't going to be here in a couple of months." He then told us we were again about to take the basic Bud S screening test. I graphically recall him reminding us we'd all passed it once in order to make it this far. "If you can't pass it again this morning," he added, "you'll be back in the fleet as soon as we can ship you out." Before us was the 5-point screening test. 1. A 500-yard swim, breaststroke or side stroke, in 12 minutes 30 seconds. 2. A minimum of 42 push-ups in 2 minutes. 3. A minimum of 50 sit-ups in 2 minutes. 4. A minimum of 6 dead hang pull-ups. 5. A 1.5-mile run in 11 minutes 30 seconds, done while wearing boots and long pants. Only one guy failed to complete. In fact, most of us did markedly better than we had the first time. I recall I managed close to 80 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. I guess the apparition of Billy Shelton was standing hard by my shoulder. More important, Instructor Reno was watching us with eyes like a fighter jet's radar. He told me several months later he knew I was putting out for him. Made up his mind about me right then and there. Told me he'd never changed it either. Good decision. I give it everything. On time, every time. Might not always be good enough, but it's always my very best shot. Looking back, I'm not sure that early test showed very much. There were a lot of heavily muscled bodybuilding types who looked pretty ferocious. I remember they were among the very first to go, because they just couldn't hack it. Their legs and upper bodies were just too heavy. The SEALs do place a premium on brute strength, but there's an even bigger premium on speed. That's speed through the water, speed over the ground, and speed of thought. There's no prizes for a gleaming set of well-oiled muscles in Coronado. Bulk just makes you slow, especially in soft sand, and that's what we had to tackle every day of our lives, mile after mile. On this first morning of Class 226, we immediately learned another value peculiar to Bud S. We don't stroll, walk, or even jog. We run. We actually run like hell. Everywhere. All day. Our first encounter with this cruel and heartless rule came when it was time for breakfast. The chow hall was a mile away, so we had to run 2 miles, there and back, for a plate of toast, eggs, and bacon. Same for lunch, same for dinner. And for anyone mathematically challenged, that's 6 miles every day just to find something to eat. Nothing to do with our regular daily training runs, which often added up to another 8 miles. That morning, Instructor Reno pulled himself up to his full height of about 15 feet, in my eyes, and told us he wanted to talk to us briefly, and we better pay attention. "This is high-risk training," he said. "And we define that as anywhere there is potential for serious injury or loss of life. Any of you see anything unsafe or any situation where you may be in unnecessary danger, speak up immediately. We do not like mistakes. Understand me? Hoo-yah! Always remember your own accountability to yourselves, your superiors, and your teammates. The chain of command is sacred. Use it. Keep your boat crew leaders and your class leaders informed of any digression from the normal, and stay with your swim buddy. I don't care if you're going to the head. You stay right with him. Understood? Hoo-yah! Respect. I expect you to show complete respect for the instructor staff, the class officers, and the senior petty officers. You are in the military. You will be courteous at all times. Understood? Hoo-yah! Integrity, gentlemen. You don't lie, cheat, or steal, ever. You lose an item of gear, you put in a chit and report it. You do not take someone else's gear. I won't pretend that has not happened here in the past, because it has. But those guys were instantly finished. Their feet never touched the ground. They were gone. That day, you will respect your classmate and his gear. You do not take what is not yours. Understood? Hoo-yah! I'm your class proctor for the next 2 weeks, and I'll help you if you need help over matters of pay, family, and personal concerns. If you get injured, go to medical and get it fixed and get back into training. I'm your proctor, not your mother. I'm here to teach you. You stay in the box, I'll help you. You get outside the box, I'll hammer you. Understood? Hoo-yah! Finally, reputation. And your reputation begins right here. And so does the reputation of Class 226. And that's a reflection on me. It's a responsibility I take very personally. Because reputation is everything. In life, and especially right here in Coronado. So stay focused. Keep your head right in the game. Put out 100% at all times, because we'll know if you don't. And never, ever leave your swim buddy. Any questions? Negative! Who could ever forget that? Not me. I could still hear in my mind the sharp crack as Instructor Reno snapped shut his notebook. Sounded to me like Moses, hammering together the granite slabs which held the 10 Commandments. We had a new instructor for the pool, and we were all driven through the ice-cold jets of the decontamination unit to get rid of the sand on our skin. That damn thing would have blasted the scales off a fresh haddock. After that, we piled into the water, split into teams, We began swimming the first of about 10 million lengths we would complete before our years of service to the Navy were complete. They concentrated on buoyancy control and surface swimming for the first few days, made us stretch our bodies, made us longer in the water, timing us, stressing the golden rule for all young SEALs. You must be good in the water, no matter what. And right here the attrition began. One guy couldn't swim at all. Another swore to God he'd been told by physicians that he should not put his head underwater under any circumstances whatsoever. I was two down. They made us swim without putting our heads up, taught us to roll our heads smoothly in the water and breathe that way, keeping the surface calm, instead of sticking our mouths up for a gulp of air. They showed us the standard SEAL swim method, kind of side stroke that's ultra-efficient with flippers. They taught us the technique of kick, stroke, and glide, the beginning of the fantastic SEAL underwater system that enables us to gauge distances and swim beneath the surface with astounding accuracy. They taught us to swim like fish, not humans, and they made us swim laps of the pool using our feet only. They kept telling us that for other branches of the military, water is a pain in the ass. For us, it's a haven. They were relentless about times, always trying to make us faster, hitting the stopwatches a few seconds sooner every day. They insisted brute strength was never the answer. The only way to find speed was technique, and then more technique. Nothing else would work, and that was just the first week. In the second, they switched us to training almost entirely underwater throughout the rest of the course. Nothing serious. They just bound our ankles together and then bound our wrists together behind our backs and shoved us into the deep end. This caused a certain amount of panic, but our instructions were clear. Take a huge gulp of air and drop to the bottom of the pool in the standing position. Hold it there for at least a minute, bob up for new air, then drop back down for another minute, or more if you could. The instructor swam alongside us wearing fins and masks looking like porpoises, kind of friendly in the end, but at first glance a lot like sharks. The issue was panic. If a man was prone to losing it under the water when he was bound hand and foot, then he probably was never going to be a frogman. The fear is too deeply instilled. I was leader in the 50-yard underwater swim without fins. I already knew the secret to underwater swimming. Get real deep, real early. You can't get paid for finding the car keys if you can't get down there and stay down. We took ropes with us underwater. There was a series of naval knots that had to be completed deep below the surface. We lost several more guys during that drown-proofing part of the in-dock training. And while we were jumping in and out of the pool in the Pacific, we were also subjected to a stringent regime of physical training, high-pressure calisthenics. Instructor Reno and his men did their level best to level us. Oh, and for the good old days of 20 arm-tearing push-ups? Not anymore. Now it was usually 50 at a time, all interspersed with exercises designed to balance and hone various muscle groups, especially arms and abs. The instructors were consumed with abdominal strength, the reasons for which are now obvious. The abdomen is the bedrock of a warrior's strength for climbing rocks and ropes, rowing, lifting, swimming, fighting, and running. Back there in Indoc, we did not really get that. All we knew was the SEAL instructors were putting us through hell on a daily basis. My personal hell was the flutter kick. Lie on your back, legs dead straight and 6 inches off the sand, point your toes, and then kick as if you were doing the backstroke in the pool. And don't even consider putting your legs down because there were instructors walking past at all times, like they were members of a firing squad under the orders of the Prince of Darkness. The obstacle course, known to us as the O course, is a place of such barbaric intensity that real live SEALs, veteran combat warriors from the teams, supplement their training there, often preparing for overseas deployment to a theater of war, jungle, mountain, ocean, or desert. The Coronado O course was world famous, and if it tested the blooded warriors of the teams, imagine what it was like for us. 10-day wonders, fresh out of boot camp, soft as babies compared to these guys. I stared at the O course first day we went there. We were shown around the rope climbs, the 60-foot cargo net, the walls, the vaults, the parallel bars, the barbed wire, the rope bridges, the Weaver, the Burma Bridge. For the first time, I wished to hell I'd been a foot shorter. It was obvious to me this was a game for little guys. Instructor Reno gave a couple of demonstrations. It was like he'd been born on the rope bridge. It would be more difficult for me. All climbing is, because in the end I have to haul 230 pounds upward, which is why all the world's great climbers are tiny guys with nicknames like the Fly, or the Flea, or Spider, all of them 118 pounds soaking wet. But there were a lot of very big SEALs, and they'd all done it. That meant I could do it. Anyway, my mindset was the same old, same old. I'm either going to do this right, or I'll die trying. That last part was closer to the reality. Those instructors are out there patrolling the corridors of our barracks by night into the small hours. One of them once came into my room after I'd hot-mopped it and high-polished the floor till you could almost see your face in it. He dropped a trickle of sand onto the floor and chewed me out for living in a dust bowl. Then he sent me down to the Pacific in the company of my swim buddy and, of course, himself to get wet and sandy, which meant that I had to go for a swim and then roll in the sand. Then we had to go through the decontamination unit, and the shrieking of those cold hydraulic pipes and the ferocious jets of water awakened half the barracks and nearly sent us into shock. Never mind the fact that it was 0200 and we were due back under those showers again in another couple of hours. I think that was the night my roommate quit. He went weak at the knees just watching what was happening to me. One time during INDOC, while we were out on a night run, one of the instructors actually climbed up the outside of a building, came through an open window, and absolutely trashed a guy's room. Threw everything everywhere, emptied detergent over his bed gear. He went back out the way he'd come in, waited for everyone to return, and then tapped on the poor guy's door and demanded a room inspection. The guy couldn't work out whether to be furious or heartbroken, but he spent most of the night cleaning up and still had to be in the showers at 0430 with the rest of us. I asked Reno about this weeks later, and he told me, "Marcus, the body can take damn near anything. It's the mind that needs training." The question that guy was being asked involved mental strength. Can you handle such injustice? Can you cope with that kind of unfairness, that much of a setback, and still come back with your jaw set, still determined, swearing to God you will never quit? That's what we're looking for. Welcome to hell, gentlemen. I realized we had been losing guys fairly steadily, but according to these numbers, Class 226 had 164 men assigned on the first day, and we lost more than 50 of them. I know a few never showed up at all, mostly through sheer intimidation, but the rest had somehow vanished into the void. I never saw any of them leave, not even my roommate. Instructor Reno now spoke formally. "You're on your way to first phase Bud S, and I want each and every one of you to make me proud. Those of you who survive Hell Week will still have to face the pool competency test. That's in second phase, and then the weapons practicals in third phase. But I want to be at your graduation. And right there, I want to shake your hand. I want to think of you as one of Reno's warriors." "Hoo-yah, Instructor Reno!" For those of you who make the teams, remember you're joining a brotherhood. You'll be closer to those guys than you ever were to friends in school or college. You'll live with them. And, in combat, some of you may die with them. Your family must always come first, but the Brotherhood is a privileged place, and I don't want you ever to forget it. Enter Instructor Sean Murrock, ex-SEAL from Team 2, veteran of 3 overseas deployments. In the following few minutes, he ran through the myriad of tasks we must complete after hours in first phase. Stuff like preparing the boats and vehicles, making sure we had the right supplies. He told us he expected 100% at all times, because if we did not put out, we'd surely pay for it. He gave us one last warning. "You're in official class now. First phase owns you." Then, Ensign Joe Burns, a grim-looking SEAL commander, took his place in front of us and informed us he was the first phase officer. A few of us flinched. Burns's reputation as a hard man had preceded him. "I understand you all want to be frogmen." "Hoo-yah!" "I guess we'll see about that," said Ensign Burns. "Find out how bad you really want it." Finally, we formed up, for the first time, on the most notorious square of black tarmac in the entire United States Armed Forces. It was 0515, and our places were marked by little frog flippers painted on the ground. It was hardly worth the visit. "Hit the surf! Get wet and sandy!" yelled Chief Stephen Schultz. "Fast!" Our adrenaline pumped, our legs pumped, our arms pumped, our hearts pumped. Every goddamn thing there was pumped as we thundered off the blacktop, still dressed in our squelching boots and fatigue pants, went back down to the beach and hurled ourselves into the surf. Jesus, it was cold. The waves broke over me as I struggled back into the shallows, flung myself onto the sand, rolled over a couple times, and came up looking like Mr. Sandman, except I wasn't bringing anyone a dream. I could hear the others all around me, but I'd heard Schultz's last word. Fast, and I remembered what Billy Shelton had taught. Pay attention to even the merest suggestion. And I ran for my goddamn life, straight back to the grinder, right up with the leaders. "Too slow," bellowed Schultz. "Much too slow. Drop!" Schultz's instructors roamed among us, berating us, yelling, harassing us as we sweated and strained to make the push-ups. Like a goddamn fairy. Get a grip on yourself. Oh, for Christ's sake, look as if you mean it. Come on, let's go, go, go. You sure you want to be here? You want to quit right now? I learned in the next few minutes there was a sharp difference between get wet and sandy and just plain get wet. Parked at the side of the grinder were two of the inflatable boats, laden to the gunnels with ice and water. Get wet meant plunge over the bow, under the water, under the rubber seat struts, and out to the other side. 5 seconds, in the dark, in the ice, under the water. A killer whale would have begged for mercy. The water in that little boat would have frozen the balls off a brass monkey. I came out of there almost blue with the cold, ice in my hair, and blundered my way to my little frogman's marker, where two instructors were going down the lines with freezing cold power hoses, spraying everyone from the head down. By 0600, I counted out more than 450 push-ups. And there were more. I just couldn't count anymore. I'd also done more than 50 sit-ups. We were ordered from one exercise to another. Guys who were judged to be slacking were ordered to throw in a set of flutter kicks. The result of this was pure chaos. Some guys couldn't keep up. Others were doing push-ups when they'd been ordered to do sit-ups. Men were falling, hitting the ground, face down. In the end, half of us didn't know where the hell we were or what we were supposed to be doing. I just kept going, doing my absolute best through the roars of abuse and the flying spray of the power hoses. Push-ups, sit-ups, screw-ups. It was now all the same to me. Every muscle in my body ached to hell, especially those in my stomach and arms. And finally Schultz offered us mercy and a quiet drink. "Hydrate!" he yelled with that old-world charm that came so naturally to him, and we all reached for our canteens and chugged away. "Canteens down!" bellowed Schultz, a tone of pained outrage in his voice. "Now push 'em out!" Oh yes, of course. I'd forgotten all about that. I'd just had a 9-second break. Down we all dropped again and went back to work with the last remnants of our strength, counting the push-ups. We only did 20 that time. Schultz must have been seized by an attack of conscience. "Get in the surf!" he bawled. "Right now!" We floundered to the beach and darn near fell into the surf. And when we splashed back to the beach, Chief Schultz was there, ranting and yelling for us to form up and run the mile to the chow hall. "Get moving!" he added. "We don't have much time!" When we arrived, I was just about dead on my feet. I didn't think I had the energy to chew a soft-boiled egg. We walked through that chow hall like Napoleon's army on the retreat from Moscow, wet, bedraggled, exhausted, out of breath, too hungry to eat, too battered to care. It was, of course, all by design. This was not some kind of crazed Chinese fire drill arranged by the instructors. This was a deadly serious assessment of their charges, a method used to find out in the hardest way possible who really wanted to do this, who really cared enough to go through with it, who could face the next 4 weeks before Hell Week when things got seriously tough. It was designed to compel us to reassess our commitment. Could we really take this punishment? 98 of us had formed up on the grinder 2 hours earlier. Only 66 of us made it through breakfast. And when that ended, we were still soaked, boots, long pants, and T-shirts, and once more we set off for the beach, accompanied by an instructor who showed up from nowhere, running alongside us, shouting for us to get moving. We'd been told what awaited us. A 4-mile run along the beach, going south, 2 down and 2 back. 32 minutes on the stopwatch was allowed, and God help anyone who could not run 8-minute miles through the sand. I was afraid of this, because I knew I was not a real fast runner, and I psyched myself up for a maximum effort. Our instructor, Chief Ken Taylor, lined us up and warned us darkly of the horrors to come if 32 minutes proved to be beyond some of us, and sent us away, with the sun now climbing out of the Pacific to our right. The first 2 miles were not that awful. I was up there in the first half of the class, and I was not feeling too bad. On the way back, though, I was flagging. I glanced around, and I could see everyone else was also looking really tired. And right then, I decided to hit it. I turned up the gas and thumped my way forward. Every time I caught a guy, I treated it as a personal challenge and pulled past him, finally clocking a time well inside 30 minutes, which wasn't half bad for a pack horse. I forget who the winner was. Probably some hickory-tough farm boy petty officer, but he was a couple of minutes better than I was. Anyway, the guys who made the time were sent up into the soft sand to rest and recover. There were about 18 guys outside 32 minutes, and one by one they were told, "Drop!" then start pushing them out. Most of them were on their knees with exhaustion, and that kind of saved them a step in the next evolution, which was a bear crawl straight into the Pacific, directly into the incoming surf. Instructor Taylor had them go in deep until the freezing cold water was up to their necks. They were kept there for 20 minutes, very carefully timed, I now know, to make sure no one developed hypothermia. Taylor and his men even had a pinpoint-accurate chart that showed precisely how long a man could stand that degree of cold, and one by one they were called out and given the most stupendous hard time for failing to achieve the 32-minute deadline. As those poor guys came out of the surf, Chief Taylor, the Genghis Khan of the beach gods, ordered these half-dead, half-drowned, half-frozen guys to lie on their backs, their heads and shoulders in and under the water with the rhythm of the waves, and he made them do flutter kicks. There were guys choking and spluttering and coughing and kicking and God knows what else. Next evolution? Log PT. Brand new to all of us. We lined up wearing fatigues and soft hats. 7-man boat crews standing right by our logs, each of which was 8 feet long and a foot in diameter. I can't remember the weight, but it equaled that of a small guy, say 150 to 160 pounds. I was just moving into pack horse mode when the instructor called out, "Go get wet and sandy!" All in our nice dry clothes, we charged once more to the surf, up and over a sand dune, and down into the water. We rushed out of the waves and back up the sand dune, rolled down the other side, then stood up like the lost company from the U.S. Navy's Sandcastle platoon. Then he told us to get our logs wet and sandy, so we heaved them up, waist high, and hauled them up the sand dune. We ran down the other side, dumped the goddamn log in the ocean, pulled it out, went back up the sand dune, and rolled it down the other side. The crew next to us somehow managed to drop their log on the downward slope. "You ever drop one of my logs again," the instructor bellowed, "I can't even describe what'll happen to you. All of you. Get wet and sandy!" Back down to the surf, into the waves, into the sand. By this time, guys really were on their last legs, and the instructors knew it. To our total amazement, they concluded the morning by telling us we'd done a damn nice job, made a great start, and to head off now for chow. A lot of us thought this was encouraging. 7 of our number, however, were not to be consoled by these calming words, uttered by guys who should have been riding with Satan's cavalry in Lord of the Rings. They went straight back to the grinder and handed in their helmets, placing them in a line outside the CO's door. That's the way it's done in first phase, the exit ritual. There were now a dozen helmets signifying resignation, and we hadn't even had lunch on day 1. I can't remember the precise time Hell Week started, but it was after 2030 and before 2100. Suddenly there was a loud shout, and someone literally kicked open the side door of the classroom we'd been locked in all afternoon. Bam! And a guy carrying a machine gun, followed by 2 others, came charging in, firing from the hip. The lights went off, and then all 3 gunmen opened fire, spraying the room with bullets. Blanks, I hoped. There were piercing blasts from whistles, and the other door was kicked open, and 3 more men came crashing into the room. The only thing we knew for sure right now was when the whistles blew, we hit the floor and took up a defensive position. Prostrate, legs crossed, ears covered with the palms of the hands. "Hit the deck! Heads down! Incoming!" Then a new voice, loud and stentorian. It was pitch dark save for the non-stop flashes of the machine guns, but the voice sounded a lot like Instructor Murrock's to me. "Welcome to hell, gentlemen!" For the next couple of minutes there was nothing but gunfire, deafening gunfire. There were certainly blanks, otherwise half of us would have been dead, but believe me, they sounded just like the real thing. SEAL instructors firing our M43s. The shouting was drowned by the whistles, and everything was drowned by the gunfire. By now the air in the room was awful, hanging with the smell of cordite, lit only by the muzzle flashes. I kept my head well down on the floor as the gunmen moved among us, taking care not to let hot, spent cartridges land on our skin. I sensed a lull, and then a roar, plainly meant for everyone. "All of you out! Move, you guys, move, 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 let's go!" I struggled to my feet and joined the stampede to the door. We rushed out to the grinder where it was absolute bedlam. More gunfire, endless yelling, and then again the whistles, and once more we all hit the deck in the correct position. In barrels around the grinder's edge, artillery simulators blasted away. Then the instructors opened fire for real, this time with high-pressure hoses aimed straight at us, knocking us down if we tried to get up. The place was awash with water, and we couldn't see a thing, and we couldn't hear anything above the small arms and artillery fire. Battlefield whistle drills were conducted in the midst of high-pressure water jets, total chaos, deafening explosions, and shouting instructors, "Crawl to the whistle, men! Crawl to the whistle! And keep your goddamn heads down!" Some of the guys were suffering from mass confusion. One of them ran for his life, straight over the beach and into the ocean. He was a guy I knew really well, and he'd lost it completely. This was a simulated scene from the Normandy beaches, and it did induce a degree of panic, because no one knew what was happening, or what we were supposed to be doing besides hitting the deck. The instructors knew this. They understood many of us would be at a low ebb. Not me. I'm always up for this kind of stuff, and anyway, I knew they weren't really trying to kill us. But the instructors moved among us, imploring us to quit now while there was still time. All you gotta do is ring that little bell up there. Lying there in the dark and confusion, freezing cold, soaked to the skin, scared to stand up, I told one of them he could stick that little bell straight up his ass, and I heard a loud roar of laughter. Then I heard a voice announcing we were a man short. Then I heard another voice, sharp and demanding. I don't know who it was, but it was close to me, and it sounded like the biggest boss man, Joe McGuire, with a lot of authority. What do you mean a man short? Get a count right now! They ordered us to our feet instantly, and we counted off one by one, stopping at 53. We were a man short. Holy shit, that's bad, and very serious. Even I understood that. A party was dispatched immediately to the beach, and that's where they found the missing trainee, splashing around out in the surf. Someone reported back to the grinder, and I heard our instructor snap, "Send them all into the surf. We'll sort them out later." And off we went again, running hard to the beach, away from the gunfire, away from this madhouse, into the freezing Pacific in what felt like the middle of the night. As so often, we were too wet to worry, too cold to care. But when we were finally summoned out of the surf, something new happened. The whistles began blasting again, and this meant we had to crawl toward the whistles all over again. But this time not on the smooth blacktop. This time on the soft sand. In moments we looked like sand beetles groping around the dunes. The whistles kept blowing, one blast, then two, and we kept right on crawling. And by now my elbows were really getting hot and sore, and my knees were not doing that great either. All four joints felt red raw, but I kept moving. Then the instructors ordered us back into the surf, deep, so we could stay there for 15 minutes, maximum immersion time in water hovering just under 60 degrees. We linked arms until we were ordered out to more whistles and more crawling. Then they sent us down to the surf for flutter kicks, heads in the waves. Then more whistles, more crawling, and back into the water for another 15 minutes. Right next to me, one of the top guys in the class, an officer and a boat crew leader, great runner, good swimmer, quit unconditionally. This was a real shaker. Another officer and his crew went running up the beach after him, imploring him not to go, telling the intending instructor on his behalf the guy did not mean it. No, sir. The instructor gave him another chance, told him it wasn't too late, and if he wished, he could go right back into the water. But the man's mind was made up. Closed to all entreaties, he kept walking, and the instructor told him to get in the truck right next to the ambulance. Then he asked the guy doing the pleading if he wanted to quit too, and we all heard the sharp negative, and we saw the guy running like a scalded cat down the beach to join us in the water. The temperature seemed to grow colder as we jogged around in the freezing surf, and finally they called us out and the whistles blew again. We all dived back onto the sand, crawling, itching, and burning. 5 guys quit instantly and were sent up to the truck. Anyway, right now we were ordered to grab the boats and get them in surf, which we did without much trouble. But they made us paddle hundreds of yards, dig and row, lift and carry, dump boat and right boat, swim the boat, walk the boat, run the boat, crawl, live, die. We were so exhausted it didn't matter. We hardly knew where we were. We just floundered on with bloody knees and elbows until they ordered us out of the water. I think it was just before midnight, but could have been Christmas morning. We switched to log PT in the surf. No piece of wood in all of history, except possibly the massive wooden cross carried to Calvary by Jesus Christ, was ever heavier than our 8-foot hunk of wood that we manhandled in the Pacific surf. After all of our exertions, it was a pure backbreaker. 3 more men quit. Then the instructors came up with something new and improved. They made us carry the boats over the O-course and manhandle them over the goddamn obstacles. Another man quit. We were down to 46. Right then we switched to rock portage and charged back down the beach to get the IBS into the water. We crashed through the light incoming waves like professionals and paddled like hell, using the remnants of our strength to the rocks opposite the Hotel del Coronado. My swim buddy, Matt McGraw, was calling the shots in our boat by now, and we drove forward, crashed straight into the rocks, and the bowline man leaped for his life and grabbed onto the painter. We steadied the boat with the oars, and I thought we were doing real good. Suddenly the instructor, standing up on top of the rocks right there at damn near 2 o'clock in the morning, bellowed at our crew officer, You, sir, you just killed your entire squad. Stop getting between the boat and the rocks." We hauled the boat out of the water, over the rocks, and onto the sand. The instructor gave us 2 sets of push-ups and sent us back the way we came. Twice more we assaulted the rocks, slowly and clumsily, I suppose, and the instructor never stopped yelling his freaking head off at us. In the end, we had to run the boat back along the beach, drop it, and get right back into the surf for flutter kicks with heads and shoulders in the water, then push-ups in the surf, then sit-ups. 2 more men quit. These DORs happened right next to me, and I distinctly heard the instructor give them another chance, asking them if they wanted to reconsider. If so, they were welcome to press on and get back in the water. One of them wavered, said he might if the other guy would join him, but the other guy wasn't having it. "I'm done with this shit," he said, "and I'm out of here." They both quit together. The instructor looked like he could not give a flying fuck. I later learned that when a man quits and is given another chance and takes it, he never makes it through. All the instructors know that. If the thought of DOR enters a man's head, he is not a Navy SEAL. I guess that element of doubt forever pollutes his mind. And puffing, sweating, steaming down there on that beach on the first night of Hell Week, I understood it. I understood it because that thought could never have occurred to me. Not while the sun still rises in the east. All the pain in Coronado could not have inserted that poison into my mind. I might have passed out, had a heart attack, or been shot before a firing squad, but I never would have quit. As soon as the quitters had gone, we were put right back to work, lifting the boats into a head carry for the run over to the chow hall, only another mile. When I got there, I was as close to collapse as I'd ever been. But they still made us push 'em out, lift the boat, to work up an appetite, I suppose. Eventually, they freed us to get breakfast. We had lost 10 men during the 9 hours that had passed since Hell Week began. Inside the chow hall, some of the guys were shell-shocked. They just sat staring at their plates, unable to function normally. I was not one of them. I felt like I was on the edge of starvation, and I steamed into those eggs, toast, and sausages, relishing the food, relishing the freedom from the shouts and commands of the instructors. Like the remnants of a ravaged army. I have to admit that after the first straight 30 hours, my memory of those 5 days begins to grow a little hazy. Not of the actual events, but of the sequence. When you're moving on toward 40 hours without sleep, the mind starts playing tricks, causing fleeting thoughts suddenly to become reality. You jerk yourself awake and wonder where the hell you are and why your mom, holding a big, juicy New York sirloin, is not pulling the paddle right next to you. It's the forerunner to outright hallucination. Kind of semi-hallucinations. They start slowly and get progressively worse. Mind you, the instructors do their level best to keep you awake. We were given 15 minutes of hard physical training, both when we reached the chow hall and when we left. We were sent into the surf fast and often. The water was freezing, and every time we carried out boat drills, racing through the breakers with the 4 remaining teams, we were ordered to dump boat, pull that sucker over on top of us, then right it, get back in, and carry on paddling to our destination. Most of us ate an early dinner, looking like a group of zombies, and right afterward we were marched outside to await further orders. I remember that 3 guys had just quit, simultaneously, which put us down to 6 officers out of the original 12. But I held on. So did most of us. But another officer climbed out of the water early and quit. He was the best swimmer in the class. This was a stunning blow, both to him and the rest of us. The instructor let him go immediately and just carried on counting off the minutes the rest of us were submerged. When we were finally back on shore, I was not really able to speak, and neither was anyone else, but we did some more PT, and then they ordered us back into the water for another period. I forget how long. Maybe 5-10 minutes. Now the instructors knew we were right on the edge, and they came around with mugs of hot chicken broth. I was shaking so much I could hardly hold the cup. But nothing ever tasted better. They made us run around a long loop, carrying the boat on our heads, and then they made us race without it. This was followed by another long period in the water, at the end of which this member of the crew of Boat 1, a tough-as-nails Texan, I thought, cracked up with what felt like appendicitis. Whatever it was, I was absolutely unreachable. I didn't even know my name, and I had to be taken away by ambulance and revived at the medical center. When I regained consciousness, I got straight out of bed and came back. I would not discuss quitting. I remember the instructors congratulating me on my new warm, dry clothes and then sending me straight back into the surf. Better get wet and sandy, just in case you forget what you're doing here. The injury list grew longer. Cuts, sprains, blisters, bruises, pulled muscles, and maybe 3 cases of pneumonia. We worked through the night, making one long 6-mile paddle, and reported for breakfast again at 0500 on Wednesday. We'd had no sleep for 3 days, but no one else quit. We had 36 guys left. We were in the final stages of Hell Week, and before us was the fabled around-the-world paddle, the last of the major evolutions of the week. We boarded the boats at around 19:30 and set off, rushing into the surf off the Special Warfare Center and paddling right around the north end of the island and back down San Diego Bay to the amphibious base. No night in my experience has ever lasted longer. Some of the guys really were hallucinating now, and all three of the boats had a system where one could sleep while the others paddled. I cannot explain how tired we were. Every light looked like a building dead in our path. Every thought turned into reality. If you thought of home, like I did, you thought you were rowing straight into the ranch. The only saving grace was, we were dry. But one guy in our boat was so close to breakdown he simply toppled into the water, still holding his paddle, still stroking, kicking automatically, and continuing to row the boat. We dragged him out, and he did not seem to understand he'd just spent 5 minutes in San Diego Bay. In the end, I think we were all paddling in our sleep. I locked one thought into my brain and kept it there. Everyone else who ever became a U.S. Navy SEAL completed this, and that's what we're gonna do. Mr. Burns stepped forward and shouted, "Okay, guys, let's get right on to the next evolution. A tough one, right? But I think you're up for it." We gave out the world's weakest hoo-yah. Hoarse voices, disembodied sounds. I didn't know who was speaking for me. I sure as hell sounded like someone else. Joe Burns nodded curtly and said, "Actually, guys, there is no other evolution. All of you, back to the grinder." No one believed him, but Joe wouldn't lie. He might fool around, but he would not lie. It slowly dawned on us that Hell Week was over. We just stood there zonked out with pure disbelief, and Lieutenant Ismay, who was really hurting, croaked, "We made it, guys. Son of a bitch. We made it." This was an unforgettable moment. Two guys fell to their knees and wept. Then we all began to hug one another. Someone was saying, "It's over." Like the remnants of a ravaged army, we helped one another back over the sand dunes, picking up those who fell, supporting those who could barely walk. We reached the bus that would take us back to base, and there, waiting for us, was Captain Joe McGuire, the SEAL commanding officers, and the senior chiefs. Also in attendance was the ex-SEAL governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura, who would perform the official ceremony when we returned to the grinder. But right now, all we knew was the baptism of fire that had reduced Class 226 by more than half was over. It hadn't beaten 32 of us, and now the torture was completed. In our wildest imaginations, no one had ever dreamed it would be this bad. God had given us justice. We lined up on that sacred blacktop, and Governor Ventura formally pronounced the official words that proclaimed we never had to tackle another Hell Week. "Class 226, you're secured." We gave him a rousing, "Hoo-yah, Governor Ventura!" Then Instructor Burns called us to order and said, "Gentlemen, for the rest of your lives there will be setbacks, but they won't affect you like they will affect other people, because you have done something very few are ever called upon to achieve. This week will live with you for all of your lives. Not one of you will ever forget it, and it means one thing above all else. If you can take Hell Week and beat it, you can do any damn thing in the world." "Hoo-yah, Instructor Burns!" we bellowed. And did we ever mean it? "Bye, dudes. Give 'em hell." As day broke over the mighty sprawl of the U.S. base at Bagram in Afghanistan on that morning in March 2005, we checked into our B hut and slept for a few hours before attending a general briefing. Dan Healy, Shane, James, Axe, Mikey, and I, the new arrivals from SDV Team 1, were immediately seconded to SEAL Team 10 out of Virginia Beach, led right now by the teak-hard Lieutenant Commander Eric Christensen. Eric was funny as hell. Always one of the boys, so much so it might have impeded his progress through the higher ranks in later years. These days, 75% of all SEALs have college degrees, and the line between officers and enlisted men is more blurred than it's ever been. But Eric was 32 and the son of an admiral from Virginia. Despite his sense of humor and his often wry look at higher authority, he was a very fine SEAL commander, and he presided over one of the best fighting platoons in the entire U.S. Navy. Our briefing was a kind of grim educational lecture on what was happening up on the northwest frontier, which divides Afghanistan and Pakistan. The steep, stony mountain crevasses and cliffs, dust-colored, sinister places, were now alive with the burgeoning armies of the Taliban. Angry, resentful men, regrouping all along the unmarked high border, preparing to take back the holy Muslim country they believed the infidel Americans had stolen from them and then presented to a new, elected government. Up there, every footstep that dislodges anything, small rock, pile of shale, seems like it might cause an earth-shaking avalanche. Stealth, we were told, must be our watchword on the high, quiet slopes of the Hindu Kush. These paths, trodden down for centuries by warring tribesmen, were the very routes taken by the defeated Taliban and Al-Qaeda after the withering U.S. bombardment had all but annihilated them in 2001. Within literally hours, we began our first mission. Fully trained SEALs, we were ready to get up there into those mountain passes and help slow the tide of armed warrior tribesmen moving back across the border from Pakistan. About 20 of us flew by helicopter up into the hills above a deep valley. This was a border hotspot, where multiple Taliban troop movements were taking place on a weekly or even daily basis. We expected to observe the Taliban way below us on that narrow, treacherous path through the mountains, moving along with their swaying camels, many of them loaded up with explosives, grenades, and God knows what else. I was walking with great caution. One false step and a dislodged rock, however small, would betray our positions. Those tribesmen had lived up here for centuries, and they had eyes like falcons. If they heard us or saw us, they would attack immediately. Carefully, I moved along the ridge, occasionally stopping to scan the mountain pass with my binos. If a troop of wild tribesmen with camels and missiles came rolling into the pass, I must instantly whistle up reinforcements on the radio. If it was a lesser force, something we could deal with right here, we'd swoop and try to capture the leaders and take care of the rest by whatever means were necessary. I continued my silent patrol, and below me I suddenly saw 3 armed Afghanistan tribesmen. My brain raced. There was 70 yards between me and Shane. Do I open fire? How many more of them were there? Too late. They opened fire first, shooting uphill, and a volley of bullets from their AK-47 slammed into the rocks all around me. I hurled myself back behind the rocks, knowing Shane must have heard something. Then I stepped out and let him have it. I saw him retreat into cover. But they came at me again, and again I returned fire. But right then they unleashed 2 rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs, and thank God I saw them coming. I dived for cover, but they blew out one of the boulders which had given me shelter. Now there were ricocheting bullets, dust, shrapnel, and flying rock particles everywhere. Suddenly the echoes of the blast died away, and I could hear sporadic gunfire from these 3 maniacs. I waited quietly until I believed they'd broken cover, and then I stepped out and hit the trigger again. I don't know what or who I hit, but it suddenly went very quiet again. Welcome to Afghanistan, Marcus. This was one type of patrol, standing guard up there over the passes, trying to remain concealed. The other kind was a straight surveillance and reconnaissance mission, SR, where we were tasked with observing and photographing a village, looking for our target, some son of a bitch in a turban who had for too long been indulging in his favorite pastime of blowing up U.S. Marines. On these sorties into the mountains, we were expected to pick out our quarry and then swoop down into the village and take him and make him talk. Generally speaking, we were to grab our man in the village if he was protected by, say, only 4 bodyguards. No problem. But if there were more of them, some kind of Taliban garrison crawling with armed men, we were to call for a proper fighting force to fly in and take care of the problem. Our next mission was a huge operation. Around 50 guys dropped into the mountains in the worst terrain you've ever seen. We took 8 hours to walk 1.5 miles. Guys were falling down the goddamn mountain, getting hurt, bad. We were tired, frustrated, roped together in teams, crawling across the face of this dangerous mountain with full rucksacks and rifles. To this day, it remains the worst journey of my life, and we weren't even facing the enemy. Our dual targets on that mission were 2 Afghan villages set into the mountainside, one above the other. We had no clues which one harbored the most Taliban forces, and it had been decided we needed to take them both at gunpoint. No bullshit. The reason for this was a very young guy. We had terrific intel on him from both satellites and the FBI. We did not, however, have photographs. I never knew where he was educated, but this young Taliban kid was a scientist, a master of explosives. We call them IED guys, improvised explosive devices, and in this part of the mountains, this kid was King IED. And he and his men had been wreaking havoc on U.S. troops, blowing stuff up all over the place. He'd recently blown up a couple of U.S. Marine convoys and killed a lot of guys. Foxtrot platoon regrouped in the small hours of the morning after the trek across the mountains and positioned ourselves high above the upper village. As the sun came up, we moved swiftly down the hillside and charged into the village, crashing down the doors to the houses, arresting anyone and everyone. We wanted the guy who was obviously not a goat herd, as the rest of them were, the young guy who lacked the gnarled, rough look of the native mountain farmer. We got our man. It was my first close-up encounter with a fanatical Taliban fighter. I'll never forget him. He was only just old enough to have a decent beard, but he had wild, crazy eyes, and he stared at me like I'd just rejected the entire teachings of the Quran. I knew in that instant that if he could have killed me, he would have. No one had ever looked at me before, or has since, with that much hatred. Our rules of engagement in Afghanistan specified that we could not shoot, kill, or injure unarmed civilians. But what about the unarmed civilian who was a skilled spy for the illegal forces we were trying to remove? What about an entire secret army, diverse, fragmented, and lethal, creeping through the mountains in Afghanistan pretending to be civilians? What about those guys? How about the innocent-looking camel drovers making their way through the mountain passes with enough high explosives strapped to the backs of their beasts to blow up Yankee Stadium? How about those guys? We were sent to Afghanistan to carry out hugely dangerous missions for the security of our nation. But we were also told that we could not shoot that camel drover before he blew up all of us, because he might be an unarmed civilian just taking his dynamite for a walk. These terrorist insurgents know the rules as well as they did in Iraq. They're not their rules, they're our rules, the rules of the Western countries, the civilized side of the world. And every terrorist knows how to manipulate them in their own favor. Otherwise, the camel drovers would be carrying guns. But they don't, because they know we are probably scared to shoot them, because we might get charged with murder, which I actually know they consider to be on the hysterical side of laughable. And if we did shoot a couple of them, they would be on their cell phones with the speed of 10,000 gigabytes direct to the Arab television station Al Jazeera. Brutal U.S. troops gun down peace-loving Afghan farmers. U.S. military promises SEALs will be charged. Well, something like that. I'm sure you get my drift. The media in the United States of America would crucify us. Was there ever a greater uproar than the one that broke out over Abu Ghraib? In the bigger scheme of things, in the context of all the death and destruction that Muslim extremists have visited upon this world, a bunch of Iraqi prisoners being humiliated does not ring my personal alarm bell. And it would not ring yours either if you ever saw firsthand what these guys are capable of. I mean, Jesus, they cut off people's heads. American heads. Aid workers' heads. They think nothing of slaughtering thousands of people. They've stabbed and mutilated young American soldiers like something out of the Middle Ages. The truth is, in this kind of terrorist insurgent warfare, no one can tell who's a civilian and who's not. So what's the point of framing rules that cannot be comprehensively carried out by anyone? Also, no one seems clear on what we should be called in Afghanistan. Are we a peacekeeping force? Are we fighting a war against insurgents on behalf of the Afghan government? Or are we fighting it on behalf of the USA? Are we trying to hunt down the master terrorist bin Laden, or are we just trying to prevent the Taliban from regaining control of the country, because they were the protectors of bin Laden and all who fought for him? Search me, but just tell us what you want, and we'll do it. We are loyal servants of the U.S. government. The truth is, any government that thinks war is somehow fair and subject to rules like a baseball game probably should not get into one, because nothing's fair in war, and occasionally the wrong people do get killed. It's been happening for about 1 million years. And I ask myself, who's prepared to go furthest to win this war? Answer, they are. They'll willingly die to get their enemy. They will take it to the limit, any time, any place, whatever it takes, and they don't have rules of engagement. Thus, we have an extra element of fear and danger when we go into combat against the Taliban or Al-Qaeda. The fear of our own. The fear of what our own Navy Judge Advocate General might rule against us. The fear of the American media and their unfortunate effect on American politicians. We all harbor fears about untrained, half-educated journalists who only want a good story to justify their salaries and expense accounts. Don't think it's just me. We all detest them, partly for their lack of judgment, mostly because of their ignorance and toe-curling opportunism. The first minute an armed conflict turns into a media war, the news becomes someone's opinion, not hard truths. When the media gets involved in the United States, that's a war you've got a damn good chance of losing because the restrictions on us are immediately amplified, and that's sensationally good news for our enemy. I realize it might seem strange that underwater specialists from SDV Team 1 should be groping around 9,000 feet above sea level. It is generally accepted in the Navy that the Swimmer Delivery Vehicle, SDV, the mini-submarine that brings us into our ops area, is the stealthiest vehicle in the world. And it follows that the troops manning the world's stealthiest vehicle are the world's sneakiest guys. That's us, operating deep behind enemy lines, observing and reporting unnoticed, living on the edge of our nerves. And our principal task is always to find the target and then call in the direct action guys. That's really what everyone wants to do, direct action. But it can't be done without the deadly business we conduct up there in those lonely peaks of the Hindu Kush. Sometimes we'd run across a group of guys sitting around a campfire, bearded, sullen, drinking coffee, their AK-47s at the ready. Our first task was to identify them. Were they Pashtuns, peaceable shepherds, goat herds, or armed warriors of the Taliban, the ferocious mountain men who'd slit your throat as soon as look at you? It took only a few days to work out the Taliban fighters were nothing like so rough and dirty as Afghan mountain peasants. Many of them had been educated in America, and here they were, carefully cleaning their AK-47s, getting ready to kill us. It was pretty damn creepy for us, because this was the heartland of terror, the place where the destruction of the World Trade Center was born and nourished, perfected by men such as these. I'll be honest, it seemed kind of unreal, not possible, but we all knew that it had happened. Right here in this remote dust bowl was the root of it all, the homeland of bin Laden's fighters, the place where they still plot and scheme to smash the United States, the place where the loathing of Uncle Sam is so ingrained, a brand of evil flourishes that is beyond the understanding of most Westerners, mostly because it belongs to a different, more barbaric century. And here stood Mikey, Shane, Axe, me, and the rest, ready for a face-off any time against these silent, sure-footed warriors, masters of the mountains, deadly with rifle and tribal knife. There was always a very big list of potential targets, some more advanced than others. By that I mean certain communities where the really dangerous guys had been located, identified, and pinpointed by the satellites or by us. It was work that required immense perseverance and the ability to assess the likelihood of actually finding the guy who mattered. The teams in Bagram were prepared to go out there and conduct this very dangerous work, but no one likes going on a series of wild goose chases where the chances of finding a top Taliban terrorist are remote. And of course the intel guys have to be aware at all times that nothing is static up there in the mountains. Those Taliban guys are very mobile and very smart. They know a lot, but not all there is to know about American capability. And they surely understand the merit of keeping it moving, from village to village, cave to cave, never remaining in one place long enough to get caught with their stockpiles of high explosive. Our senior chief, Dan Healy, was outstanding at seeking out and finding the good jobs for us, ones where we had a better than average chance of finding our quarry. He would comb through the photographic evidence, checking maps, charts, working out the places we had a real chance of victory, of grabbing the main man without fighting an all-out street battle. He had a personal short list of the prime suspects and where to find them. And by June, he had a lot of records, the various methods used by these kingpin Taliban guys and their approximate access to TNT. And one man's name popped right out at him. For security reasons, I'm going to call him Ben Sharmak. And suffice to say, he's a leader of a serious Taliban force, a sinister mountain man, known to make forays into the cities and known also to have been directly responsible for several lethal attacks on U.S. Marines, always with bombs. Sharmak was a shadowy figure of around 40. He commanded maybe 140 to 150 armed fighters, but he was an educated man, trained in military tactics and able to speak 5 languages. He was also known to be one of Osama bin Laden's closest associates. He kept his troops mobile, moving into or camping on the outskirts of friendly Pashtun villages, accepting hospitality and then traveling on to the next rendezvous, recruiting all the way. These mountain men were unbelievably difficult to trace, but even they need to rest, eat, and drink, and perhaps even wash, and they need village communities to do all of that. Eventually there was a tentative briefing about a possible Operation Red Wing, which involved the capture or killing of this highly dangerous character. We had very decent intel on him, which suggested the CIA and probably the FBI were also extremely interested in his capture or death, and as the various briefings went on, Ben Sharmak seemed to get progressively more important. There were now reports of an 80-troop minimum and a 200-troop maximum in his army, and this constituted a very big operation. And Chief Healy decreed that me and my 3 buddies in Alpha Platoon were the precise guys to carry it out. Just find this bastard, nail him down, his location and troop strength, then radio in for a direct action force to come in by air and take him down. Every day we checked the intel office to see what further data there was on Sharmak. Chief Healy was right on the case, working with the ops officer and our skipper, Commander Pirro. The problem was always the same. Where was our target? He was worse than Saddam Hussein, disappearing, evading the prying eye of the satellites, keeping his identity and location secret even from the many CIA informers who were close to him.
There was, of course, no point in charging into the mountains armed to the teeth with weapons and cameras unless we were absolutely sure of his whereabouts. The Taliban were a serious threat to low-flying military aircraft, and the helo pilots knew they were in constant danger of being fired upon, even on night ops. These mountain men were as handy with missile launchers as they were with AK-47s.
On Monday morning, June 27, 2005, they located Sharmak again. This time it looked really good. By noon, the detailed maps and photos of the terrain were spread out before us. The intel was excellent. The maps weren't bad, the photographs of the terrain passable. We still didn't have a decent picture of Sharmak, just the same old head and shoulders, grainy, indistinct. But we'd located other killers up here with a lot less, and there was no doubt this time. Red Wing is a go! I walked out of the briefing room and headed back to our quarters with a lot on my mind. I can't quite explain it, but I was assailed by doubts, and that feeling of disquiet never left me. I'd seen the maps, and they were clear. What I couldn't see was a place to hide. We did not have good intel on the vegetation. It was obviously bad and barren way up there in the Hindu Kush, around 10,000 feet. You don't need to be a fellow of the Royal Geographic Institute to know this is arid country above the tree line, not much growing. Great for climbers, a goddamn nightmare for us. The village we were surveying had 32 houses. I counted them on the satellite picture. But we did not know which one Sharmak was in, and we had a short list of possible landing zones unnecessary for the insert because we'd fast rope in, but critical for the extract. I was certain we'd need to blow down a few trees on a lower level of the mountain in order to have cover when we left and bring the helicopters in with the DA force, if it was required. Barren, treeless mountainscapes are no place to conduct secretive landings and takeoffs, not with Taliban rocket men all around. The one aspect of the mission that dominated my thoughts as I walked back to meet the guys was that there was no place to hide, no place from which to watch. If those mountain cliffs that surrounded the village were as rough and stony as I suspected, we'd stick out on those heights like a diamond in a goat's ass. I met Mikey back at the bee hut. I told him we were going in, showed him the maps and what photographs we had, and I remember his reply. Beautiful. Just another 3 days of fun and sun. But I saw his expression change as he looked at the pictures, at the obviously very steep gradients, truly horrible terrain. Mikey and Danny had their M4 rifles, plus grenades. Axe had the Mark 12 .556 caliber rifle, and I had one as well. We all carried the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol. We elected not to take a heavy weapon, the big 21-pound machine gun M60, plus its ammunition. We were already loaded down with gear, and we thought it would be too heavy to haul up those cliffs. We took a big roll of detonator cord to blow the trees for the incoming landing zone, when the mission was complete, or for the insert of a direct action force. At the last moment, still worried about this entire venture, I grabbed 3 extra magazines, which gave me a total of 11, each holding 30 rounds. 8 was standard, but there was something about Operation Red Wing. Turned out everyone felt the same. We all took 3 extra magazines. Danny had the radio, and Mikey and Axe had the cameras and computers. We took packed MREs, beef jerky, chicken noodles, power bars, water, plus peanuts and raisins. The whole lot weighed about 45 pounds, which we considered traveling light. Shane was there to see us away. Bye, dudes. Give 'em hell. All set, we were driven down to the Special Ops helicopter area. We were going as soon as it was dark. We put down our loads and lay on the runway to wait. I remember it was very cold, with snow caps on the not-too-distant mountains. Finally, the call came through. Red Wing is a go! And we hoisted up our gear and clambered on board the Chinook 47 for the insert, 45 minutes away to the northeast. Guess this fucker Ben Sharmak is still where we think he is, said Mikey. Every one of the 4 of us, Mikey, Axe, Danny, and me, made it clear, each in his own way, that we did not have a good feeling about this. And I cannot describe how unusual that was. We go into ops areas full of gung-ho bravado, the way we're trained. Bring 'em on, we're ready. No SEAL would ever admit to being scared of anything. Even if we were, we would never say it. We open the door and go outside to face the enemy, whoever the hell he might be. Whatever we all felt that night, it was not fear of the enemy. Although I recognize it might have been fear of the unknown, because we really were unsure about what we would encounter in the way of terrain. The ramp was down. We were open at the rear. The gunner was ready with the M60 machine gun in case of ambush. It was pitch black outside, no moon, and the rotor blades were making that familiar bum-bum-bum-bum on the wind. The rope snaked from the rear of the aircraft to the ground. No one spoke. Loaded with our weapons and gear, we lined up. Danny went first, out into the dark. I followed him, then Mikey, then Axe. Each one of us grabbed the rope and slid down fast, wearing gloves to avoid the burn. It was a drop of about 20 feet, and there was a stiff, biting wind. We hit the deck and spread, moving 20 yards away from one another. We heard the howl of the helicopter's engines increase as it lifted off, and then it clattered away into the darkness. We froze into the landscape for 15 minutes of total silence. There was not a movement, not a single communication among us, and there was not a sound on the mountain. This was beyond silence, a stillness beyond the concept of silence, like being in outer space. Way down below us we could see 2 fires, or perhaps lanterns, burning, probably about a mile away, goat herds, I hoped. The 15 minutes passed. To my left was the mountain, a great looming mass sweeping skyward. All around us were low tree stumps and thick foliage. We were way below the place where we would ultimately operate, and it was very unnerving because right here anyone could hide out. We couldn't see a damn thing and had no idea if there was anyone around. 16 years ago, not too far away from here, I guess those Russian conscripts sensed something very similar before someone slashed their throats. Finally, we climbed to our feet. I walked over to Danny and told him to get the comms up and let the controllers know we were down. Then I walked up the hill to where Mikey and Axe had the big rope which had absurdly been cut down and dropped from the helicopter. This was definitely a mistake. That helo crew was supposed to have taken the rope away with them. God knows what they thought we were going to do with it, and I was just glad Mikey found it. If he hadn't, and we'd left it lying on the ground, it might easily have been found by a wandering tribesman or farmer, especially if they'd heard the helicopter come in. That rope might have rung our death knell, signifying, as it surely must, that the American Eagle had landed. We did not have a shovel, and Mikey and Axe had to cover the rope with trees, weeds, and foliage. While they were completing this, I opened up comms to the AC-130 Spectre gunship, which I knew was way up there somewhere monitoring us. I passed my message succinctly. Sniper 2-1, this is Glimmer 3, preparing to move. Roger that. It was the last time I spoke to them, and now we were assembled for our journey, about 4 miles along a mountain ridge. Because the terrain was absolutely horrible, the moonless night was still pitch black, and our route was along a mountain face so steep it was a goddamn miracle we didn't all fall off and break our necks. Also, it was raining like a bastard and freezing cold. Within about 10 minutes, we were absolutely soaked. Like Hell Week. In the end, we reached the top of the cliff face and found a freshly used trail. It was obvious the Taliban had been through here recently in substantial numbers. At the top, we suddenly walked out into an enormous flat field of very high grass, and the moon came out briefly. The pasture stretched away in front of us like some kind of paradise, lit up in the pale light. We all stopped in our tracks because it looked amazingly beautiful. But an enemy could easily have been lurking in that grass, and an instant later we ducked down, staying silent. Axe tried to find a path through it, then tried to make his own path, but he simply could not. The pasture was too thick, and it nearly covered him. Before long he returned and told us poetically there in the Southeast Asian moonlight, in these ancient storied lands right up near the roof of the world, guys, that was totally fucking hopeless. To our right was the deep valley, somewhere down which our target village was located. We'd already hit waypoint 1, and our only option was to find another trail and keep moving along the flank of the escarpment. And then, very suddenly, a great fog bank rolled in and drifted off the mountaintop beneath us and across the valley. I remember looking down at it, moonlit clouds so white, so pure. Through the nods, night optic device, it was a spectacular sight, a vision perhaps of heaven, set in a land of hellish undercurrents and flaming hatreds. We fanned out, and Danny found a trail that led around the mountain, more or less where we wanted to go. But it was not easy, because by now the moon had disappeared and it was again raining like hell. We must have gone about another half mile when, unexpectedly, I could smell a house and goat manure, even through the rain. An Afghan farmhouse. We'd nearly walked straight into the front yard. We ducked down, crawling on our hands and knees through thick undergrowth. Miserable as all this was, conditions were really perfect for a SEAL operation behind enemy lines. Without night vision goggles like ours, people couldn't possibly see us. The rain and wind had certainly driven everyone else under cover, and anyone still awake probably thought only a raving lunatic could be out there in such weather. And they were right. We kept going, moving away from the farm, still moving upward on the mountainside. But then all of my own personal dreads came out and whacked us. We walked straight out of the trees into a barren, harsh, sloping hillside. There was not a tree, not a bush, just wet shale, mud, small rocks, and boulders. The moon was directly in front of us, casting our long shadows onto the slope. This was my nightmare. Ever since I first stared at those plans back in the briefing room, the four of us starkly silhouetted against a treeless mountain above a Taliban-occupied village, we were an Afghan lookout's finest moment. Unmissable. "Holy shit," said Mikey. An avalanche of gunfire. We edged back the way we'd come, into the shadows cast by the last of the trees. About an hour before daylight, Mikey picked a spot where we could lay up. He chose a position over the brow of the summit, maybe 80 feet down, right on the uppermost escarpment. There were trees, some of them close together, but directly beyond them was more barren land. We dropped our heavy loads, the 4-mile journey complete, and tipped the grit and stones out of our boots. We were exhausted after our grueling 7-hour hike up and down this freaking mountain. Danny had the radio up, and he informed HQ and any patrolling aircraft that we were in position and good to go. But this was a little hasty, because right after that communication, the moon came out once more, and we swept the area with our nods and couldn't see a damn thing. Not even the village we were supposed to be surveying in search of Sharmak. The trees were in the way, and we could not move out of the trees because that put us back on exposed barren ground, where there were a few very small tree stumps still in the ground, but zero decent cover. Jesus Christ. Away to our right, the night sky above the highest peaks was brightening. Dawn was near. Lieutenant Murphy, as command controller, called the shot. "We're moving in 5. And so we picked up our heavy loads once more and set off back the way we'd come. After 100 yards, we found a down trail on the other side of the ridge, walked below the waypoint, and selected a prime spot in the trees overlooking the village, which was more than 1.5 miles away. We settled in, jamming ourselves against trees and rocks, trying to get into a position where we could rest on this almost sheer escarpment. Danny was in his yoga position, sitting cross-legged like a goddamn snake charmer, his back against his tree. Axe, ever alert, stood guard, blending into the mountain to my left, his rifle primed despite the quiet. He was probably doing a New York Times crossword, which he'd memorized word for word in his head. Then another major fog bank rolled in and settled over all of us and the valley below. There was again no way to see the village. It was plain we could not remain here in effective operational mode. Once more, we had to leave. Mikey and Axe were poring over the maps and scanning the mountain terrain above us where there was less fog. Danny and I had to keep looking toward the village, trying to use the glass, peering at whatever there was to be seen, which was nothing. Finally, Mikey said he was leaving, alone, just taking his rifle in search of a better spot. Then he changed his mind and took Axe with him. And I didn't blame him. This place was enough to give anyone the creeps, because you never knew who might be watching. Danny and I waited, and the sun climbed high over the peaks and began to dry our wet clothes. The others came back after maybe an hour, and Mikey said they'd found an excellent place for observing the village, but that cover was sparse. And once more we all hoisted our packs and set off to the new hiding place. It was only about 1,000 yards, but it took us an hour, moving along and then up the mountain, right onto that granite finger at the end of the ridge. And when we got there, I had to agree it was perfect, offering a brilliant angle on the village for the lens, the spotting scope, and the bullet. If Sharmak and his gang of villains were there, we'd get him. I stood there gazing at our new mountain stronghold with its massive sheer drops all around. It was perfect, but it was also highly dangerous. If an attacking force came upon us, especially at night, we'd have no choice but to fight our way out. If someone started firing RPGs at us, we'd all be blown to pieces. There was only one way out, the way we'd come. A skilled strategist like Sharmak could have blockaded us out here on this barren, stony point, and we'd have needed to kill a lot of guys to get out. And there was the ever-present disquieting thought that Sharmak's buddy Bin Laden might also be in the area, with probably the biggest al-Qaeda force we'd ever faced. This place had the most commanding views any surveillance team could wish for, but I still had a very uneasy feeling. So did the others. I was on glass, silently using the scope and binos. Murph was 50 yards away, positioned higher than me among some rocks. Axe was to my right, perched in an old tree stump hollow. Danny was down to the left in the last of the trees with the radio, hunkered down, the only one of us with any shade from the burning sun. It was approaching noon, and the sun was directly in the south, high, really high, almost straight above us. It was deathly quiet up there, just as silent as the night, and the silence was broken only by the occasional terse exchange between one seal and another, usually aimed toward Danny's privileged position in the shade, out of the direct rays of the sweltering mountain sun. "Hey, Danny, want to switch places?" "Fuck you." Suddenly I heard the unmistakable sound of soft footsteps right above me. Jesus Christ. And just as suddenly there was a guy, wearing a turban and carrying a fucking axe.
I grabbed my rifle and pointed it straight at him, which I considered might at least discourage him from beheading me. He was plainly more startled than I was, and he dropped the axe. I told the guy to sit down, and then something ridiculous happened. About 100 goats, all with little bells around their necks, came trotting up the mountain, swarming all around the spot where we were now standing. Then up over the hill came 2 more guys. All of us were now surrounded by goats, and I motioned for them to join their colleague on the ground. That's the Afghans, not the goats. Finally, Mikey and Danny made their way up through the bleeding herd and saw immediately what was going on. Like me, they noted that one of the 3 was just a kid, around 14 years old. I tried to ask them if they were Taliban, and they all shook their heads, the older men saying in English, "No Taliban, no Taliban." I gave the kid one of my power bars, and he scowled at me. Just put it down on a rock next to him with no thanks or nod of appreciation. The 2 adults glared at us, making it obvious they disliked us intensely. Of course, they were probably wondering what the hell we were doing wandering about their farm with enough weapons and ammunition to conquer an entire Afghan province. The question was, what did we do now? They were very obviously goat herds, farmers from the high country, or as it states in the pages of the Geneva Convention, unarmed civilians. The strictly correct military decision would still be to kill them without further discussion, because we could not know their intentions. How could we know if they were affiliated with a Taliban militia group or sworn by some tribal blood pact to inform the Taliban leaders of anything suspicious-looking they found in the mountains? Well, the military decision was clear. These guys could not leave there alive. I just stood there, looking at their filthy beards, rough skin, gnarled hands, and hard, angry faces. These guys did not like us. They showed no aggression, but neither did they offer or want the hand of friendship. "I think we should kill them, because we can't let them go," Axe said with the pure, simple logic of the born intellect. "And you, Danny?" "I don't really give a shit what we do," he said. "You want me to kill him? I'll kill him. Just give me the word. I only work here." "Marcus?" "Well, until right now I'd assumed killing him was our only option. I'd like to hear what you think, Murph." Mackie was thoughtful. "Listen, Marcus, if we kill him, someone will find their bodies real quick. For a start, these fucking goats are just gonna hang around. And when these guys don't get home for their dinner, their friends and relatives are going to head straight out to look for them, especially for this 14-year-old. The main problem is the goats, because they can't be hidden, and that's where people will look. When they find the bodies, the Taliban leaders will sing to the Afghan media. The media in the USA will latch onto it and write stuff about the brutish U.S. armed forces. Very shortly after that, we'll be charged with murder, the murder of innocent, unarmed Afghan farmers." I had to admit, I had not really thought about it quite like that. But there was a terrible reality about Mikey's words. Was I afraid of these guys? No. Was I afraid of their possible buddies in the Taliban? No. Was I afraid of the liberal media back in the USA? Yes. And I suddenly flashed on the prospect of many, many years in a U.S. civilian jail alongside murderers and rapists. And yet, as a highly trained member of the U.S. Special Forces, deep in my warrior's soul, I knew it was nuts to let these goat herds go. I tried to imagine what the great military figures of the past would have done. Napoleon, Patton, Omar Bradley, MacArthur. Would they have made the ice-cold military decision to execute these cats because they posed a clear and present danger to their men? If these Afghans blew the whistle on us, we might all be killed, right out here on this rocky, burning hot promontory, thousands and thousands of miles from home, light years from help. The potential force against us was too great. To let these guys go on their way was military suicide. All we knew was Sharmak had between 80 and 200 armed men. I looked at Mikey and told him, "Murph, we gotta get some advice." We both turned to Danny, who had fired up the comm system and was valiantly trying to get through to HQ. We could see him becoming very frustrated, like all comms operators do when they cannot get a connection. He kept trying, and we were rapidly coming to the conclusion the goddamn radio was up the creek. "That thing need new batteries?" I asked him. "No, it's fine, but they won't fucking answer me." The minutes went by. The goat herd sat still, Axe and Murph with their rifles aimed straight at him. Danny acting like he could have thrown the comm system over the goddamn cliff. "They won't answer," he said through gritted teeth. "I don't know why. It's like no one's there." "There must be someone there," said Murph, and I could hear the anxiety in his voice. "Well, there isn't," said Danny. Mike Murphy said quietly, "We got 3 options. We plainly don't want to shoot these guys because of the noise.
So number one, we could just kill them quietly and hurl the bodies over the edge. That's probably a 1,000-foot drop. Number two is we kill them right here. Cover them up as best we can with rocks and dirt. Either way, we get the hell out and say nothing, not even when the story comes out about the murdered Afghan goat herds, and some fucking headline back home which reads Navy SEALs under suspicion. Number three, we turn them loose, and still get the hell out in case the Taliban come looking. He stared at us. I can remember it just like it was yesterday. Axe said firmly, "We're not murderers, no matter what we do. We're on active duty behind enemy lines, sent here by our senior commanders. We have a right to do everything we can to save our own lives. The military decision is obvious. To turn them loose would be wrong." If this came to a vote, as it might, Axe was going to recommend the execution of the 3 Afghans. And in my soul, I knew he was right. We could not possibly turn them loose. But my trouble is, I have another soul, my Christian soul, and it was crowding in on me. Something kept whispering in the back of my mind, it would be wrong to execute these unarmed men in cold blood. And the idea of doing that, and then covering our tracks and slinking away like criminals, denying everything, would make it more wrong. To be honest, I'd have been happier to stand them up and shoot them right out in front and then leave them. They'd just be 3 guys who'd found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, casualties of war. And we'd just have to defend ourselves when our own media and politicians back in the USA tried to hang us on a murder charge. None of us liked the sneaky options, I could tell that. I guess all 4 of us were Christians. And if we were thinking like ordinary, law-abiding U.S. citizens, we would find it very hard to carry out the imperative military decision, the overriding one, the decision any great commander would have made. These guys can never leave this place alive. The possible consequences of that were unacceptable, militarily. Lieutenant Murphy said, "Axe, no choice." We all knew what he meant. "Danny, as before, I don't give a shit what you decide. Just tell me what to do." "Marcus, I don't know, Mikey." "Well, let me tell you one more time. If we kill these guys, we have to be straight about it. Report what we did. We can't sneak around this. Just so you all understand, their bodies will be found. The Taliban will use it to the max. They'll get it in the papers, and the U.S. liberal media will attack us without mercy. We will almost certainly be charged with murder. I don't know how you guys feel about that." "Marcus, I'll go with you. Call it." I just stood there. I looked again at these sullen Afghan farmers. I looked Mikey right in the eye, and I said, "We gotta let him go." It was the stupidest, most southern-fried, lame-brained decision I ever made in my life. I must have been out of my mind. I'd actually cast a vote which I knew could sign our death warrant. I'd turned into a fucking liberal, a half-assed, no-logic nitwit, all heart, no brain, and the judgment of a jackrabbit. At least that's how I look back on those moments now. Probably not then, but for nearly every waking hour of my life since. No night passes when I don't wake in a cold sweat thinking of those moments on that mountain. I'll never get over it. I cannot get over it. The deciding vote was mine, and it will haunt me till they rest me in an East Texas grave. Mikey nodded. "Okay," he said. "I guess that's 2 votes to 1. Danny abstains. We gotta let him go." I motioned for the 3 goat herds to get up, and I signaled them with my rifle to go on their way. They never gave one nod or smile of gratitude, and they surely knew we might very well have killed them. They put their hands behind their backs in that peculiar Afghan way and broke into a very fast jog up the steep gradient, the goats around us now trotting along to join them. From somewhere, A skinny, mangy brown dog appeared, dolefully enjoying the kid. That dog was a gruesome Afghan reminder of my own robust chocolate Labrador, Emma, back home on the ranch, always bursting with health and joy. I guess that's when I woke up and stopped worrying about the goddamn American liberals. "This is bad," I said. "This is real bad. What the fuck are we doing?" Axe shook his head. Danny shrugged. Mikey, to be fair, looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Like me, he was a man who knew a massive mistake had just been made. Thoughts raced through my mind. We'd had no comms, no one we could turn to for advice. Thus far, we had no semblance of a target in the village. We were in a very exposed position, and we appeared to have no access to air support. We couldn't even report in. Worse yet, we had no clue as to where the goat herds were headed. We watched them go, disappearing up the mountain, and the sense that we had done something terrible by letting them go was all-pervading. I could just tell. Not one of us was able to speak. We were like 4 zombies, hardly knowing whether to crash back into our former surveillance spots or leave right away. "What now?" asked Danny. Mikey began to gather his gear. "Move in 5, he said. We packed up our stuff, and right there in the noonday sun we watched the goat herds, far on the high horizon, finally disappear from view. We set off up the mountain, following in the hoof prints of the goats and their masters. We moved as fast as we could, but it took us between 40 minutes and 1 hour to cover the same steep ground. At the top, we could no longer see them. We tried the radio and still could not make a connection with home base. Right now, we sense we must remain in strictly defensive mode, lie low for a while and hope the Taliban had not been alerted, or if they had, that we would be too well hidden for them to locate us. For the moment, we were safe. Axe had the glass for 20 minutes, and then I took over for the next 20 minutes. Nothing stirred in the village. It had now been more than an hour and a half since we turned the goat herds loose, and it was still quiet and peaceful, hardly a breath of wind. By Christ, it was hot. Suddenly I heard Mikey make a familiar alert sound. "Sst, sst." I instinctively looked to the spot where I knew Axe would be covering our flank, and he was right there, rigid, in firing position, his rifle aimed straight up the mountain. Mikey was staring wide-eyed up the hill, calling orders, instructing Danny to call an immediate backup from HQ if he could make the radio work. I fixed my Mark 12 in firing position and looked up the hill. Lined along the top were between 80 and 100 heavily armed Taliban warriors, each one of them with an AK-47 pointing downward. Some were carrying rocket-propelled grenades. To the right and to the left, they were starting to move down our flanks. I knew they could see past me, but not at me. They could not have seen Axe or Danny. I was unsure whether they'd seen Mikey. My heart dropped directly into my stomach, and I cursed those fucking goat herds to hell, and myself for not executing them when every military code book ever written had taught me otherwise. Not to mention my own raging instincts, which had told me to go with Axe and execute them. And let the liberals go to hell in a mule cart and take with them all their fucking know-nothing rules of etiquette and war and human rights and whatever other bullshit makes them happy. You want to charge us with murder? Well, fucking do it. But at least we'll be alive to answer it. There was no escape by going straight up, and no possibility of moving left or right. Essentially, they had us trapped. If they had spotted us, I still was unsure. And so far, not a shot had been fired. I looked up the hill again, maybe 20 yards away. A hook-nosed Taliban warrior was peering straight at me through black eyes above a thick, black beard. The barrel of his AK-47 was pointed right at my head. Had he seen me? Would he open fire? How did the liberals feel about my position? No time, I guess. I fired once, blew his head off. And at that moment, all hell broke loose. The Taliban unleashed an avalanche of gunfire at us, straight down the mountain from every angle. Axe flanked left, trying to cut off the downward trail, firing non-stop. Mikey was blasting away straight over my head with everything he had. Danny was firing at him, trying to aim with one hand, desperately trying to rev up the radio with the other. I could hear Mikey shouting, "Danny! Danny, for Christ's sake, get that fucking thing working! Marcus, no options now, buddy! Kill them all!" The sound of AK-47s absolutely filled the air, deafening. I could see the Taliban guys falling all along the ridge. No one can shoot like us. I stayed right where I was in my original position, and I still seemed to be taking less fire than the others. But in the next couple of minutes they had identified my position, and the volume of fire directly at me was increasing. Right now all four of us were really amped up. We knew how to conduct a firefight like this, but we needed to cut down the enemy numbers, nail a few of those bastards real quick, give ourselves a better chance. It was hard for them to get us from directly above, which meant the flanks were our danger. I could see two of them making their way down, right and left. They were shooting in a kind of frenzy, but thank Christ, missing. I guess we were too, and suddenly I was taking heavy fire myself. Bullets were hitting rocks all around me. We'd been shooting them for all of 5 or 6 minutes, but every time we cleared that ridge high above us, it filled up again. It was as if they had reinforcements somewhere over the ridge, just waiting to come up to the front line. Whichever way we looked at it, they had a ton of guys trying to kill 4 SEALs. At this point, our options were non-existent. We still could not charge the top of the mountain because they'd cut us down like dogs. They had us left, and they had us right. We were boxed in on 3 sides, and there was never, not even for a couple of seconds, a lull in the gunfire. All 4 of us just kept banging away, cutting them down, watching them fall, slamming a new magazine into the breech, somehow holding them at bay. But this was impossible. We had to give up this high ground, and I had to get close enough to Mikey to agree on a strategy, hopefully to save our lives. I started to move, but Mikey, like the brilliant officer he was, had appreciated the situation and already called it. "Fall back!" Fall back. More like fall off. The freaking mountain, that is. A nearly sheer drop right behind us. God knows how far down. But an order's an order. I grabbed my gear and took a sideways step, trying to zigzag down the gradient, but gravity made the decision for me, and I fell headlong down the mountain, completing a full forward flip and somehow landed on my back, still going fast, heels flailing for a foothold. At least I thought I was going fast, but Murphy was right behind me. I could tell it was him because of the bright red New York City fireman's patch he'd worn since 9/11. That was actually all I saw. "See you at the bottom!" I yelled, but right then I hit a tree, and Mikey went past me like a bullet. I was going slower now, and I tried to take a step, but I fell again, and on I went, catching up to Mikey now, crashing, tumbling over the ground like we were both bouncing through a pinball machine. Ahead of us was a copse of trees on a slightly less steep gradient, and I knew this was our last hope before we plunged into the void. I had to grab something, anything. So did Mikey, and I could see him up ahead, grabbing at tree limbs, snapping them off, and still plummeting downward. In a split second, I knew that nothing could save either of us. We'd surely break our backs or necks, and then the Taliban would shoot us without mercy, as we would expect. Almost everything had been ripped away from me in the fall, everything except my ammunition and grenades. All my packs, the medical stuff, food, water, comms, phone. I'd even lost my helmet with the flag of Texas painted on it. I was damned if I wanted some fucking terrorist wearing that. I'd seen Mikey's radio aerial ripped off as we crashed downward. My gun strap had been ripped off me and my rifle ripped away. The trouble was, the terrain behind the tree copse was completely unknown to us, because we could not see it from above. If we had, we might never have jumped. The ground just swept upward and then ducked away downward, inverted like a goddamn ski jump. I rocketed up the lip of that back slope, making about 80 knots, on my back, feet first. In the air, I made 2 complete backflips, and I landed again feet first, on my back, still coming down the cliff face like a howitzer shell. And at that moment, I knew there was a God. First of all, I appeared not to be dead, which was right up there with Jesus walking on the water. But even more amazing was I could see my rifle not 2 feet from my right hand, as if God himself had reached down to me and given me hope. "Marcus," I heard him say, "you're gonna need this." I didn't know how far down we'd fallen, but it must have been 200 or 300 yards, and we were both still going very fast. I could see Mikey up ahead, and I honestly did not know whether he was dead or alive. It was just a person crashing through the dirt and boulders. If he had not broken every bone in his body, that too was a miracle. Me? I was too battered to hurt, and I could still see my rifle tumbling down beside me. That rifle never strayed more than 2 feet from my hand throughout this death-defying fall, and I'll always know it was guided by the hand of God, because there is no other explanation. We hit the bottom, both of us landing with terrific impact like we jumped off a goddamn skyscraper. It shook the wind out of me, and I gasped for breath, trying to work out how badly injured I was. My right shoulder hurt, my back hurt, and on one side of my face the skin had been more or less scoured away. I was covered in blood and bruised to hell. But I could stand, which was actually a really bad idea, because then the RPGs began to arrive, landing close, and I went down again. They exploded more or less harmlessly, but sent up clouds of dust, shale, and wood shards from the trees. Mikey was about 15 feet away. He still had his rifle strapped on. I turned to him, and his entire face was black with dust. Even his goddamn teeth were black. "You look like shit, man," I told him. "Fix yourself up." Despite everything, Mikey laughed, and then I noticed he'd been shot during the fall. There was blood pumping out of his stomach. But just then there was a thunderous explosion from one of the grenades, too close, much too close. We both wheeled around in the swirling dust and smoke, and there behind us were 2 large logs, actually felled trees. They were crossed over at the ends, like a pair of giant chopsticks, facing up the mountain, and we turned simultaneously and sprinted for cover. We cleared the logs and crashed down behind them, safe from gunfire attack for the moment. We were both still armed and ready to fight. We could see them plainly now, swarming down the flanks of the cliff we'd just crashed down. They were moving very fast, though not nearly as fast as we had. Mikey had a pretty good line on them, and mine wasn't bad. We opened fire straight at them, picking them off one by one as they moved in on us. Trouble was, there were so many, and it didn't seem to matter how many we killed, they just kept coming. These guys were not being led by some mad-eyed hysteric. They were being led by someone who understood the rudiments of what he was doing. Mikey was ignoring his wound and fighting like a SEAL officer should, uncompromising, steady, hard-eyed, and professional. I could see the guys on that left flank dropping down in their tracks as they raced toward us. On my side, every time they moved, I shot them. It was probably clear to them that Mikey and I could not be dislodged as long as the big logs covered us, and that's when they went to their biggest barrage of RPGs yet. These damn things trailing that familiar white smoke were unleashed at us from farther up the mountain. They landed to the front and side, but not behind, and they caused a tidal wave of blinding dirt, rocks, and smoke. All we knew of Axe and Danny was they were up the mountain, not yet having jumped as we had. We risked a look up through the gloom, and we saw a figure plummeting down the mountain just to the left of where we had fallen. Axe arrived in one piece, stunned and disoriented. But the Taliban could see him now, and they opened fire on him as he lay on the ground. "Run, Axe! Right here, buddy, run!" yelled Murph, top of his lungs. And Axe recovered his senses real quick, bullets flying all around him, and he cleared those logs and crashed into our hide, landing on his back. Without missing a beat, he slammed a new magazine into the breech and started hammering away. The three of us just kept going, shooting them down, hoping that we had punched a hole in their assault. But it sure as hell never seemed like it. Those guys were still swarming, still firing, and the noise was still deafening. Then, from high up on the main cliff, there was a sudden, unusual movement. Someone was falling, and it had to be Danny. The flailing body crashed through the high woods and flipped at the ski jump, tumbling all the way to the bottom, where it landed with a sickening thump, just as we all had. But Danny never moved, just lay there, either stunned or dead, and the folklore of the Brotherhood stood starkly before both Mikey and me. No SEAL was ever left alone to die on the battlefield. No SEAL. I dropped my rifle and cleared the log in one bound. Mikey came right after me. Axe kept firing, trying to give us cover as we ducked down and ran fast across the flat ground to the base of the cliff. Mikey was still pouring blood from his stomach, and I felt like I had a broken back, low down, base of my spine. We reached Danny together and dragged him back to the logs. Somehow, against truly staggering odds, we were all still going, all in one piece, except for the shot Mikey took. As the resident medic, I should have been able to help, but all my stuff had been ripped away in the fall, and there was no time to do anything except shoot these bastards who carried AK-47s and hope to Christ they'd give up, or at least run out of those RPGs. They could hurt someone if they weren't careful. Fuckers. Danny fought back, cleared his head, and tried to get up, but his face was rigid. He was in terrible pain, and then I saw the blood pouring out of his hand. "I've been shot, Marcus. Can you help me?" he said. "We've all been shot," replied Mikey. "Can you fight?" I stared at Danny's right hand. His thumb had been blown right off, and I saw him grit his teeth and nod, sweat streaming down his blackened face. He adjusted his rifle, banged in a new magazine with the butt of his hand, and faced the enemy once more. He glared up the mountain and opened fire with everything he had. Danny, Mikey, and Axe blasted that left flank while I held the right. And with all four barrels blazing, we tried to storm that left flank, maybe even fight our way back to the top if we could kill enough of them. But they also wanted the higher ground, and they reinforced their right flank, driving down from the top. We must have killed 50 or more of them, and all four of us were still fighting. There were so many of them, and we found ourselves slipping inexorably back down the hill as the turbaned warriors closed in on us. When they loosed off another battery of RPGs, we had no other option but to retreat and dive back behind the crossed logs before they blew our heads off. I'm guessing a dozen SEALs could have held and then destroyed them, but that would have been odds of around 10 or 11 to 1. We were only 4, and that was probably 35 to 1, which is known in military vernacular as a balls-to-the-walls situation, especially as we now seemed incapable of calling up the cavalry from HQ. Right here was a 21st century version of General Custer's Last Stand, Little Bighorn with turbans. But they hadn't gotten us yet. Our only option, however, was to get to flatter ground, and there wasn't any of that up here. There was only one way for us to go, backward and down. Straight down. Mike Murphy called it. "They'll kill us all if we stay here. Jump, guys, for fuck's sake, jump!" And once more, all four of us clutched our rifles, stood up, braved the flying bullets, and headed for the precipice. We leaped into the void, Mikey first, me next, then Axe, then Danny. The drop must have been about 30 or 40 feet down into a thicket of shrubs alongside a little stream. I landed directly on top of Mikey, then Axe and Danny landed on both of us. We spread out and took up firing position again. The Taliban were clambering down the rocks to our right, and I was trying to make sure none of them made it to the bottom. My rifle felt red hot, and I just kept loading and shooting, aiming and firing, wishing to hell I still had my Texas helmet. The Taliban had seen us and were raining bullets down, firing from a prime overhead spot. We moved back against the rocks, and Danny was shot again. They hit him in his lower back, and the bullet blew out of his stomach. He was still firing, Christ knows how, but he was. Danny's mouth was open, and there was blood trickling out. There was blood absolutely everywhere. It was hot, and the stench of it was unmistakable. The cordite was heavy in the air, and the noise, which had not abated since they first opened fire, was deafening. And then they opened up with the grenades again. We saw 'em coming, winging down that canyon right onto us. It was like the world was blowing up around us, with the flying rock splinters, some of them pretty large, clattering off the cliff walls, the ricocheting bullets, the swirling dust cloud enveloping the shrapnel and covering us, choking us, obscuring everything. Murph was trying to reassess the situation, desperately trying to make the right decision despite our limited options. Our enemy was now dead ahead. That and straight up, overhead. And that's bad. Murph and Danny had picked up the fight on the left and were still firing, still hitting them pretty good. I was firing upward, trying to pick them off between the rocks, and Axe had jammed himself into a good spot in the rocks and was blazing away at the oncoming turbines. Both Murph and I were hoping for a lull in the fire, which would signify we'd killed a significant number, but that never came. What came were reinforcements. Taliban reinforcements. Groups of guys moving up, replacing their dead, joining the front line. No three guys ever fought with higher courage than my buddies up there in those mountains. And damn near surrounded as we were, we still believed we would ultimately defeat our enemy. We still had plenty of ammunition. But then Danny was shot again, right through the neck, and he went down beside me. He dropped his rifle and slumped to the ground. He managed to clamber to his feet, trying to tell me he was okay even though he'd been shot 4 times. Danny couldn't speak now, but he wouldn't give in. He propped himself up against a rock for cover and opened fire again at the Taliban, signaling he might need a new magazine as his very lifeblood poured out of him. I just stood there for a moment, helplessly, fighting back my tears, witnessing a brand of valor I had never before been privileged to see. If we could grab one of those houses in the village and make a stand, we would be hard to dislodge. 4 SEALs firing from solid cover will usually get the job done. All we needed to do was coax the Taliban down there. Although if things didn't get a whole lot better in the next few minutes, we might not make it ourselves. The final battle for Murphy's Ridge. "Fall back! Axe and Marcus first!" Lieutenant Mike Murphy bellowed. Axe and I sprinted for the edge, while Murph and Danny, tucked into the rocks, drew fire and covered our escape. I had no idea whether Danny could even move again with all his wounds. Lying right along the top of the cliff was a tree trunk with a kind of hollow underneath it. Axe made straight for that hole because the tree trunk would give him cover as he plunged down to whatever the hell was over the goddamn cliff. The slimly built Axe hit the ground like a javelin, skidded fast into the hollow, shot straight under the log and out into space. I hit the ground like a Texas longhorn and came to a grinding halt, stuck fast under the log. Couldn't go forward, couldn't go back. Fuck me. Was this a bummer or what? The Taliban had seen me by now. A volley of bullets screamed around me. I heaved at the log, but I could not move that sucker. I was pinned down. Suddenly I saw the stark white smoke trail of an incoming RPG against the mountain. It smashed into the tree trunk right next to me and exploded with a shattering blast as I tried frantically to turn away from it. I can't tell what happened next, but it blew the goddamn trunk clean in half and shot me straight over the cliff. I guess it was about 15 feet down to where Axe was moving into firing position. Considering I'd just been blown over the ledge like a freaking human cannonball, I was pretty lucky to be still standing. And there, right next to me on the ground, was my rifle, placed there by the hand of God himself. That rifle had so far fought 3 separate battles in 3 different places, been ripped out of my grasp twice, been blown over a cliff by a powerful grenade, fallen almost 900 feet down a mountain, and was still somehow right next to my outstretched hand. Fluke? Believe what you will. My own faith will remain forever unshaken. I picked it up and moved back into the rocks where Axe was now picking up fire from the enemy. Mikey and Danny had both somehow made the leap down here to the lower level, near the stream, where the Taliban assault was not quite so bad. Axe was okay, but badly battered, and Danny and Mikey were soaked in blood from their wounds. When that grenade blew me over the cliff, it probably should have killed me. But the only new injury I had sustained was a broken nose, which I got when I hit the deck semi-conscious. To be honest, it hurt like hell, along with my back, and I was bleeding all over my gear. However, I had not been seriously shot, as 2 of my team had. Axe was holding the tribesmen off, leaning calmly on a rock, firing up the hill, the very picture of an elite warrior in combat. No panic, rock steady, firing accurately, conserving his ammunition, missing nothing. I was close to him in a similar stance, and we were both hitting them pretty good. One guy suddenly jumped up from nowhere a little above us, and I shot him dead, about 30 yards range. But we were trapped. Again. There were still around 80 of these maniacs coming down at us, and that's a heck of a lot of enemies. I'm not sure what their casualty rate was, because both Mikey and I estimated Sharmak had thrown 140 men minimum into this fight. Mikey worked his way alongside me and said with vintage Murphy humor, "Man, this really sucks." I turned to face him and told him, "We're gonna fucking die out here if we're not careful." "I know," he replied. And the battle raged on. The massed, wild gunfire of a very determined enemy against our more accurate, better trained response, superior concentration, and war-fighting know-how. But Danny was in all kinds of trouble, and I was afraid he might lose consciousness. And then they shot him again, right at the base of the neck. I watched in horror as Danny went down, this beautiful guy, husband of Patsy, a friend of mine for 4 years, a guy who had always been last away while we retreated, a guy who had provided our covering fire until he couldn't stand anymore. And now he lay on the ground, blood pouring from his 5 wounds. And I was supposed to be a fucking SEAL medic, and I could not do a damn thing for him without getting us all killed. I dropped my rifle and climbed over the rock, running across open ground to get to him. All right. No hero bullshit. I was crying like a baby. Danny was saturated in blood, still conscious, still trying to fire his rifle at the enemy. But he was in a face-down position. I told him to take it easy while I turned him over. "Come on, Dan, we're going to be all right." He nodded, and I knew he could not speak and would probably never speak again. I raised him by the shoulders and hauled him into an almost sitting position. Then, grasping him under the arms, I started to drag him backward toward cover. And would you believe, that little Iron Man opened fire at the enemy once again, almost lying on his back, blasting away up the hill while I kept dragging. We'd gone about 8 yards when everything I dreaded came true. Here I was, just about defenseless, trying to walk backward, both hands full, when a Taliban fighter suddenly loomed up out of the rocks to our right. He was right on top of us, looking down, a smile on his face as he aimed that AK-47 straight at my head. Neither of us saw him in time to return fire. I just said a quick prayer and stared back at him, which was precisely when Axe banged 2 bullets right between his eyes, killed that tribesman stone dead instantly. I got Danny to the rock face just a few yards from Mikey, and it was clear the enemy had nearly managed to surround us for the 4th time today. Danny was still alive and willing to fight, and Mikey was now fighting shoulder to shoulder with Axe, and they were inflicting heavy damage. I still thought we had a chance of getting out, but once more the only option was down, toward that village and onto the flat ground. I yelled out loudly, "Axe, moving!" He had time to shout back, "Roger that," before they shot him in the chest. I watched his rifle fall from his grasp. He slumped forward and slipped all the way to the ground. This could not be happening. Matt Axelson, a family fixture, Morgan's best friend, a part of our lives. I started calling his name irrationally over and over. Privately, I thought Danny was dying, and all I could see was a stain of blood gathering in the red dirt where Axe was slumped. But then Axe reached for his rifle and got up. He leveled the weapon, got a hold of another magazine, shoved it into the breech, and opened fire again, blood pumping out of his chest. Murph was masterminding a way down the escarpment, and still the bullets were humming around us as the Taliban started their pursuit. Mikey and Axe were about 75 yards in front, and I was dragging Danny along while he did everything he could to help, trying to walk, trying to give us cover and fire. "It's okay, Danny," I kept saying. "We just need to catch up with the others. It's gonna be all right." Right then a bullet caught him full in the upper part of his face. I heard it hit home. I turned to help him, and the blood from his head wound spilled over us both. I called out to him, but it was too late. He wasn't fighting the terrible pain anymore, and he couldn't hear me. Danny Dietz died right there in my arms. I don't know how quickly hearts break, but that nearly broke mine. And still the gunfire never abated. I dragged Danny off the open ground maybe 5 feet, and then I said goodbye to him. I lowered him down, and I had to leave him or else die out here with him. But I knew one thing for certain. I still had my rifle, and I was not alone, and neither was Danny, a devout Roman Catholic. I left him with God. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Finally, I caught up with Axe and Mikey. I told them about Danny. They were appalled, completely shocked. We wanted to go back for our fallen teammate, but we could not continue this firefight while carrying around a body. The Taliban were again closing in. Gunfire was coming in from underneath us now. We could see the tribesmen still swarming. I thought there were now only about 50, maybe 60, but the bullets and grenades were still flying. The 3 of us could see the village 1.5 miles distant, and it remained our objective. I knew we were not in great shape, but we were still SEALs. Nothing can ever take that away. We were still confident, and we were never gonna surrender. Trouble was, we couldn't get down there, at least not right then, because once more we were pinned down. The only escape was to go down, but our only defensive strategy was to go up. We had to get off this ground, away from the ricochets, back up the left flank. I led the way back up the rocks, blasting away, shooting down anyone I could see. But they caught on to that real quick, and now they really unloaded on us, Russian-made rocket grenades. The ground shook. The noise was worse than any blast all day. The stream splashed over its banks. This was one gigantic Taliban effort to finish us. We hit the deck, jamming ourselves into our rocky crevasse, heads down to avoid the lethal flying debris, rock fragments, and shrapnel. Above me I could see the tree line, but the Taliban knew our objective, and as we tried to fight our way forward, they drove us back with sheer weight of fire. We tried, against all the odds, and just could not make it. They'd knocked us back again, and we retreated down, making a long, pathetic loop back the way we'd come. But once more we landed up in a good spot, a sound defensive position, well protected by the rock face on either side. Again we tried to take the fight to them, picking our targets and driving them back, making some ground now toward the village. They were up and screaming at us, yelling as the battle almost became close quarters. We yelled right back and kept firing, but there were still so many of them. And then they got into better position and shot Mikey Murphy through the chest. He came toward me, asking him if I could give him another magazine, and then I saw Axe stumbling toward me, his head pushed out, blood running down his face, bubbling out of the most shocking head wound. "They shot me, bro," he said. "The bastard shot me. Can you help me, Marcus?" What could I say? What could I do? I couldn't help except by trying to fight off the enemy, and Axe was standing right in my line of fire. I tried to help him get down behind a rock, and I turned to Mikey, who was obviously badly hurt now. "Can you move, buddy?" I asked him. And he groped in his pocket for his mobile phone, the one we dared not use because it would betray our position. And then Lieutenant Murphy walked out into the open ground. He walked until he was more or less in the center, gunfire all around him, and he sat on a small rock and began punching in the numbers to HQ. I could hear him talking. "My men have taken heavy fire. We're getting picked apart. My guys are dying out here. We need help." And right then, Mikey took a bullet straight in the back. I saw the blood spurt from his chest. He slumped forward, dropping his phone and his rifle. But then he braced himself, grabbed them both, sat upright again, and once more put the phone to his ear. I heard him speak again. "Roger that, sir. Thank you." And he stood up and staggered out to our bad position, the one guarding our left, and Mikey just started fighting again, firing at the enemy. He was hitting them, too. Only I knew what Mikey had done. He'd understood we had only one realistic chance, and that was to call in help. He also knew there was only one place from which he could possibly make that cell phone work, out in the open, away from the cliff walls. Knowing the risk, understanding the danger, in the full knowledge the phone call could cost him his life, Lieutenant Michael Patrick Murphy, son of Maureen, fiancé of the beautiful Heather, walked out into the firestorm. His objective was clear, to make one last valiant attempt to save his two teammates. He made the call, made the connection. He reported our approximate position, the strength of our enemy, and how serious the situation was. When they shot him, I thought mortally, he kept talking. "Roger that, sir. Thank you. Will those words ever dim in my memory, even if I live to be 100? Will I ever forget them? Would you? And was there ever a greater SEAL team commander, an officer who fought to the last, and as perhaps his dying move risked everything to save his remaining men? If they build a memorial to him as high as the Empire State Building, it won't ever be high enough for me." Mikey was still alive, and he carried on, holding the left. I stayed on the right, both of us firing carefully and accurately. I was still trying to reach slightly higher ground, but every time I tried to advance even a few feet higher, the Taliban drove me back. Mikey, too, was still trying to climb higher, and he actually made it some of the way, into a rock strata above where I was standing. It was a good spot from which to attack, but defensively poor. And I knew this must surely be Mikey's last stand. Just then, Axe walked right by me in a kind of daze. Then I saw the wound, the right side of his head almost blown away. Axe, come on, old buddy, get down there. Right down there. I was pointing at the one spot in the rocks we might find protection. And he tried to raise his hand in act of confirmation that he'd heard me. But he couldn't. And he kept walking, slowly, hunched forward, no longer clutching his rifle. He was down to just his pistol, but I knew he could not hold that, aim, and fire. I knew Axe was dying. Märcü was still firing, but suddenly I heard him scream my name, the most bone-chilling, primeval scream. "Help me, Marcus! Please help me!" He was my best friend in all the world, but he was 30 yards up the mountain, and I could not climb to him. I could hardly walk, and if I'd moved 2 yards out of my protected position, they would have hit me with 100 bullets. Nonetheless, I edged out around the rocks to try and give him cover and fire, to force these bastards back, give him a breather until I could find a way to get up there without getting mowed down. And all the time, he was screaming, calling out my name, begging me to help him live. And there was nothing I could do except die with him. Even then, with only a couple of magazines left, I still believed I could nail these fuckers in the turbines and somehow save him and Axe. I just wanted Märcü to stop screaming, for his agony to end. But every few seconds, he cried out for me again. And every time it happened, I felt like I'd been stabbed. There were tears welling uncontrollably out of my eyes, not for the first time on this day. I would have done anything for Märcü. I'd have laid down my own life for him. But my death right here in this outcrop of rocks was not going to save him. If I could save him, it would be by staying alive. And then, as suddenly as it began, the screaming stopped. I moved slightly forward and looked up there, in time to see 4 Taliban warriors come down and fire several rounds into his fallen body. I still hear Märcü screaming, every night. For several weeks I thought I might be losing my mind because I could never push it aside. There were 1 or 2 frightening occasions when I heard it in broad daylight and found myself pressed against a wall, my hands covering my ears. I always thought these kinds of psychiatric problems were suffered by other people, ordinary people, not by Navy SEALs. I now know the reality of them. I also doubt whether I will ever sleep through the night again. Danny was dead. Märcü was now dead, and Axe was dying. Right now there were 2 of us, but only just. I resolved to walk down to where Axe was hiding and to die there with him. There was, I knew, unlikely to be a way out. There were still maybe 50 of the enemy, perhaps by now hunting only me. When I reached Axe, he was sitting in a hollow, and he'd fixed a temporary bandage on the side of his head. I stared at him, wondering where those cool blue eyes of his had gone. The eyes in which I could now see my own reflection were blood black, the sockets filled from the terrible wound in his skull. I smiled at him because I knew we would not walk this way again, at least not together, not on this earth. Axe did not have long. If he'd been in the finest hospital in North America, Axe would still not have had long. The life was ebbing out of him, and I could see this powerful super athlete growing weaker by the second. "Hey, man," I said, "you're all fucked up." And I tried pitifully to fix the bandage. "Marcus, they got us good, man." He spoke with difficulty, as if trying to concentrate, and then he said, "You stay alive, Marcus, and tell Cindy I love her. Matthew Gene Axelson, husband of Cindy, fired at the enemy until he could no longer hold his weapon. He was just past his 29th birthday, and in his dying moments I never took my eyes off him. I don't think he could hear me any longer, but his eyes were open, and we were still together, and I refused to allow him to die alone. Right then, one of those super powerful Russian grenades came in and blew me sideways, right out of the hollow and over the edge of the goddamn ravine. I lost consciousness before I hit the bottom, and when I came to, I was in a different hollow, and my first thought was I'd been blinded by the explosion, 'cause I couldn't see a thing. However, after a few seconds, I gathered my wits and realized I was upside down in the freaking hole. I still had my eyesight and a few other working parts, but my left leg seemed paralyzed, and to a lesser degree so was my right. It took me God knows how long to wriggle out onto flat ground and claw my way into the cover of a rock. My ears were zinging, I guess from the blast of the grenade. I looked up and saw I had fallen a pretty good way down. The gunfire had ceased. For the first time in maybe an hour and a half, I was apparently not being actively hunted. Aside from being unable to stand, I had two other very serious problems. The first was the total loss of my pants. They'd been blown right off me. The second was the condition of my left leg, which I could scarcely feel, but which was a horrific sight, bleeding profusely and full of shrapnel. I had no bandages, nothing medical. I had been able to do nothing for my teammates, and I could do nothing for myself, except try to stay hidden. It was not a promising situation. I was damn sure I'd broken my back, and probably my shoulder. I'd broken my nose, and my face was a total mess. I couldn't stand up, never mind walk. At least one leg was wrecked, and maybe the other. I was paralyzed in both thighs, and the only way I could move was to belly crawl. Unsurprisingly, I was dazed. And through this personal fog of war, there was yet one more miracle for me to recognize. Not 2 feet from where I was lying, half hidden by dirt and shale well out of sight of the enemy, was my Mark 12 rifle, and I still had 1.5 magazines left. I prayed before I grabbed it, because I thought it might be just a mirage and that when I tried to hold it, well, it might just disappear. But it did not, and I felt the cold steel in the hot air as my fingers clasped it. I prayed again, imploring him for guidance, but there was no sound. My God had not spoken again, but neither had he forsaken me. For the first time, I was entirely alone. I had only one teammate now, and he moved, as ever, in mysterious ways. But I was a Christian, and he had somehow saved me from 1,000 AK-47 bullets on this day. No one had shot me, which was well nigh beyond all comprehension. For a few minutes there was no gunfire, and I was beginning to assume they thought I was dead. Wrong, Marcus. The Taliban AKs opened up again, and suddenly there were bullets flying everywhere. They were ripping into the earth and shale across a wide range, most of them, thank Christ, well away from me. It was clear they thought I might be still alive, but equally clear they had not yet located me. They were trying to flush me out, blazing away right across the spectrum, hoping someone would finally hit me and finish me. Or better yet, that I would come out with my hands high so the murdering little bastards could cut my head off or indulge in one of their other attractive little idiosyncrasies before telling that evil little television station Al Jazeera how they had conquered the infidels. I think I've mentioned my view about surrender. I rammed another magazine into the breech of my miraculous rifle and somehow crawled over this little hill, through the hail of bullets, right into the side of the mountain. No one saw me, no one hit me. I wedged myself into a rocky crevasse. There were huge rocks to both sides protecting me. Rocks and sand kept falling down on me as the Taliban warriors scrambled around above my position. But this crevasse provided sensational cover and camouflage. My line of vision was directly ahead. I realized I couldn't move or change position, at least in broad daylight I couldn't, and it was imperative I hide the blood which was leaking from my battered body. I took stock of my injuries. My left leg was still bleeding pretty bad, and I packed the wounds with mud. I had a big cut on my forehead, which I also packed with mud. Both legs were numb. I was not going anywhere, at least not for a while. I had no medical kit, no maps, no compass. I had my bullets, and I had my gun, and I had a decent view off my mountain, straight ahead over the canyon to the next mountain. I had no pants and no buddies, but no one could see me. I eased myself into a relatively comfortable position and aimed my rifle outward. If enough of them discovered me, I guess I'd quickly be going to join Danny, Axe, and Mikey. But not before I'd killed a whole lot more of them. As the time passed, I could see the Taliban guys right across the canyon, running up and down, seemed like hundreds of them, plainly searching, scouring the mountain they knew so well, looking for me. It was the first time in my entire 6-year career as a Navy SEAL I had been really scared. At one point late in the afternoon, the mountainside cleared. Swarms of Taliban warriors were running in the same direction. I now know where they were going. While I was lying there in my crevasse, the worst disaster ever to befall the SEALs in any conflict in our more than 40-year history was taking place on the hills of the Hindu Kush. Mikey had succeeded in getting through to the Quick Reaction Force, QRF, in Asadabad. That last call from his cell phone that essentially cost him his life was successful. And Lieutenant Commander Christensen, our acting CO, sounded the alarm, summoning the boys to action stations. He ordered the men of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, SOAR, the fabled Night Stalkers, to get the big Army MH-47 Helo ready, right there on the runway. Guys charged into position, desperate to help, cramming as much ammunition as they could into their pouches, grabbing rifles and running for the Chinook, its rotors already screaming. My SDV Team 1 guys were instantly there. Petty Officers James Sue and Shane Patton reached the helo first. Then, scrambling aboard, came the massively built Senior Chief Dan Healy, the man who had masterminded Operation Red Wing. Then came the SEAL Team 10 guys, Lieutenant Mike McGreevy Jr. of New York, Chief Jacques Fontaine of New Orleans, Petty Officers First Class Jeff Lucas from Oregon and Jeff Taylor from West Virginia. Finally, still shouting that his boys needed every gun they could get, came Lieutenant Commander Eric Christensen, the man who knew perhaps better than anyone that the 8 SEALs in that helo were about to risk a lethal daytime insertion in a high mountain pass, right into the jaws of an enemy that might outnumber them by dozens to one. Christensen knew he did not have to go. In fact, perhaps he should not have gone, stayed instead at his post, central to control and command. But Eric Christensen was a SEAL, to his fingertips. And what he knew above all else was that he had just heard a desperate cry for help from his brothers, from a man he knew well and trusted. There was no way Eric was not going to answer that call. The MH-47 took off and headed over the 2 mountain ranges. It came into land at just about the same spot we had fast roped in at the start of the mission, around 5 miles from where I was now positioned. The plan was for the rescue team to rope it down just the same, and when the 30 seconds call came, I guess the lead guys edged toward the stern ramp. What no one knew was the Taliban had some kind of bunker back there, and as the MH-47 tilted back for the insert and the ropes fell away for the climb down, the Taliban fired a rocket-propelled grenade straight through the open ramp. It shot clean past the heads of the lead group and blew with a shattering blast against the fuel tanks, turning the helo into an inferno, stern and midships. Several of the guys were blown out and fell, some of them burning to their deaths, from around 30 feet. They smashed into the mountainside and tumbled down. The impact was so violent, our search and rescue parties later found gun barrels snapped in half among the bodies. The big MH-47 just fell out of the sky and crashed with thunderous impact onto the mountainside, swayed, and then rolled with brutal force over and over, smashing itself to pieces on a long 200-yard downward trail to extinction. There was nothing left, and no survivors. My close SDV Team 1 buddies, James, Chief Dan, and young Shane, were all gone. It was as well I did not know this as I lay there in my crevasse. I'm not sure I could have coped with it. Weeks later, I broke down when I saw the photographs, mostly because it was me they were all trying to rescue. At the time, I knew nothing of this. I only knew something had happened that had caused a lot of Taliban to get very obviously excited. And soon I could see U.S. aircraft flying right along the canyon in front of me. A-10s and AH-64 Apache helicopters. Some of them were so close I could see the pilots. I pulled my PRC-148 radio out of my pouch and tried to make contact, but I could not speak. My throat was full of dirt. My tongue was sticking to the roof of my mouth, and I had no water. But I knew I was in contact because I could hear the aircrew talking, so I fired up my emergency distress beacon on the radio and transmitted that. They picked it up. I know they did because I could hear them plainly. "Hey, you getting that beacon?" "Yeah, we got it, but no further information." The trouble was, the Taliban steal those radios if they can, and they often use them to lure the U.S. helicopters down. So the American pilots were extremely jumpy about trying to put down in response to a beacon because they did not know who the hell was aiming it. My radio headset had been ripped away during my fall down the mountain, but I still had the wires, and I somehow rigged up 2 of my chem lights, which glow when you break them in half, and fixed them to the defunct radio wires. And then I whirled this homemade slingshot around my head in a kind of luminous buzzsaw the first moment I saw a helicopter in the area. I also had an infrared strobe light that I could fire up, and I had the laser from my rifle, which I took off and aimed at the regular U.S. flyby. Jesus Christ, I was a living, breathing distress signal. There's got to be someone watching these mountains. But soon my optimism turned to outright gloom. From where I was lying, it looked like I'd been abandoned for dead. By now, with the sun declining behind the mountains, I had almost all of the feeling back in my legs, and this gave me hope that I might be able to walk, although I knew the pain might be a bit fierce. I was also getting dangerously thirsty. I knew I had to get myself out, first to water, and then to safety, because it sure as hell didn't look like anyone was going to find me. I saw the last long rays of the mountain sun cast their gigantic shadows through the canyon before me, and just as certainly, I saw the glint of the silver barrel of an AK-47 right across from me, on the far cliff face, maybe 150 yards. And now I could see the tribesman in question. He was just standing there, his shirt sleeves rolled up, wearing a blue and white checkered vest, holding his rifle in the familiar low-slung grip of the Afghans. I did not know how many of his buddies were within shooting range, but I did know if he got a clear sight across that canyon and somehow spotted me, I was essentially history. I decided this was not a risk I was prepared to take. Very carefully, hardly daring to breathe, I raised the Mark 12 into the firing position. He was bang in the crosshairs of my telescopic sight. I squeezed the trigger and hit him straight between the eyes. I just had time to see the blood bloom out in the center of his forehead, and then I watched him topple over the edge, down into the canyon. He must have fallen 200 feet, screaming with his dying breath all the way. Almost immediately, 2 of his colleagues ran into the precise spot where he had been standing, directly across from me. Once more, I slowly raised my rifle. My first shot killed the one on the right instantly, and I watched him tumble over the edge. The second one, understanding for certain now that there was an enemy at large, raised his gun and scanned the cliff face where I was still flat on my back. I hit him straight in the chest. Then I fired a second time in case he was still breathing and able to cry out. He fell forward without a sound and went to join his two buddies on the canyon floor. The friendly clatter of the U.S. Apaches had gone now. No one was looking for me. And by far my biggest problem was water. Aside from the fact I was still bleeding and couldn't stand up, the thirst was becoming desperate. My tongue was still clogged with dust and dirt, and I still could not speak. I'd lost my water bottle on the mountain during the first crashing fall with Mikey, and it had now been 9 hours since I'd had a drink. I gathered up my gear and stepped out of my redoubt into the absolute pitch black and deathly silence of the Hindu Kush. Blown up, shot, and presumed dead. I knew it was a hell of a long way to the top, and I would have to move sideways like a delta crab if I was going to make it. It was also going to take me all night, but somehow I had to get up there, all the way to the top. It would be flat up there, so if it came down to another firefight, I would have a good chance. No guys firing down on me, and a helo could get in and then get out in the upper flatlands. Also, my radio reception would be better up there. I jammed my rifle into my belt, so I had 2 hands to grip. But before I'd made the first 20 feet going slightly right, I slipped badly, which was a very scary experience. The gradient was almost sheer straight down to the valley floor. Then I picked it up again, clawing my way up, facing the mountain and grabbing hold of anything I could with a grip like a mechanical digger. You'd have needed a chainsaw to pry me off that cliff face. All I knew was, if I fell, I'd probably plummet several hundred feet to my death, which was good for the concentration. I'd been going for a couple of hours when I sensed I heard something behind me. I lay flat, stock still on the mountain, and then I heard it again, the distinct snap of a twig or a branch. I estimated it was maybe 200 yards behind me. Right then my hearing was at some kind of peak in this ultra-quiet high country. I could have picked up the soft fart of a billy goat a mile away. Then I heard it once more. Not the billy goat, the twig. And I knew for absolute certain I was being followed. The presence of an unseen Afghani tracker was very bad news for me. I decided to press on and hope they did not decide to open fire. Meantime, I was so thirsty I thought I might die before that hour approached. I was trying everything. I was breaking the thinnest tree branches off and sucking at them for liquid. I sucked at the grass when I found some, hoping for a few drops of Mountain Dew. I even tried to wring out my socks to find just a taste of water. Way below I could see the lights from a couple of lanterns, and I thought I could see the flicker and flame of a fire. I gathered myself and took a step forward, and in that split second I realized I had stepped into the void. I just fell clean off that mountain, straight down through the air. I hit the side of the mountain with a terrific bang, knocked the breath right out of me. Then I rolled, crashing through a copse of trees, trying to grab something to slow me down. Finally, I stopped on the edge of yet another precipice, which I sensed rather than saw. And I just lay there gasping for breath for a good 20 minutes, scared to death I'd find myself paralyzed. But I wasn't. I could stand. I still had my rifle, although my strobe light had gone, and somehow I had to get back up to my highest point. The lower I was positioned down this mountain, the less my chance of getting rescued. I must go upward. And so I set off again. I climbed, slipped, and scrambled for 2 more hours, until I thought I was more or less back to the point where I'd fallen off the mountain. It was 0200 now, and I'd been going for a long time, maybe 6 or 7 hours. The pain was becoming diabolical, but in a way I was relieved I still had feeling in that left leg. The Taliban army was still following me. They were certainly a bigger force now than they had been 2 hours ago. I could hear them all around, more and more people searching for me, dogs barking maybe a half-mile back. With no compass, only my watch, I had to revert to navigation by the stars, which mercifully were now out. I think at this point I may have been suffering from hallucinations, that very odd sensation when you cannot really tell reality from a dream. Like most SEALs, I'd experienced it before, at the back end of Hell Week. But right now I was becoming very lightheaded. I was a hunted animal, all alone in wild country, and I tried to pretend my buddies were still alive. I invented some kind of a formation with Danny climbing out on my right flank, axe up to the left, and Mikey calling the shots in the rear. I think I was reaching the end of my tether, but I kept telling myself this was just Hell Week all over again. Whatever these bastards threw at me, I could take it. I might have been losing my marbles, but I was still a SEAL. The sun was up, and it was growing hotter. I kept going for another 4 or 5 hours, and the hallucinations were getting worse. I kept wanting to ask Mikey what we should do. My mouth and throat had just about seized up. I could barely move my parched tongue, which was now firmly stuck to the roof of my mouth. I was afraid if I tried to move it, it would tear the skin off. I cannot describe the feeling. I had to get water. Every bone in my body was crying out for rest, but I knew if I stopped and perhaps slept, I would die. Eventually I found myself in the most beautiful green forest. So beautiful I wondered whether it might be a mirage. There were soft ferns, deep green grasses, and tall, shady evergreens. A scene of verdant, lush mountain growth. Jesus Christ, there had to be water down here somewhere. I paused often, listening intently for the sound of a running stream, but there was only silence, that shattering, merciless silence of the high country where no roads carve into the landscape, where no machines disrupt and pollute the air, where there are no automobiles or tractors, no television, radio, or even electricity. Nothing. Just nature. The way it's been for thousands of years up here in this land of truly terrible beauty and ravenous hatred. Much of the time I was just crawling, hands and knees, trying to ease the pain in my left leg. I was full of despair, wondering if I might black out, begging my God to help me. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. That's the 23rd Psalm, of course. We think of it as the Psalm of the SEALs. It is repeated at all of our religious services, all funerals. Too many funerals. I know it by heart, and I clung to its message that even in death I would not be abandoned. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. It was all I had, just a plaintive cry to a God who was with me, but whose ways were becoming unclear to me. I had been saved from more or less certain death, and I was still armed with my rifle. But I did not know what to do anymore, except keep trying. I kept repeating the 23rd Psalm in my head, over and over, trying to stop myself from breaking down. I was scared, freezing cold, without shelter or proper clothes, and I just kept saying it. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. That's how far I was in the prayer when I heard the water for the first time. I could not believe it. There it was, unmistakable, way below me, a brook, maybe even a small waterfall. In this pure mountain air, amid this awesome silence, that was swiftly flowing water. I had to find a way down to it. I thought of home, and my mom and my dad, and my brothers and friends. Did any of them know about me and what had happened? Maybe they thought I was dead. And in those fleeting seconds I was overwhelmed by the sadness, the heartbreaking, crushing sadness of what this would mean to my mom, the lady who always told me I was Mama's angel. What I did not know at the time but learned later was that everyone thought I was dead. Back home it was now sometime in the small hours of Wednesday morning, June 29th, and several hours previously a television station had announced that a 4-man SEAL reconnaissance team that was on a mission in the northeast mountains of Afghanistan had all been killed in action. My name was among the 4. The station, like the rest of the world's media, had also announced the loss of the MH-47 helicopter with everyone on board, 8 SEALs and 8 members of the 160th SOAR Night Stalkers, which made 20 Special Forces dead, the worst special ops catastrophe ever. My mom collapsed. By the middle part of that Tuesday evening, people had begun to arrive at the ranch. Local people, our friends, people who wanted to be with my mom and dad, just in case there was anything they could do to help. They arrived in trucks, cars, SUVs, and on motorbikes, a steady stream of families who all said damn near the same thing. We just want to be with you. Shortly after 2 a.m. in Texas, the SEALs began to arrive at the ranch from Coronado. Lieutenant John Jones, JJ, in company with Chief Chris Gothrow, flew in, with bosun's mate Ted Gill, one of the strongest men I know. Lieutenant David Duffield arrived from Coronado right afterward, with John Owens and Jeremy Franklin. Lieutenant Josh Wynn and Lieutenant Nathan Shoemaker came in from Virginia Beach. Gunner's mate First Class Justin Pittman made the journey from Florida. I should stress that none of this was planned or orchestrated. They just came. Strangers mingling with friends, united, I suppose, in grief for a lost brother. And there to greet them all with my mom and dad was the mighty figure of Billy Shelton. No one had ever seen him in tears before. It's often that way with the toughest of men. Chief Guthrow immediately told my parents he did not give a damn what the media said. There was no confirmation that any of the original 4-man SEAL team was dead, although it was highly likely they had not all survived. He knew about Mikey's last call. My guys are dying out here. But there was no certainty about any of it. He told Mom to have faith, told her no SEAL was dead until there was a body. And then Morgan arrived and told them all straight out I was alive, and that was an end to it. He said he'd been in contact with me, had felt my presence. He thought I may have been injured, but I was not dead. God damn it, I know he's not dead, he said. If he was, I'd know. Meantime, back up the goddamn mountain, I was listening to the distant flow of water, hanging onto the tree, leaning out, wondering how to get down there without killing myself in the process. That's when the Taliban sniper shot me. I felt the sting of the bullet ripping into the flesh high up at the back of my left thigh, and the impact of the AK bullet spun me around, knocked me into a complete backflip clean off the fucking mountain. I landed face down, then started rolling very fast down the steep gradient, unable to get a grip. The Taliban bastards really opened up on me. There were bullets flying everywhere, pinging and zinging into the ground all around me. Jesus Christ, this was Murphy's Ridge all over again. Finally, I came to a stop in a flatter area, and of course my pursuers had not made the downward journey nearly as fast as I had. I began to crawl, going for cover behind a tree and trying to assess the enemy positions. I could see one guy, the nearest of them, just standing and pointing at me, yelling at two others who were out to the right. Trouble was, I could not stand properly, and aiming the rifle was a problem, so I decided to make a break for it, on my hands and knees, and wait for a better spot to take 'em out. I crawled, not fast, but steady, over terrible terrain full of little hills and dipping gullies. It could hardly have been better country for a fugitive, which I now was, except I could not walk down the gullies, and I sure as hell couldn't get down those steep slopes on all fours, not having been born a freaking snow leopard. So every time I reached one of those small precipices, I just threw myself straight off and hoped for a reasonable landing. I did a lot of rolling, and it was a long, bumpy, and painful ride, but it beat the hell out of getting shot up the ass again. I kept it up for about 45 minutes, crawling, rolling, and falling. The bullets kept flying, and I kept moving. But finally I hit some flatter ground, and all around me were big rocks. I decided this would be Marcus's last stand, or theirs, one way or another. I remember thinking, now, how the hell would Morgan get out of this? What would he do? And it gave me strength, the massive strength of my 7 minutes older brother. I decided that in this position he'd wait till he saw the whites of their eyes. No mistakes. So I crawled behind this big rock, checked my magazine, then flipped off the safety catch of my Mark 12, and waited. I heard him coming, but not until they were very, very close. I could see the spotter now, the guy who was literally tracking me down, not trying to shoot me. He didn't even carry a rifle. His job was to locate me and then call the others to bring fire down on me. But it's the Afghan way. This Sharmak was an excellent delegator. One guy carries the water, another the extra ammunition, and the marksmen don't have to spend their time searching the terrain. They have a specialist to do this. This particular specialist was not having much trouble tracking me, probably because I was leaving tracks like a wounded grizzly, scuffing up the ground and bleeding like a stuck pig from both my forehead and my thigh all over the shale. The Taliban spotter was standing right in front of me, not 10 feet away. In that instant I fired, dropped him dead in his tracks, and the force of the bullet knocked him backward, with blood pumping out of his chest. I think I got him straight through the heart. But simultaneously, right behind me, I heard the soft footsteps of the chasing gunmen. I turned around, and there were 2 of them. They were both on me, AKs raised. Fuck! I could get one, but not both. I went for one of my grenades, ripped out the pin, and threw it straight at him. It blasted the 2 Afghans to smithereens. I dragged myself back up onto my hands and knees and listened carefully. Nothing. Not a sound. Maybe they'd given up, or perhaps they'd considered I was probably dead. With my rifle jammed in my belt, I began moving west toward the waterway below me. Felt like 3 or 4 miles, crawling along, resting, praying, hoping, trying my best, just like Hell Week. I think I blacked out 2 or 3 times, and somehow I arrived right on the top of the waterfall, maybe 20 feet above the flow. It really was beautiful. The sun glinting on the surface, and all around it the trees on the mountain, high above the valley, on the edge of which was an Afghan village, way, way below me, maybe a mile. I could hear nothing, I could see no one. Everything seemed tranquil. I'd been without water for so long I figured another half a minute would not make much difference, and so I pulled out my rifle scope to take a look down at the village from this excellent vantage point. The view from there was outstanding, and I could see the village, its upper houses clinging to the mountain, built right into the rock face by guys who were obviously craftsmen. It was like something out of a child's picture book. Like the home of the Wicked Witch or something. Gingerbread houses on a big rock candy mountain. I put the scope away, and that's when my left leg finally gave way. My leg just buckled and flung me forward. I twisted and fell headlong downward, sliding over loose, smooth ground, shale and sand, gaining speed rapidly, tumbling over, feet in the air. I rocketed straight past that lower pool and kept right on going. I landed in a heap about 1,500 feet down to the bottom of the escarpment, feeling like I'd broken every bone in my body. I was out of breath, blood was trickling down my face from the cut on my forehead, and I generally felt just about as sorry for myself as it's possible to be. You're probably not going to believe this, but my rifle was again right beside me, and once more it was the thirst that saved me. Instead of just lying there, a blood-stained heap in the hot afternoon sun, I thought of that water, now right above me. I knew I had to climb back up there, or die. It was 200 feet to that water. It took me 2 more hours. I blacked out twice, and when I reached it, I plunged my head in just to free up my tongue and throat. I tried to wash the blood off the back of my leg. I couldn't tell whether the sniper's bullet was still lodged in there or not. All I knew was I needed to drink a lot of water, and then try to attract attention and get to a hospital. Otherwise, I did not think I would survive. I decided to move up a few yards to where the water was lapping off a rock and splashing into a small pool. I lowered my head and drank. It was the sweetest water I had ever tasted. And I was just getting into this real luxury when I noticed there were 3 guys standing right above me, 2 of them with AKs. For a moment I thought I was hallucinating. I stopped drinking, and I remember I was talking to myself, just mumbling really, flicking between reality and dream. Then I realized one of them was yelling at me, shouting something I was supposed to understand, but in my befuddled state I just couldn't get it. I was like a badly wounded animal, ready to fight to the end. I just lay there in the dirt, blood seeping out, still clutching my rifle, still, in a sense, defiant, but unable to fight. I had no more strength. I was on the edge of consciousness, and I was struggling to understand what the screaming tribesman was trying to communicate. "American! Okay! Okay!" Finally, I got it. These guys meant me no harm. They just stumbled onto me. They weren't chasing me and had no intention of killing me. It was a situation I was relatively unused to this past couple of days, but the vision of yesterday's goat herds was still stark in my mind. "Taliban?" I asked. "You Taliban?" "No Taliban!" shouted the man who I assumed was the leader, and he ran the edge of his hand across his throat, saying once more, "No Taliban!" From where I was lying, this looked like a signal that meant death to the Taliban. I tried to remember whether the goat herds had said no Taliban, and I was nearly certain they had not. This was plainly different. The leader walked up to me. He smiled and said his name was Sarawa. He was the village doctor. He somehow communicated in rough English. He was 30-ish, bearded, tall for an Afghan, with an intellectual's high forehead. I recall thinking he didn't look much like a doctor to me, not wandering around on the edge of this mountain like a native tracker. But there was something about him. He didn't look like a member of Al-Qaeda either. By now, I'd seen a whole lot of Taliban warriors, and he looked nothing like any of them. There was no arrogance, no hatred in his eyes. If he hadn't been dressed like a leading man from murder up the Khyber Pass, he could have been an American college professor on his way to a peace rally. He lifted up his loose white shirt to show me he had no concealed gun or knife. Then he spread his arms wide in front of him, I guess the international sign for, "I am here in friendship." I had no choice but to trust him. "I've been shot," I told him, and showed him my wound, which had never really stopped bleeding. He examined it and nodded sternly. I told him I was a doctor too, thinking it might help somehow. I knew there would likely be savage retribution for a non-Taliban village sheltering an American fugitive, and I was praying they would not just leave me here. Sarawa seemed to believe I was a doctor, although he seemed equally certain he knew where I'd come from. With a succession of signals and very few words, he conveyed to me he knew all about the firefight on the mountain, and he kept pointing directly at me, as if to confirm he absolutely knew I had been one of the combatants. He patted me reassuringly on the shoulder and then retreated into a kind of conference with his fellow villagers. Sarwa returned. They gave me some more water, and again he checked over my wound. Didn't look one bit happy. But there were more important things to discuss than the state of my backside. I did not, of course, realize this, but the decision Sarwa and his friends were making carried huge responsibilities and possibly momentous consequences. They had to decide whether to take me in, whether to help me, shelter me, and feed me. Most important, whether to defend me. These people were Pashtuns, and the majority of the warriors who fought under the banner of the former rulers of Afghanistan, plus a vast number of bin Laden's al-Qaeda fighters, were members of this strict and ancient tribe, almost 13 million of whom live right here in Afghanistan. That steel core of the Taliban sect, that iron resolve and deadly hatred of the infidel, is unwaveringly Pashtun. The backbone of that vicious little tribal army is Pashtun. The Taliban moves around these mountains only by the unspoken approval and tacit permission of the Pashtuns, who grant them food and shelter. The two communities, the warriors and the general mountain populace, are irrevocably bound together. The Mujahideen fighting the Russians were principally Pashtun. Never mind, no Taliban. I knew the background. These guys might be peace-loving villagers on the surface, but the tribal blood ties were wrought in iron. And yet there was something I did not know. We're talking ggwGow, an unbending section of historic Pashtun Walai tribal law as laid out in the hospitality section. The literal translation of ggwGow is giving of a pot. To an American, especially one in such terrible shape as I was, the concept of helping out a wounded, possibly dying man is pretty routine. You do what you can. For these guys, the concept carried many onerous responsibilities. Loke means not only providing care and shelter, it means an unbreakable commitment to defend that wounded man to the death, and not just the death of the principal tribesman or family who made the original commitment for the giving of a pot. It means the whole damned village. Loke means the population of that village will fight to the last man, honor-bound to protect the individual they have invited in to share their hospitality. And this is not something to have a chit-chat about when things get rough. It's not a point of renegotiation. This is strictly non-negotiable. For all I knew, they were deciding whether to put a bullet through my head and save everyone a lot of trouble. Sarwa was still talking. Of course, it occurred to me that these men might be just like the goat herds, loyal spies for the Taliban. They could easily take me in and then send their fastest messengers to inform the local commanders they had me, and I could be picked up and executed any time they wanted. I wished fervently this was not the case, and though I thought I understood Sarwa was a nice guy, I couldn't know the truth about him. Sarwa came back. He sharply ordered 2 men to raise me up, one of them under each of my arms to give me support and lift me off the ground. He ordered another to lift my legs. They lifted me up, and slowly we began to head down to the village of Sabre. These friendly Pashtun tribesmen had decided to grant me Loke. They were committed to defend me against the Taliban until there was no one left alive. An American fugitive cornered by the Taliban. I was laid on a cot outside a house made of mud and rock and given cold water to drink. The entire population of Sabre was surrounding my cot, watching as Sarwa went to work. He carefully cleaned the wounds to my leg, confirming what I had suspected, that there was no bullet lodged in my left thigh. Indeed, he located the bullet's exit hole. Christ, I'd been bleeding from both places. No wonder I didn't have much blood left. Then he took out a small surgical instrument and began pulling the metal shrapnel out of my leg. He spent a long time getting rid of every shard from that RPG he could find. That, by the way, hurt like hell. But he kept going. And then he cleaned it all again, thoroughly, applied antiseptic cream, and bound me up. I just lay there, totally exhausted. Pretty soon they moved me inside. They gave me clean clothes, which was the best thing since my first drink of water. They were soft Afghan garments, a loose shirt and baggy pants, unbelievably comfortable. I felt damn near human. Actually, they gave me 2 sets of clothes, identical, white for daytime, black for night. The only hitch came as I changed from my battered U.S. battle dress into the tribal garments. When they saw the somewhat extravagant tattoo I have on my back, a half of a seal trident, Morgan has the other half, they damn near fainted. They thought it was some kind of warlike tribal emblem, which I suppose it was. And then they thought I might be the devil incarnate, and I had to keep telling them I was a doctor, anything to stop them believing I was a special warrior from the U.S. Armed Forces, a man who sported a symbol of the powerful voodoo on his back, which was surely evil and would definitely one day wipe them all out.
Happily, I managed to win that argument, but they were real pleased that I now had my shirt on, and they pulled down my sleeve to cover my upper arm where a part of the design was visible. They brought me to the communal head for a pee, where they made me adopt the traditional Afghan body position for this operation, a sight which made them giggle, and after they carried me back, I realized with horror they had removed my rifle. I demanded to know where it was, and the tribesmen tried hard to explain they needed to take it away, low-K or no low-K, because if the Taliban ever did get into this room, they would not believe I was a wounded doctor, not with a sniper rifle like that, low-K or no low-K. I lay there in the fading light when they finally left me entirely alone. I'd had water, and I'd eaten some of that flatbread they bake in the East. They had offered me a dish full of warm goat's milk into which I was supposed to dip it, but the combination was without doubt the worst tasting sensation I'd ever had. I damn near threw up, and I asked them to take the milk away, tell them it was against my religion. I thus tackled that hard, awful bread bone dry. But I was grateful, and I tried to make that clear. Hell, I could have been dead up the mountain. But for them, I would have been. I'd been given a couple of blankets, and as the night drew in, I discovered why. The temperature plummeted from the searing heat of the day straight into the 30s. I noticed there was also an old iron wood stove in one corner of the room, where I later learned they baked bread every day. The system up here is for the two main houses, like this one, to do the baking for everyone, and the bread is then distributed. I drifted into a half-sleep, my wounds still throbbing but thankfully not becoming infected. Hoo-yah Sarawa. A kick to the door shattered the silence. I opened my eyes in time to see 8 armed Taliban fighters come barging into the room. The first one came straight over to my cot and slapped me across the face with all his force. That really pissed me off, and he was a very lucky boy that I could not move and was effectively a prisoner. If he'd even thought about putting his hands on me when I was fit, I'd have ripped his fucking head off, little prick. I knew they were Taliban because of their appearance. Very clean-cut, manicured beards, clean teeth, hands and clothes. They were well-fed and could speak broken English. None of them was very big, maybe around 5'8" on average, and they all wore those old Soviet leather belts, the ones with the red star in the middle of the buckle. They wore Afghan clothes, but each one had a different colored vest. Every man carried a knife and a Russian pistol jammed into his belt. Everything made in Moscow, everything stolen. There was nothing I could get my hands on to defend myself. I had no rifle, no grenade, just my own personal badge of courage, the Lone Star of Texas on my arm and chest. I needed some of that courage because these bastards laid into me, kicking my left leg and punching my face and upper body, beating me to hell. I didn't give that much of a shit. I can suck this kind of crap up, like I've been trained. Anyway, they didn't have a decent punch among them. My main worry was that they might decide to shoot me or tie me up and march me off somewhere, maybe over the border to Pakistan, to film me and then cut off my head on camera. The guys at my bedside were demanding to know why I was there, what the American planes were doing, whether the United States was planning an attack on them, who was coming to rescue me. I kept telling them I was just a doctor, out here to help with our wounded. I also told them a huge lie, that I had diabetes. I was not a member of the Special Forces and I needed water, which they ignored. The main trouble was, strangely, my beard, because they knew the U.S. Army did not permit beards. Only the U.S. Special Forces allows that. I managed to persuade them I needed to go outside, and they gave me this one single opportunity, one last desperate try to slip away. But I could not move fast enough, and they just dragged me back inside, threw me on the ground, and beat me even more seriously than they had before. Broke the bones in my wrist. That hurt, and I've since needed 2 operations to correct it. By now they had lit their lanterns, maybe 3 of them, and the room was quite light, and their inquisition went on for maybe 6 hours, yelling and beating, yelling and kicking. They told me my buddies were all dead, told me they'd already cut everyone's head off and that I was next. They said they'd shot down an American helicopter, killed everyone. They were just full of bravado, shouting, boasting they would in the end kill every American in their country and then some. "We will kill you all! Death to the Satan! Death to the infidel!" Then my interrogators found my rifle laser sight and my camera and wanted to take pictures of one another. I showed them how to use the laser to achieve their pictures, but I showed them the wrong way around and told them to stare into the beam with their naked eye. I guess the last favor I did them was to blind the whole fucking lot of them, because that beam would have burned their retinas right out. Sorry, guys. That's show business. Right after that, must have been around midnight, a new figure entered the room, accompanied by 2 attendants. I knew this was the village elder, a small man with a beard, a man who commanded colossal respect. The Taliban immediately stood up and stepped aside as the old man walked to the spot where I was lying. He kneeled down and offered me water in a little silver cup, gave me bread, and then stood up and turned on the Taliban. I was not certain what he was saying, but I found out later he was forbidding them to take me away. There was no mistaking the authority in his voice. It was a small, quiet voice, calm, firm, and no one spoke while he spoke. They hardly said a word while this powerful little figure laid down the law, tribal law, I guess. When he left, he walked out into the night very upright, the kind of posture adopted by men who are unused to defiance. Upon the departure of the village elder, the Taliban suddenly decided to leave. Painful eyes, I hoped. Once more I was left, bleeding badly and very bruised, eternally grateful to the village elder, drifting off into a form of half-awake sleep, scared, really scared those bastards would somehow come back for me. Bang! Suddenly there went the door again. I nearly jumped out of my new Afghan nightshirt with fright. Were they back? With their execution gear? Could I get up and fight again for my life? But this time it was Sarawa, and I had to ask myself, who was he really? Had he tipped someone off? Was he in the clutches of the Taliban? I still had not been informed of the concept of Loke, possibly because they had no way to inform me, and anyway I had no choice but to trust them. Sarawa was carrying a small lantern, accompanied by a few of his friends. 3 of the villagers lifted me off the floor and carried me to the door. I remember seeing their silhouettes on the mud walls, sinister, shadowy figures wearing turbans. Honestly, it was like something out of Arabian Nights. Big Marcus being hauled away by Ali Baba and his 40 thieves to meet the fucking genie. I could not, of course, know they were acting on direct orders of the village elder, who had told them to get me out of there in case the Taliban decided to ignore the ancient rules and take me by force. We traveled for a long way, the guys carrying me for more than an hour, maybe even 2, and they walked tirelessly, like bushmen or Bedouins. We crossed a river and began to make our way up a steep gradient through the trees. Finally we reached what I took to be a cave set deep into the mountainside. They lowered me to the ground. I did manage to make Sarawa understand I suffered from diabetes and required water at all times. I guess the dread of dying of thirst remained uppermost in my mind, and right then I knew I could not get down to that river, not by myself. They carried me to the back of the cave and set me down. I think it was around 0400 when we got there. It was Thursday, June 30th. They left me with no food, but they did come up with a water container, an aged Pepsi bottle, actually, the most evil-smelling piece of glass on this planet. I thought it must have been used for goat shit in a previous life, but it was all I had, a bottle from a sewer, but filled with water. I was afraid to put it to my lips, in case I contracted typhoid. Somehow I held it above my face and poured its contents into my mouth. I had no food or weapon, and Sarawa and his guys were on their way out. I was terrified they'd never come back, and had just made a decision to dump me. Sarawa told me he'd be back in 5 minutes, but I was not sure I could believe him. I just lay there on the rocky floor, in the dark, shivering in the cold. In the remains of that night, I fell to pieces. Finally lost my mind and sobbed hopelessly out of pure fear. Rena would have kicked my ass for sure and certain. I kept on thinking of Morgan, crazily trying to communicate with him, begging God to let him hear me. And soon it began to get light. Sarawa had been gone for over 2 hours. Jesus Christ, they dumped me out here to die. Morgan didn't know where I was or whether I was dead or alive, and my SEAL buddies had given me up for dead. Suddenly I was attacked by a tribe of big black Afghan ants. I might have given up, but I was fucked if I was going to be eaten alive by these little sons of bitches. I got myself raised up and laid into them with my Pepsi bottle. Most of them probably died from the smell, but I killed enough to beat them off for a while. And the hours ticked by. Nothing. No Pashtun tribesmen, no Sarawa, no Taliban. I was getting desperate. The ants were trickling back, and I no longer had the strength to mount a full assault on them. I went into selective killing mode, going for the leaders with my Pepsi bottle. I was just beginning to drift off again, maybe a little before 0800, when I could hear the little bells around the necks of the goddamn goats. When sand and rocks started raining down on me, I realized there was no roof to my cave. Half an hour later, Sarawa came, 5 hours after he said he would. He looked at my bullet wound and gave me more water. Then he posted a guard at the entrance to my roofless cave. The guard sat on a rock a little way above my entrance, his AK-47 slung over his shoulder. I kept drifting off, lying there on the floor, and every time I came awake, I leaned out to see if the guard was still there. His name was Norzamund, and he always smiled real friendly and gave me a wave. But we could not speak, no common words. He came down once to fill my water bottle, and I tried to get him to share his with me. No dice. I was alone in the late afternoon, and I saw the goat herds come by a couple of times. They never waved or made contact,
but neither did they betray my position. NxzHTa had left me some fresh bread, for which I was grateful. He went home shortly after dark, and for several hours I saw no one. I tried to stay calm and rational because it seemed Sarwa and his men were intent on saving me. I sat there by myself all through that long evening and into the night. I tried not to think of home and my mom and dad, tried not to give in to self-pity, but I wondered if anyone back home had the slightest clue about how much trouble I was in. There were now well over 200 people gathered at the ranch. No one went home. It was as if they were willing a hopeless situation to become hopeful, as if their prayers for me could somehow be answered, as if their presence could somehow protect me from death, as if they believed that if they just stayed in place, no one would announce I had been killed in action. Mom says she was witnessing a miracle. She and Dad were serving 3 meals a day to every person on that ranch, and she never knew where the food came from, but it kept coming. Big trucks from a couple of food distributors were arriving with steaks and chicken for everyone, maybe 200 meals at a time, no charge. Dad says the barbecues never went out. As June turned into July, many were beginning to lose faith and believe I was dead, except for Morgan, who would not believe it and kept saying he'd been in communication, mentally. I was hurt, but alive. Of that he was certain. Meanwhile, back in the cave, NxzHTa came back with 2 other guys. It was about 0400 on Friday, July 1st, and they had no lantern. Once more they lifted me up and carried me down the hill to the river. We crossed the river and turned up the escarpment, back to the village. Finally we reached high ground, and I stretched out on the concrete. Sometime before dawn, Sarwa showed up with his medical bag and attended to my leg. He removed the blood-soaked dressings, washed out the wounds, and applied antiseptic cream and fresh bandages. Then, to my astonishment, he produced some insulin for the diabetes I didn't have. Guess I was a better liar than I thought, and I obviously had to take it. The stuff I do for my country. They moved me into a house up there near the top of the village, and soon after I arrived I met my first real friend, Mohammed Gulab, the 33-year-old son of the village elder and the resident police chief. Everyone called him Gulab, and his position in the community was very strong. He made it clear the Taliban were not going to take me while he had anything to do with it. He was an extremely nice guy, and we became good friends. We tried to communicate about families, and I understood he had a wife and 6 children, and God knows how many cousins and uncles. Conveying news about my identical twin brother was a tough one, so we just settled for brother. Gulab had a friend with him who was also a solid man, and they never left me alone. By this time I knew why. The village was entirely embarrassed when the Taliban had crept in here armed to the teeth and conducted an interrogation regardless of the wishes of the people. Those warriors had been on the verge of causing the ultimate retribution under the laws of Lönë, which would have obliged the village to go to war to the last man on my behalf. I did not yet comprehend the full implications of Lönë, but I knew it was important and that I would not be surrendered. And now I had a full-time guard detail in my room. This did not prevent other visitors from coming in, and my first on that morning in my new house was a little boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old. He sat on the edge of my cot and tried to teach me a Muslim prayer. La ilaha illallah, Muhammad ar-Rasul Allah. I pretty soon got the hang of it and repeated it with him. He was thrilled, clapped his hands and laughed and charged out through the door to round up a posse of other kids. Gulab tried to inform me that the repetition of that prayer meant that I was now a Muslim. And almost immediately the first little boy came racing back into the room with all his buddies, about 20 of them, all eager to pray with the new Texan convert. At noon the kids came back for prayers, bringing with them several adults, clearly eager to meet the new American convert, no longer an infidel. We prayed together to Allah, kneeling, painfully in my case, on the floor, after which we all shook hands, and I think they welcomed me to their prayers. Never told them, of course, I slipped in a quick one to my own God while I was at it, respectfully wondering if it was all right with him whether I could get my rifle back any time soon. They all came back for afternoon prayers at 1700, and again at sunset. The little kids, my first friends, had to leave for bed right after that, but I remember they all came and hugged me before they left, and not having mastered goodbye or good night yet, they repeated their first American phrase again and again as they left the room. "Hello, Dr. Marcus." Soon I received a visit from the village elder himself. He brought me bread, gave me fresh water, then sat down for maybe 3 hours while we discussed, as best we could, how I could get to an American base.
It was clear I was a major problem to the village. Threats were already being received from the Taliban, informing the villagers how urgent it was for their cause that I be surrendered to them immediately. The old man imparted this to me, but took the view I was in no shape to travel, and that it would simplify matters for a member of his Pashtun tribe to make the journey, on foot, to the big U.S. base at Asadabad, and inform them of my whereabouts. I had no clue at the time he was preparing to make the journey himself, some 30 to 40 miles alone in the mountains. He asked me to write out a letter for him to take to Asadabad. I wrote, "This man gave me shelter and food and must be helped at all costs." At one point during the evening, the tribal leaders came and had a meeting in my room, and they poured me several cups of that chai tea they drink and, I think, grow on a small scale up here. The ceremony included sweet candy, which you eat while you drink your tea, and that tasted great after my enforced diet of very, very dry baked flatbread. Gulab spent much of the evening trying to explain to me the complex threads that hold together the Pashtun tribes and Al-Qaeda, still working in conjunction with the Taliban army. The United States had been busy trying to clear all of them the hell out of Afghanistan for 4 years, but with only limited success. The jihadists seemed to have some kind of hammerlock on tribal loyalties, using a whole spectrum of mafia-style tactics, sometimes with gifts, sometimes with money, sometimes promising protection, sometimes with outright threats. The truth is, however, neither Al-Qaeda nor the Taliban could function without the cooperation of the Pashtun villages. And often deep within the communities, there are old family ties and young men who sympathize with the warlike mentality of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda chiefs. You can see these young potential Taliban recruits in any of the villages. I've seen dozens of them, too young to have that much hate and murder in their eyes and hearts. Yet Sabre was obviously governed wisely by Gulab's father, and there was a sense of law and order and discipline in an essentially lawless land. I couldn't really tell, but I sensed something was making my guys jumpy, and about 10 or 11 o'clock that night, we moved. They had just brought me fresh water and bread, which I consumed gratefully, and then I was instructed to pack up and leave. By this time my leg was a little better, even though it hurt, and with some assistance I was able to walk. We made our way in the dark down to a different house and stepped off the trail directly onto the roof. We had some kind of a sheet, and the three of us laid down close together for warmth. I guess they felt there was some danger if I'd remained in my old spot. Maybe they had suspicion of someone in the village, worried that someone had tipped off the Taliban as to my precise whereabouts. Huddled with Gulab and his buddy, I was again amazed by the silence, that mountain silence. There was not one single sound in the entire village of Sabre, and for a Westerner, that's really hard to imagine. At dawn, we packed up and returned to the house. I wanted to sleep some more, but there was a big tree right outside the window, and in that tree lived the world's loudest rooster. That sucker could have awakened a graveyard. There were several times when if it had come to a straight coin toss between taking out Sharmak or the rooster, I could easily have spared Sharmak. By that Saturday morning, July 2nd, I was still in a lot of pain. My shoulder, back, and leg were often killing me. Gulab knew this, and he sent an old man from the village to see me. He came with a plastic pouch containing tobacco opium, which looks like green bread dough. He gave me the pouch, and I took a pinch of the stuff, put it in my lip, and waited. I'm here to tell you, that was a miracle. The pain slowly vanished completely. It was the first time I'd ever done drugs, and I loved it. That opium restored me, set me free. I felt better than I had since we all fell down the mountain. What with the Muslim prayers and now my becoming a devotee of the local dope, I was drifting into the life of an Afghan peasant. The old man left the bag with me, and it helped me get through the next hours more than I can say. For the first time I understood the power of that drug, which is, of course, the one the Taliban and Al-Qaeda feed to suicide bombers before they obliterate themselves and everyone else within range. There's nothing heroic about suicide bombers. They're mostly just dumb, brainwashed kids stoned out of their minds. Outside the house, I could see the U.S. helicopters flying overhead. Black Hawk 60s and MH-47s, obviously looking for something. Hopefully me. I charged outside. I took off my shirt and waved it over my head, yelling, "Here I am, guys! I'm right here! It's me, Marcus! Right here, guys!" But they just flew off. All my hopes now rested in the soft tread of Gulab's father, the powerful yet tiny old man who was making his way on foot to Asadabad. Reports of my death greatly exaggerated. Gulab had now become the principal figure in my life. He called the security shots, made sure I had food and water, and was, in my mind, the link between us and his father as the old man toiled through the mountains to Asadabad.
The Afghani policeman betrayed no sign of stress, but he did reveal to me that a letter had been received earlier from the commander of the Taliban forces. It was a written demand that the villagers of Sabre hand over the American immediately. The demand came from the rising officer of the Taliban army in the northeast, the firebrand Commodore Abdul, right-hand man to Sharmak, and a character who plainly saw himself as some kind of Eastern Che Guevara. Gulab and his father had replied that it made no difference how bad the Taliban wanted the American, they were not going to get me. He spent some time trying to convey his personal position. They can't frighten me. My village is well armed, and we have our own laws and rights. The Taliban need our support a lot more than we need theirs. He was a gallant and confident man, and he had not the slightest interest in a reward. Several times I offered to give him my watch in return for his unending decency to me, but he always refused to accept it. As for money, what use could that have been to him? There was nothing to spend it on, no shops, the nearest town miles and miles away, a journey that had to be made on foot. The door opened with a violent bang, and a group of adults and kids entered, all yelling the same thing. "Parachute! Parachute! Parachute! Dr. Marcus, come quick!" I made my way outside, aching to high heaven all the way. I resolved to have another shot of that opium soon as I returned. What could we see? Nothing. Whatever had landed was down, and I stood there trying to make them understand I needed to know if there had been a man on the end of that parachute, and if so, how many parachutes there had been. Was this a drop zone for my buddies to come right in and get me? But the tribesmen simply could not understand me. The kids who I detected were the ones who had actually spotted the parachute, or parachutes, were just as mystified. There was a sudden conference, and most of the adults upped and left. I went back in. They returned maybe 15 minutes later and brought with them all my gear, which they had hidden away from the eyes of the Taliban. They gave me back my rifle and ammunition, my H-gear, that's my harness, and in its pocket the PRC-148 inter-squad radio, the one for which I'd lost the little microphone earpiece. It still had its weakish battery, and its still operational emergency beacon. I was aware that if I grabbed the bull by the horns and went right outside and let rip with this communications gear, I would once more be a living, breathing distress signal, which the Americans might catch from a cruising helo. On the other hand, the Taliban, hidden all around in the hills, could scarcely miss me. I found this a bit of a dilemma. But the rearmament guys of Sabre also brought me my laser and the disposable camera. I grabbed my rifle and held it like you might caress a returning lover. This was the weapon God had granted me, and so far as I could tell, still wanted me to have. We'd traveled a long way together. Outside, I put on my harness, locked and loaded the rifle, and prepared for whatever the hell might await us. But with my harness back, I was not yet done with the kids. That harness contained my notebook, and we had access to the village ballpoint pen. I marched them back into the house and carefully drew 2 parachutes on the page. I drew a man swinging down from the first one. On the second one, I drew a box. I showed both pictures to the kids and asked them, which one? And about 20 little fingers shot forward, all aimed directly at the parachute with the box. Beautiful. I had intel. There had been some kind of supply drop, and since the local tribesmen do not use either aircraft or parachutes, those supplies had to be American. They also had to be aimed at the remnants of my team. Everyone else was dead. I was that remnant. I asked the kids exactly where the chutes had dropped, and they just pointed to the mountain. Then they raced out there. Had my buddies somehow found me? Had the old man reached Asadabad? Either way, it was one hell of a coincidence the Americans had made a supply drop a few hundred yards from where I was taking cover. The mountains were endless, and I could have been anywhere. 1 hour later, bang! That goddamn door went off again like a bomb. In came the kids, accompanied by a group of adults. They carried with them a white document, which must have looked like a snowball in a coal mine up there where the word litter simply does not exist. I took it from them and realized it was an instruction pamphlet for a cell phone. "Where the hell did you get this?" I asked them. "Right out there, Dr. Marcus, right out there." Everyone was pointing at the mountainside. "Parachute?" I asked. "Yes, Dr. Marcus, yes, parachute." I sent them right out there again, trying to make it clear that I needed the mountainside search for anything like this, anything that might have come in on the parachutes. My guys don't drop cell phone pamphlets, but they might have been trying to drop me a cell phone and the pamphlet just came with it. Gulab stayed, but the others went with the kids, like a golf crowd fanned out to look for Tiger's ball in deep rough. Gulab and I settled down. We had a cup of tea and some of those delicious little candies, then lounged back on our big cushions. Suddenly, bang! The door nearly cannoned off its hinges. I shot tea all over the rug, and in came everyone again. This time they had found a 5590 radio battery and an MRE, meal ready to eat. The guys must have thought I was starving. Correct. But the battery did not fit my PRC-148 radio, which sucked, because if it had, I could have fired up a permanent distress signal straight into the sky above the village. As things were, I had no idea if my present weak radio beacon would reach much higher than the rooftops. I had no need to interrogate the kids further. If there had been anything else out there on the mountain, they'd have found it. There obviously wasn't. Whatever the drop had contained, the Taliban had beaten the kids to it. But then I noticed something which made my blood boil. Almost every one of the kids had been battered. They had bruises on their faces, cut lips, and bloody noses. Those little pricks out there had beaten up my kids, punched them in their faces to stop them getting the stuff from the drop. There's no end to the lengths these people will go to win this war. And I'll never forget what they did to the kids of Sabre. I spent the rest of the day patching them up. All those brave little guys trying not to cry. I nearly wiped out the entire contents of Sarawa's medical bag. More strategically, it did seem the American military believed there was at least one SEAL still alive down here. The question was, what now? No one wanted to risk sending in another MH-47 helicopter, since the Taliban seemed to have become very adroit at knocking them down. But I was desperate to give the Americans some kind of a guide. I rigged up my radio emergency beacon to transmit through the open window. I had no idea how much battery I had left, so I just turned it on, aimed it high, and left it there on the window ledge, hopefully pinpointing my whereabouts to any overhead flights by the Air Force or the Night Stalkers. To my surprise, U.S. reaction happened a whole lot quicker than I thought it would. That afternoon, the U.S. Air Force came thundering in, dropping 1,200-pound bombs on the mountainside beyond the village, right where the Taliban had picked up the stuff from the parachute drop. The blasts were incredible. Rocks and dust cascaded into the room. One of the walls sustained a major structural fault as blast after blast shook the mountain from top to bottom. Outside, people were screaming as the bombs hit and exploded. Thatched roofs were blown off. There was a dust storm outside. Mothers and kids were rushing for cover. The tribesmen were at a complete loss. Everyone had heard of American air power, but they had not seen it firsthand like this. In fact, none of the bombs, I guess by design, hit Sabre, but they came close. Damned close. All around the perimeter. The villagers tried to clean up the mess, rebuild walls and roofs, and calm down frightened kids. I looked out at the havoc around me, which happened all because of me, and felt the most terrible sadness. And Gulab understood what I was feeling. He came over and put his arm around me and said, "Ah, Dr. Marcus, Taliban very bad. We know. We fight." It seemed apparent that my presence here was causing a more and more threatening attitude from the Taliban, and the last thing I wanted was to cause pain and unhappiness among these people who'd sheltered me. But my options were narrow, despite the Americans being, it seemed, hot on my trail. The Taliban were probably not overwhelmingly thrilled at being bombed by the U.S. Air Force, and had probably sustained many casualties out there on the mountain. It occurred to both Gulab and me that the word revenge might not be far from the curled lips of these hate-filled Muslim fanatics. Gulab had a wife, children, and many relatives to think about. In the end, the decision made itself. Clearly, I had to leave, just to keep the village from becoming a battleground. The question was, where should I go? Gulab and I resolved that I should walk with him and 2 others over the mountain to the U.S. outpost in the Pashtun village of Monaghi. The plan was to wait until long after dark and then slip out into the high pastures around 11 o'clock, stealthily passing right under the noses of the probably sleeping Taliban watchmen. I could only hope my left leg would stand up to the journey. I'd lost a ton of weight, but I was still a very big guy to be half carried by a couple of slender Afghan tribesmen, most of whom were 5 feet 8 and 110 pounds soaked to the skin. Night fell, quite abruptly as it does up here in the peaks when the sun finally slips behind them. We lit no lanterns, offering no clue to the Taliban. We just sat there in the dark, sipping tea and waiting for the right moment to leave. Suddenly, from right out of the blue, there was the most colossal thunderstorm. The rain came swiftly, lashing rain, driving sideways over the mountain. It belted down on the village of Sabre. All windows and doors were slammed tight shut because this was monsoon rain driving in right across the country from the southwest. No one would have set foot outside home because that wind and rain would have swept anyone away, straight off the mountain. Up above us, the mountaintops were lit up by great bolts of forked lightning, ice blue in color, jagged electric neon in the sky. Thunder rolled across the Hindu Kush. But slowly I became used to the storm and fell into a deep sleep flat out on the floor. Our departure time of 2300 came and went, and still the rain lashed down. Midnight came, and with it a new calendar date, Sunday, July 3rd, which this year would be the midpoint of the 4th of July weekend, a time for celebration all over the USA, at least in most parts. except for those in profound mourning for the lost Special Forces. I slept right through the night and woke up in broad daylight after the rain. I checked my watch and rounded on Gulab. I was supposed to be in Montague, for Christ's sakes. Why the hell hadn't he made sure I was? What kind of guide was he allowing me to oversleep? Gulab was sanguine, and since we were growing very efficient at communicating, he was able to tell me he knew it was the first time I'd been able to sleep for a long time, and he thought it would be better to leave me. Anyway, he said we could not possibly have gone out in that weather because it was too dangerous. The overnight walk to Montague had been out of the question. One way and another, I took all this pretty badly. I actually stormed out of the house, racked by yet another disappointment. I left my rifle behind and walked slowly down the steep hill to take a pee. At the conclusion of this operation, I took myself up the hill a little way and sat down on the drying grass. The fact was, my leg was still a problem, and I was a living, breathing target as well as a distress signal. There sat the mighty Sharmak with his second-in-command, Commodore Abdul, and a large trained army, all of them with essentially nothing else to do except kill me. I stared around the hills, but I could see no one outside the village. Suddenly, Gulab raced down the hill toward me. He pulled me down the trail leading to the lower reaches of the village. He was running and trying to make me keep up with him, and he kept shouting, signaling again and again, "Taliban! Taliban are here! In the village! Run, Dr. Marcus! For God's sake, run!" He pushed his right shoulder up under my left arm to bear some of my fast dwindling weight, and I half hobbled, half ran, half fell down the hill. Of course, by my own recent standards, this was like a stroll on the beach. I suddenly realized we might have to fight, and I'd left my rifle back in the house. I had my ammunition in the harness, but nothing to fire it with. And now it was my turn to yell, "Gulab! Gulab, stop! Stop! I don't have my gun!" He replied something I took to be Afghan for, "What a complete fucking idiot you've turned out to be." But whatever had put the fear of God into him was still right there, and he had no intention of stopping until he'd located a refuge for us. We ducked and dived through the lower village trails until he found the house he was looking for. Gulab kicked the door open, rammed it shut behind him, and helped me down onto the floor. And there I sat, unarmed, largely useless, and highly apprehensive about what might happen. Gulab, without a word, opened the front door and took off at high speed. He went past the window like a rocket, running hard up the gradient, possibly going for the Hindu Kush all-comers 100 meters record. God knows where he was going, but he'd gone. 3 minutes later, he kicked open the door and came charging back into the house. He was carrying my rifle as well as his own AK-47. I had 75 rounds left. I think he had more in his own ammunition belt. Gravely, he handed me the Mark 12 sniper rifle and said simply, "Taliban, Dr. Marcus. We fight." He looked more serious than I'd ever seen him. Not afraid, just full of determination. Up on that mountain when he'd first seen me, Sarwa had made the decision with his buddies that I, a wounded American, should be granted locae. The doctor knew perfectly well from the first moment by that gushing mountain river that the situation might ultimately come to this, even if I didn't. It was a decision that, right from the start, had affected everyone in the village. I think most people had accepted it, and it had obviously been endorsed by the village elder. I'd seen a few angry faces full of hatred, but they were not in the majority. And now the village chief of law and order, Mohammed Gulab, was prepared to stand by that unspoken vow his people had given to me. He was doing it not for personal gain, but out of a sense of honor that reached back down the generations, 2,000 years of Pashtun Wala tradition. You will defend your guest to the death. I watched Gulab carefully as he rammed a new magazine into his AK. This was a man preparing to step right up to the plate, and I saw that light of goodness in his dark eyes, the way you always do when someone is making a brave and selfless action. We had 2 areas to cover, the door and the window. I explained it was up to Gulab to cover the entrance. Gulab nodded fiercely. "Okay, Marcus," he said, and it did not escape me he'd dropped the doctor part. I tried to tell him to stay calm and shoot straight, nothing hysterical. That way we'd win, or at worst, cause a disorderly Taliban retreat. And then we both heard the opening bursts of gunfire high up in the village. There was a lot of it, too much. The sheer volume of fire was ridiculous, unless the Taliban were planning to wipe out the entire population of Sabre, and I knew they would not consider that because such a slaughter would surely end all support from these tribal villages up here in the mountains. The Taliban and their al-Qaeda cohorts were mercilessly cruel, but this Ben Sharmak was not stupid. Besides, I detected no battlefield rhythm to the gunfire. It was not being conducted with the short, sharp bursts of trained men going for a target. It came in prolonged volleys, and I listened carefully. There was no obvious return of fire, and right then I knew what was happening. These lunatics had come rolling out of the trees into the village, firing randomly into the air and aiming at nothing, the way they often do, all jumping up and down and shouting, Death to the infidel! Stupid pricks. Their loose objective is always to frighten the life out of people, and right now they seem to be succeeding. I could hear women screaming, children crying, but no return of fire from the tribesmen of Sabre. I looked at Gulab. He was braced for action, leaning in the window with me, one eye on the front door. We both clicked our safety catches open. Up above, we could still hear the screaming, but the gunfire subsided. Little sons of bitches were probably beating up the kids. We waited for maybe 45 minutes, and then it was quiet. I left it to Gulab to call this one. Taliban gone, he said simply. What happens now? I asked him. Bagram? Gulab shook his head. Bagram, he said. Then he signaled for the umpteenth time, helicopter will come. I rolled my eyes heavenward. I'd heard this helicopter crap before, and I had news for Gulab. Helicopter? No come, I told him. Helicopter come, he replied. As ever, I could not really know what Gulab knew or how he had discovered what was happening, but right now he believed the Taliban had gone into the house where I'd been staying and found I was missing. No one had betrayed me, and they had not dared to conduct a house-to-house search for fear of further alienating the people, and, in particular, the village elder. Armies need food, cover, and cooperation, and the Taliban could only indulge in so much bullying before these powerful village leaders decided they preferred the company of the Americans. Gulab was certain they had gone, but he was equally certain we could not dare go back to the house. It was almost 10 in the morning by now, and Gulab was preparing to leave and take me with him, once more out into the mountains. Clutching our rifles, we left our little mud and rock redoubt in the lower street and headed farther down the mountain. Painfully, I made the 200 yards to a flat field, which had been cultivated and recently harvested. It was strictly dirt now, but raked dirt, as if ready for a new crop. About the size of 2 American football fields, it was an ideal landing spot for a helicopter. For a few moments I considered writing a large SOS in the dirt, but Gulab was anxious, and he half-carried, half-manhandled me out of the field and back onto the lush mountain slopes, and there he found me a resting place at the side of the trail, where I could take cover under a bush. And this carried a bonus because the bush contained a full crop of blackberries. And I lay down there in the shade luxuriously eating the berries, which were not quite ripe, but tasted damned good to me. It was very quiet again now, and my trained sniper's ear, honed perhaps better than ever before, detected no unusual sound in the undergrowth. Not a snapped twig, not an unusual rustling in the grass, no unusual shadow behind a tree. Nothing. We waited there for a short while before Gulab stood up and walked a little way, then turned and whispered, "We go now." I don't know why it happened, but something told me to look up, and I cast my eyes to the slope behind us. And right there, sitting very quietly, his gaze steady upon me and betraying nothing, was Sharmak, the Taliban leader, the man I had come to capture or kill. I'd seen only a grainy, not very good photograph of him, but it was enough for me. I was certain it was him, and I think he knew I knew. He was a lean character, like all of them, 40-ish, with a long black, red-flecked beard. He wore black Afghan garb, a reddish vest, and a black turban. I seem to recall he had green eyes, and they were filled with a hatred which would have melted a U.S. Army tank. He stared right through me and spoke not one word. I noticed he was unarmed, and I tightened my grip on the Mark 12 and very slowly turned it on him until the barrel was aimed right between his eyes. He was not afraid. He never flinched, never moved, and I had a powerful instinct to shoot that bastard dead right here on the mountain. After all, it was what I had come for, that or capture him, and that last part wasn't going to happen. Sharmak was surrounded by his army. If I'd shot him, I would not have lasted 20 seconds. His guys would have gunned down both me and Gulab, and then, minus their beloved commander-in-chief, probably would have massacred the entire village, including the kids. I considered that, and rejected shooting him. I also considered that Sharmak was clearly not about to shoot me. The presence of Gulab made it a complete standoff, and Sharmak was not about to call in his guys to shoot the oldest son of Sabre's village elder. Equally, I did not feel especially inclined to commit suicide. Everyone held their fire. Sharmak just sat there, and then Gulab nodded to the Taliban boss, who I noticed made an infinitesimal incline of his head, like a pitcher acknowledging a catcher's signal, and then Gulab walked slowly across to talk to him, and Sharmak stood up, and they turned their backs on me and moved farther up the mountainside, out of my sight. There was only one subject they could possibly be discussing. Would the people of Sabre now agree to give me up? And I could not know how far Gulab and his father, would still go to defend me. 228! It's 228! They were gone for 5 minutes, and they came back together. Ben Sharmak stood for a few moments staring at me, and then he climbed away, back to his army. Gulab walked down the hill to me and tried to explain Sharmak had handed him a note that said, "Either you hand over the American, or every member of your family will be killed." Gulab made a dismissive gesture, and we both turned and watched the Taliban leader walking away through the trees. And the village cop offered me his hand, helped me to my feet, and once more led me through the forest, half lifting me down the gradients, always considerate of my shattered left leg, until we reached a dried-up riverbed. And there we rested. We watched for Taliban sharpshooters, but no one came. All around us in the trees, their AKs ready, were familiar faces from Sabre ready to defend us. We waited for at least 45 minutes, and then amid the unholy silence of the mountain, 2 more guys from my village arrived. It was obvious they were signaling for us to leave, right now. Each of them gave me support under my arms and led me up through the trees on the side of this steep escarpment. I have to admit I no longer knew what was going on, where we were going, or what I was supposed to be doing. I realized we could not go back to the village, and I really did not like the tone of that note Gulab had shoved in his pocket. I made the top step first, and as I did so, I came face to face with an armed Afghani fighter I had not seen before. He carried an AK-47, held in the ready-to-fire position, and when he saw me, he raised it. I looked at his hat, and there was a badge containing the words which almost stopped my heart. Bush for President. He was Afghan Special Forces, and I was seized by panic because I was dressed in the clothes of an Afghan tribesman, identical to those of the Taliban. But right behind him, bursting through the undergrowth, came 2 U.S. Army Rangers in combat uniform, rifles raised, the leader a big black guy. Behind me, with unbelievable presence of mind, Gulab was roaring out my butt-ass class numbers he'd seen on my trident voodoo tattoo. 228! It's 228! The ranger's face suddenly lit up with a gigantic smile. He took one look at my 6'5" frame and snapped, "American?" I just had time to nod before he let out a yell that ripped across the mountainside. "It's Marcus, guys! We got him! We got him!" And the ranger came running toward me and grabbed me in his arms, and I could smell his sweat and his combat gear and his rifle, the smells of home, the smells I live with, American smells. I tried to keep steady, not break down, mostly because SEALs would never show weakness in front of a ranger. "Hey, bro," I said. "It's good to see you." I asked the ranger captain how many guys he had, and he replied, "We're good, 20. In my view, that was probably a bit light, since Sharmak could easily be back to his full strength of maybe 150 to 200 warriors, reinforced by Al-Qaeda. "We got gunships, Apache 64s standing by," he said. "Whatever we need, we're good." Before we left, I asked them how the hell they'd found me, and it turned out to be my emergency beacon in the window of the little rock house in the mountain. The flight crews had picked it up when they were flying over and then tracked it back to the village. They were pretty certain the owner of that PRC-148 radio was one of the original SEAL team, but had to consider the fact it might have been stolen by the Taliban. They did not, however, think it had been operated by Afghan tribesmen in this instance, and they thought it unlikely the beacon had been switched on and aimed skyward by guys who had not the slightest idea what it was for. They thus reasoned that one of the SEALs was right down there in that village, or in any event pretty damned close. So the guys just closed in on me, somehow moving their own dragnet right past the Taliban dragnet. And suddenly there I was, dressed up like Osama bin Laden's second in command, arms wrapped around a couple of tribesmen like we were 3 drunks falling up the hill. Led by Gulab, we set off for the village and moved back into my second house, the one where we'd sat out the storm. The army threw a security perimeter all the way around Sabre, and they carried me up past that big tree and into the main room. The guys rustled up some tea, and we settled down for a detailed debriefing. It was noon in Sabre, and in attendance was a very serious group of Army personnel, from captains on down, mostly Rangers and Green Berets. So far, no one had found the bodies of Mikey, Danny, and Axe, and we spent a long time going over satellite photographs for me to pinpoint the precise places they had died. I recounted how Axe had held our left flank with such overwhelming gallantry, and how Danny shot so many times, kept firing, trying to hold our right flank until his dying breath, and how in the end, there were just too many of them, with too much firepower, too many of those big Russian-made grenades, the ones that finally blew Axe and me clean out of the battle. Taliban casualties had been, of course, high. I think all of us in that little room, including Gulab, thought the Taliban would not risk another frontal assault on the Americans. and so we waited until the sun began to slip behind the mountains, and I said goodbye to all the kids, several of whom were crying. Sarwa just slipped quietly away. I never saw him again. Gulab led us down to the flat field at the base of the village, and with the comms up and running, we waited it out. The ranger security guard was in formation around the perimeter in case the Taliban decided to give it one last shot. I knew they were out there, and I never took my eyes off that mountain slope as we all sat there, around 20 Army personnel and maybe 10 villagers, the guys who had stuck by me from the beginning. Way over the high horizon, shortly before 2200, we could hear the unmistakable distant beat of a big U.S. military helicopter clattering in over the mountains. We saw it circling, far away from the slopes where I believed the main Taliban and al-Qaeda forces were camped. And then suddenly Gulab grabbed my arm, hissing, Marcus, Taliban! I stared up at the escarpment, and there in the darkness I could see white lights moving quickly across the face of the mountain. Taliban, Marcus, Taliban! I could tell Gulab was really uneasy, and I called over the Army captain and pointed out the danger. The Army comms guys moved into action, calling in the United States air armada we knew was out there, fighter bombers and helicopters, ready to attack that mountain if there was even a suggestion the Taliban might try to hit the incoming rescue helo. I considered it was obvious that they were planning one last offensive, one last-ditch attempt to kill me. We could still see the rescue helo way out in the distance when the U.S. Armed Forces, who plainly had it up to their eyeballs with this fucking Ben Sharmak, finally let it rip. They came howling across those pitch-black crevasses and blasted the living hell out of those slopes. Bombs, rockets, everything they had. It was a storm of murderous explosive. No one could have lived out there. The lights went out for the Taliban that night. All those little white beams, their fires and lanterns, everything went out. These guys had chased me, tortured me, pursued me, tried to kill me about 400 times, blown me up, nearly kidnapped me, threatened to execute me. And now my guys were sticking it right to them. Beautiful. I saw a report confirming 32 Taliban and al-Qaeda died out there that night. Not enough. The helo came in slowly and put down a few yards from us. The loadmaster leaped to the ground and opened the main door. The guys helped me into the cabin, and Gulab joined me. Instantly we took off, and neither of us looked out at the blackness of the unlit village of Sabre. Me, because I knew we could not see a thing. Gulab, because he was uncertain when he would pass this way again. The Taliban threats to both himself and his family were very much more serious than he had ever admitted. He was afraid of the helicopter and clung to my arm throughout the short journey to Asadabad, and there we both disembarked. I was going on to Bagram, but for the moment Gulab was to stay on this base, out there in his own country, and assist the U.S. military in any way he could. I hugged him goodbye, this rather inscrutable tribesman who had risked his life for me. He seemed to expect nothing in return, and I had one more shot at giving him my watch. But he refused, as he had done 4 times in the past. Our goodbye was painful for me, because I had no words in his language to express my thanks. I'll never know, but perhaps he too would have said something to me if he'd only had the words. It might even have been warm or affectionate, like, "Noisy bastard, footsteps like an elephant, ungrateful son of a gun," or, "What's the matter with our best goat's milk, asshole?" But there was nothing that could be said. I was going home, and he may never be able to go home. Our paths, which had crossed so suddenly and so powerfully in a life-changing encounter for both of us, were about to diverge. I'd lost 37 pounds. My face was scoured from the crash down Mountain 1. My broken nose needed proper setting. I was racked with pain from my leg. My smashed wrist hurt like hell, and so did my back, as it will when you've cracked 3 vertebrae. I'd lost God knows how many pints of blood. I was white as a ghost, and I could hardly walk. A nurse who knew me cried out, "Oh, Marcus," and turned away, sobbing. I declined a stretcher and leaned on the doctor, ignoring the pain. But he knew. "Come on, buddy," he said. "Let's get you on the stretcher." But again I shook my head. I'd had a shot of morphine, and I tried to stand unassisted. I turned to the doc and looked him in the eye, and I told him, "I walked on here, and I'm walking off, by myself. I'm hurt, but I'm still a SEAL, and they haven't finished me. I'm walking." The doctor just shook his head. He'd met a lot of guys like me before, and he knew it wouldn't do a damn bit of good arguing. I guess he understood the only thought I had in my mind was what kind of SEAL would it make me if they had to help me off the plane. No, sir, I won't agree to that. And so I entered my home base once more, moving very slowly down the ramp under my own steam until I touched the ground. By this time, I noticed 2 other nurses were in tears, and I remember thinking, Thank Christ Mom can't see me yet. Right about then, I think I caved in. The doctors and nurses ran forward to help me and get me stretchered into a van and directly to a hospital bed. The time for personal heroics had passed. I'd sucked up every goddamn thing this fucking country could throw at me. I'd been through another hell week to the 10th power, and now I was saved. The moment I was secured in Bagram, they made news of my rescue available. I had been in the hands of the U.S. military for some hours, but I know the Navy did not want anyone to start celebrating until I was well and truly safe. The call went around the world like a guided missile. Bagram, Bahrain, SATCOM to Spec Warcom, Coronado, direct phone link to the ranch. In Texas, Chief Guthrow walked my mom to the phone and informed her that whatever the call was about, she had to face it. A voice came down the line and demanded, "Chief, is the family assembled?" "Yes, sir." "Mr. and Mrs. Lüttrëll?" "Yes," whispered Mom. "We got him, ma'am. We got Marcus, and he's stable." Mom started to collapse right there on the bedroom floor. Scotty moved swiftly to save her from hitting it. Lieutenant J.J. Jones bolted for the door, stood on the porch, and called for quiet. Then he shouted, "They got him, guys! Marcus has been rescued!" They tell me the roar which erupted over those lonely pastures, way down there in the back country of East Texas, could have been heard in Houston, 55 miles away. Morgan says it wasn't just your average roar. It was spontaneous, deafening. Everyone together, top of their lungs, a pure outpouring of relief and joy for Mom and Dad and my family. It signaled the conclusion of a 5-day vigil in which a zillion prayers had been offered by God-fearing folk. They understood in that split second after the announcement that those prayers had been asked and answered. For them it was a confirmation of faith, of the unbreakable hope and belief of the SEAL chaplain Trayvon and all the others. Immediately they raised the flag, and the stars and stripes fluttered in the hot breeze. And then the SEALs linked arms with my family and my friends and my neighbors, people who they might never see again, but to whom they were now irrevocably joined for all the days of their lives. Because no one, according to Mom, could ever forget that one brief moment they shared, that long-awaited moment of release when fears and dreads were laid to rest. I was alive. I guess that's all it took. And all these amazing guys with hearts as wide as the Texas prairies burst suddenly into song. God bless America, land that I love. On my 3rd day in the hospital, the bodies of Mikey and Danny were brought down from the mountains. They were unable to find Axe. I was told this, and later that day I dressed, just in shirt and jeans, for the drive out to the ramp ceremony, one of the most sacred SEAL traditions, in which we say a formal goodbye to a lost brother. The C-130 was parked on the runway, ramped down. There were around 200 military personnel in attendance when the Humvees arrived bearing the 2 coffins, each draped with the American flag. And all of them snapped to attention instantly, no commands, as the SEALs stepped forward to claim their brothers. Very slowly, with immense dignity, they lifted the coffins high, and then carried the bodies of Mikey and Danny the 50 yards to the ramp of the aircraft. As they carried Mikey to the plane, I tried to think of an epitaph for my greatest buddy, and I could only come up with some poem written by the Australian Banjo Patterson, I guess for one of his heroes, as Mikey was mine. He was hard and tough and wiry, just the sort that won't say die. There was courage in his quick, impatient tread, and he bore the badge of gameness in his bright and fiery eye, and the proud and lofty carriage of his head. That was Lieutenant Michael Patrick Murphy, precisely. You can trust me on that. I lived with him, trained with him, fought with him, laughed with him, and damn near died with him. Every word of that poem was inscribed for him. And now they were carrying him past the crowd, past me, and suddenly my senior commanders came over and told me it would be fitting for me to stand right by the ramp. So I moved forward and stood as rigidly to attention as my back would allow. I knelt down by the coffins and said my goodbye to Danny. Then I turned to the one that contained Mikey, and I put my arms around it, and I think I said, "I'm sorry. I'm just so sorry." I talked to the guys again about Axe, and the SEAL Command was not about to leave him up there. They were going in again, this time with more intel if possible, more searchers, and more local guidance. I suggested they find the village elder from Sabre, if he was still in residence, because he, of all people, could surely lead them to the dead SEAL. I learned right then from the intel guys that the gentleman I referred to was the head man of all of the 3 villages we had observed. He was a man hugely revered in the Hindu Kush, because this is a culture that does not worship youth and cheap television celebrity. Those tribesmen treasure, above all things, knowledge, experience, and wisdom. A few days later, the same old man, Gularb's father, my protector, walked through the mountains again for maybe 4 or 5 miles. This time he was at the head of an American SEAL team. The elder hardly spoke one word to them, but he walked directly to the exact place where the body of Matthew Gene Axelson was lying. His face had been blasted by close-range gunfire in that quaint, old-fashioned way the Taliban have when they find a mortally wounded American. Mom predictably broke down at the sight of me. A ton of people were there, from all around the neighborhood, to greet me. I didn't know at the time that these people had formed the bedrock of the 5-day prayer vigil that had taken place on the property while I was missing. A vigil born of pure friendship and concern, which started with such melancholy prophecies of doom and tenuous hopes, but ended on the sunlit uplands of answered prayers. And yet, standing right before me, was the cast-iron evidence of the love those Texans must have had for me, and for what I'd tried to do on behalf of my country. It came in the form of a brand-new stone house, standing across a new paved courtyard, maybe 20 feet from the main house. It was 2 floors high, with a wide timbered upper deck around the bedrooms, which abutted a tall stone-walled shower, custom-made for me. Inside, the house was perfectly decorated, carpeted, and furnished with a big plasma television. "How the hell did that get here?" I asked Mom about the house, and what she then told me blew me away. It started with a visit, after the vigil had ended, from a marvelous Texan landowner called Scott Whitehead. He was just one of so many who came to see my parents and express his delight that I had been found. He'd never, by the way, met any of the family before. And before he went, he explained he had a close friend who owned a construction company in Houston and wondered if there was anything Marcus might like when he came home. Mom explained how I had always wanted a little space of my own. Perhaps a small extension off my lower floor bedroom might be really nice. She was thinking rock-bottom price, and maybe she and Dad could manage that. Next thing that happened, she said, 2 of the biggest trucks she'd ever seen came rolling into the drive, accompanied by a crane and a mechanical digger, a couple of architects, site engineers, and God knows what else. Then, Mom says, a team of around 30 guys working 24 hours a day in shifts over 3 days built me a house. Morgan and I moved in, freeing up space for the stream of SEALs who still kept coming to see us. Scott Whitehead's boys had thought of everything. They even had the house phone wired up in my new residence, and the first call I received was a real surprise. I picked it up and a voice said, "Marcus, this is George Bush." I was 41. Jesus, this was the 41st President of the United States. "Yes, sir," I replied. "I very definitely know exactly who you are." "Well, I just called to tell you how proud we all are of you. And my son's real proud. And he wants you to know the United States of America is real proud of you, your gallantry and your courage under fire. He told me if I needed anything, no matter what, be sure to call me. Then he gave me his phone number." I was thrilled President Bush had called, and I thanked him sincerely. I just told him at the end, "Anything shakes loose, sir, I'll be sure to call. Yes, sir." By mid-August, still being in the U.S. Navy, I had to go back to Hawaii. During my 2 weeks there, I had a visit from the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Mike Mullen, direct from the Pentagon. He asked me to come over to the commanding officer's office and promoted me right there on the spot. Made me a petty officer, first class. No bullshit. He's the head of the U.S. Navy, and that was the greatest honor I had ever received. He asked me if there was anything he could do for me. I had with me the Texas patch I'd worn on my chest throughout my service in Afghanistan, fighting the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. This is the patch that bears the Lone Star. It was burned from the blast of that last RPG, and it was still blood-spattered, though I tried to get it cleaned. But I'd wrapped it in plastic, and you could see the Star of Texas clearly. And I asked Admiral Mullen if he could give it to the President of the United States. He replied that he most certainly would, and that he believed that President George W. Bush would be honored to have it. "Would you like to send a brief letter to the President to accompany the battle patch?" Admiral Mullen asked me. But I told him no. "I'd be grateful if you'd just give it to him, sir. President Bush is a Texan. He'll understand." Epilogue. Lone Star. On September 13th, 2005, Danny Dietz and Matthew Axelson were awarded the highest honor which either the United States Navy or the Marine Corps can bestow on anyone, the Navy Cross for combat heroism. I was summoned to the White House to receive mine on July 18th the following year. I was accompanied by my brothers, Morgan and Scotty, my mom and dad, and my close friend Abby. SEAL Team 5's Commander Lenway and Master Chief Pete Nashik were also there, with Lieutenant Drexler, Admiral McGuire's aide. Attired in full dress blues, my new Purple Heart pinned on my chest, close to my trident, I walked into the Oval Office. The President of the United States, George W. Bush, stood up to greet me. "It's an honor to meet you, sir," I said. And the president gave me that little smile of his, which I took to mean, "We're both Texans, right?" And he said, a little bit knowingly, "It's my pleasure to meet you, son." He looked at the cast on my left wrist, and I told him, "I'm just trying to get back into the fight, sir." I shook his hand, and he had a powerful handshake. And he looked me right in the eye with a hard, steady gaze. Last time anyone looked at me like that was Ben Sharmak in Afghanistan, but that was born of hatred. This was a look between comrades. Our handshake was prolonged and, for me, profound. This was my commander-in-chief, and right now I had his total attention, as I would have every time he spoke to me. President Bush does that naturally, speaking as if there's no one else in the room for him. This was one powerful man. I remember I wanted to tell him how all my buddies love him, believe in him, and that we're out there ready to bust our asses for him any time he needs us. But he knows that. He's our guy. Even Shane in his leopard skin coat recognized our C&C as a real dude. President Bush seemed to know what I was thinking, and he slapped me on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, Marcus. I'm proud of you, son." I have no words to describe what that meant to me, how much it all mattered. I came to attention, and Lieutenant Drexler read out my citation. And the president once more came toward me. In his hand he carried the fabled Navy Cross, with its dark blue ribbon that slashed down the center by a white stripe, signifying selflessness. The cross itself features a Navy ship surrounded by a wreath. The president pinned it directly below my trident, and he said again, "Marcus, I'm very proud of you, and I really like the SEALs." Again I thanked him, and then he saw me glance at his desk, and on it was the battle patch I'd asked Admiral Mullen to present to him. The president grinned and said, "Remember this?" Yes, sir. Did I ever remember it? I'd hidden that baby in my Afghan trousers just to make sure those Taliban bastards didn't get it. And now here it was again, right on the desk of the President of the United States, the Lone Star of Texas. Battle-worn, but still there.
This has been an Hachette audio production of Lone Survivor, the eyewitness account of Operation Red Wing and the lost heroes of SEAL Team 10. Written by Marcus Lüttrëll and Patrick Robinson. And read by Kevin T. Collins. Abridged and directed by Lisa Kahn. Produced by Talking Book Productions. Production supervised by Michelle McGonigal. Lone Survivor is also available in print from Hachette Book Group USA. Text, copyright 2007 by Marcus Lüttrëll. Audio production, copyright 2007, Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the written